Just 1 second. I believe we have a point of privilege for the honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to raise a question of privilege. This is my earliest opportunity. I must start by reflecting on the enormous tragedy that took place over the weekend in Nova Scotia. I'm sure that none of us are unaffected by this horrific event. That tragedy only adds to the urgency of my request. Your role, Mr. Speaker, is to protect the rights and privileges of every member in this place. Historically, the Speaker has also been responsible for the physical safety of members and indeed of all who work in Parliament. That we are currently in a global pandemic due to the virus COVID-19 is clear. The impact of that pandemic is the reason that this House, by unanimous consent, on March 13th, 2020, agreed to adjourn until this date. But I submit that the date April 20th was a mere placeholder. No one knew on March 13th that living with a pandemic meant. We knew nothing about flattening the curve. Now we do. I submit that when we agreed to the adjournment on March 13th, we placed in that motion a simple expedient to continue adjournment in keeping with public health advice. All that had to happen until any time yesterday was for the House leaders of the 4 larger parties to sign a letter to you, Mr. Speaker, requesting further adjournment. The responsibility for such a letter not being sent rests on one party in this place, and now here we are. But the rights and privileges of many members is prima facie violated by any motion to proceed with regular sittings of the House in which they cannot participate. All members from Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, Prince Edward Island, and Newfoundland and Labrador cannot participate under provincial quarantine orders without having a 14-day quarantine upon returning to their home provinces and must isolate even from their families. This is particularly painful given that today, in the aftermath of those terrible murders, our colleagues from Nova Scotia cannot gather. They cannot console their bereaved constituents. And none of us, from the Prime Minister to the Governor General, can go to Nova Scotia to console them. Our hearts go out to each and every Nova Scotian and those across Canada affected. I know my colleague from Saanich Gulf Island, a former Nova Scotia resident and proud Cape Bretoner, knows one of the family members of a victim. This is a terrible time to be debating procedural motions in Parliament. For my other colleagues, the honourable member from Fredericton, her rights and privileges are violated. Should she attempt to represent her constituents physically in this place, which is her duty and her right, she would be required to self-isolate from her husband and children on her return for 14 days. Quebec members have also asked by their government not to travel. The idea of a small number of MPs meeting in Ottawa violates their privileges and offends the efforts of the Quebec government. Les droits des députés.
The rights of Quebec members are being violated.
Club for the benefits of large organized political groups or parties. Political parties are not mentioned in our Constitution. Parliament is an assembly of duly elected members. All MPs are equal, just as their constituents and constituencies are equal. On this day, we are in uncharted territory. As Green MPs, we seek to rely on the rules and procedures of this place that have protected Westminster parliamentary democracies for centuries. Those rules evolve, but most fundamentally, the Speaker's role is to protect the rights of each and every MP. In a pandemic, this surely means that the Speaker should find a point of privilege and, in the light of affront to Parliament, of continuing debate on the matters. I ask that you, Honourable Speaker, find a prima facie point of privilege, that you forthwith refer the matter to the Parliamentary Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, currently meeting virtually, and that you take protection of the House into your own hands, deciding to adjourn immediately and sine die, and that you will inform us when we shall resume sittings of the House based on public health advice as to when it is possible for every MP to exercise their rights and privileges in this place, and that you continue to pursue the unanimous wishes of those in this place under existing unanimous consent orders April 11th to pursue without delay a virtual question period. Reconvene if and only when compelling legislative need is identified. Thank you.
I believe the honourable member for Barrie Innisfil has something on that as well. The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm in the wrong seat, as you know, so sometimes we can be missed. Just on a couple of points with respect to the honourable member's point of privilege. First, I'll remind the House that the Procedure and House Affairs Committee is dealing in a very short time frame with the issue of virtual parliament, and I'll remind the Speaker of that. And secondly, we would reserve the right to respond to the member's point of privilege. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I will take that under advisement and return to the House with a ruling as quickly as possible. Thank you. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Yes, on a point of order, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions among the parties, and if you seek it, I think you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion, that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, the application of standing orders 15, 17, and 56.1 be suspended for the current sitting.
Does the Honourable Minister have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? Agreed? The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? Carried. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, once again on a point of order. Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions among the parties, and if you seek it, I think that you will find unanimous consent for the following motion, that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House during today's sitting, a Minister of the Crown be authorized to move, without notice, the following motion concerning the proceedings of the House and its committees. That notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, A, today shall not be considered as a sitting day for the purposes of Standing Orders 34.1, 37.3, 51.1, and 110, and subsection 28.12 of the Conflict of Interest Code for members of the House of Commons. B, the government responses to petition 431/00125, 431/00129, and 431/00134, 431/00136, and 431/00139 be tabled immediately, and that the responses to questions on the other paper numbered Q369 to Q379 and a supplemental response to Q330 be made into orders for return, and that the said returns be tabled immediately. C, statement by ministers be taken up immediately following the adoption of this order, that a member of the Green Party also be permitted to reply to the statement, and that the time allocated for replies be no less than 10 minutes per party. D, following the responses to the ministerial statement, the House shall resolve itself into a committee of the whole to consider matters related to the COVID-19 pandemic, provided that during the proceedings of the committees, 1, the Speaker may preside, 2, the Chair may preside from the Speaker's chair, 3, the Chair shall call members from all recognized parties and 1 member who does not belong to a recognized party in a fashion consistent with the proportions observed during oral questions. 4, no member shall be recognized for more than 5 minutes at a time, which may be used for posing questions to a minister of the Crown or a parliamentary secretary acting on behalf of the minister. And 5, members may be permitted to split their time with one or more members by so indicating to the chair, and at the conclusion of 27 5-minute interventions, or when no member rises to speak, whichever is earlier, the committee shall rise. E, when the committee of the whole rises, a motion that the House take note of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic shall be deemed proposed, and a member of each recognized party and a member of the Green Party may speak to the said motion for not more than 10 minutes, followed by 5 minutes for questions and comments, provided that members be permitted to split their time with another member, and at the conclusion of the time provided for the debate, or when no member rises to speak, whichever is earlier, the House shall adjourn until Monday, May 25th, 2020, provided that for the purpose of any standing order, it shall be deemed adjourned pursuant to Standing Order 28, and if the Speaker receives a notice from the House leaders of all 4 recognized parties indicating that it's in the public interest that the House remain adjourned until a future date or until future notice is given to the Speaker, the House will remain adjourned accordingly. F, for greater certainty, the following provisions remain in effect. Paragraphs M to P of the order adopted on Friday, March 13, 2020, to paragraph I to M of the order adopted on Tuesday, March 24, 2020, provided that A, in paragraph I, the words paragraph F shall be deemed to refer to paragraph E of this order, and B, that in paragraph L, the words paragraph E or F of this order shall be deemed to refer to paragraph E of this order, and 3, that paragraphs K to N and P to T of the order adopted on Saturday, April 11, 2020, provided that the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs be added to the list of committees in paragraph L of that order. G, during the period the House stands adjourned pursuant to this order, any petition certified by the Clerk of Petitions may be filled electronically with the Clerk of the House on any Wednesday and shall be deemed for all purposes to have been presented to the House on that date. H, a special committee on the COVID-19 pandemic shall be established, composed of all members of the House, and which shall meet for the purposes of 1, considering ministerial announcements, 2, allowing members to present petitions, and 3, questioning ministers of the Crown, including the Prime Minister. In respect of the COVID-19 pandemic, provided that 4, during the period the House stands adjourned pursuant to this order and commencing on Tuesday, April 28, 2020, the committee shall meet at noon every Tuesday and Wednesday, and commencing on Thursday, May 7, 2020, the committee shall also meet at noon on every Thursday, provided that the committee shall not meet on a day referred to in the Standing Order 28-1. On Tuesdays and Thursdays, the committee shall meet by video conference and members shall participate by video conference, and on Wednesdays, the committee shall meet in the chamber and members shall participate in person, provided that meetings by video conference shall be subject by such limit as the House administration may indicate are necessary. 6, the Speaker shall be the chair of the committee. 7 members shall constitute a quorum. 8, ministerial announcements shall be considered at the opening of the meeting, and the proceedings shall be conducted in the same manner as statements by ministers under Standing Order 33-1, provided that a member of the Green Party also be permitted to reply to the statement. 9, after any ministerial announcement, any member desiring to present a petition may do so during a period not exceeding 15 minutes, provided that the provision of Standing Order 36 shall apply, except for Standing Order 36-5, and any petition presented shall be deemed for all purposes to have been presented to the House. 10, after any ministerial announcement and the presentation of petitions, proceedings on questioning ministers shall be conducted for not more than 90 minutes on a Tuesday or on a Thursday, and not for more than 2 hours and 15 minutes on a Wednesday, in the same manner as provided for in paragraph D, provided that questions shall be answered by ministers. 11, upon the conclusion of proceedings on questioning ministers on Tuesdays and Thursdays, the committee shall adjourn to the next day, provided for in subparagraph 4. 12, upon the conclusion of proceedings on questioning ministers on Wednesdays, the committee shall consider a motion that the committee take note of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic for not more than 2 hours and 10 minutes, provided that each recognized party shall be allotted 30 minutes for debate, which may be shared among members of that party, and a total of 10 minutes shall be allotted for debate by members who do not belong to a recognized party, and at the conclusion of the time provided, or when no member wishes to speak, whichever is earlier, the committee shall adjourn to the next day, provided for in subparagraph 4, provided that if the House sits on a Wednesday pursuant to paragraph I of this order, the committee shall adjourn upon the conclusion of proceedings on questioning ministers. 13, if the Speaker receives a notice from the House leaders of all 4 recognized parties indicating that it is in the public interest that the committee remain adjourned until a future date or until future notice is given to the Speaker, the committee will remain adjourned accordingly. 14, meetings of the committee shall be televised following the usual practices observed for sittings of the House. 15, any document may be presented by a minister of the Crown or a parliamentary secretary acting on behalf of a minister at any time during a meeting of the committee and shall be deemed for all purposes to have been presented to or laid before the House. 16, the committee shall have the power to sit while the House stands adjourned and to print from day to day such papers and evidences as may be ordered by them. 17, upon the resumption of regular sittings of the House, the committee shall cease to exist, and 18, following the report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs pursuant to its order of reference of Saturday, April 11, 2020, the House leaders of all 4 recognized parties may indicate to the Speaker that there is an agreement among the parties to implement one or several of the recommendations of the committee, and the Speaker shall give effect to that agreement. I. During the period the House stands adjourned pursuant to this order and without limiting the application of Standing Order 28.3, if the Speaker is satisfied after consultation with the government that the public interest requires that the House should meet in order to consider measures to address the impacts of COVID-19 on the lives of Canadians, the Speaker may give notice that being so satisfied to the House shall meet, and thereupon the House shall meet to transact its businesses as if it had been duly adjourned to that time, provided that, in respect of a sitting convened under this paragraph. 1. The House shall meet on a Wednesday at the later of 2:30 p.m. and at the conclusion of the proceedings of the Special Committee on the COVID-19 pandemic. 2. Notice of the sitting shall be given no later than 6 p.m. on the preceding Monday. 3. Notices may be filed with the clerk no later than 6 p.m. on the preceding Monday and shall be printed in the notice paper to be published for that sitting. 4. The application of Standing Orders 15, 17, 36.8b, and 39.5b shall be suspended. 5. The order of business shall be introduction of government bills followed by government orders. 6. The only orders of the day which may be considered under government orders shall relate to COVID-19 pandemic and measures necessary to respond to it. 7. An embargoed copy of any measure to be considered shall be provided to the House leaders of the recognized party no later than 6 p.m. on the preceding Saturday. 8. Before any measure is considered, a minister of the Crown must state that there is agreement among the representatives or all recognized parties to govern the proceedings in relation to the said measure, and the minister may propose a motion without notice setting forth the terms of such agreement, and every such motion shall be decided forthwith. 9. No motions may be received or considered under Standing Orders 26, 38, 52, 53, 56.1, 57, 78.2, or 3, 81, or 84. Any day the House sits pursuant to this paragraph shall not be considered as a sitting day for the purposes of Standing Orders 34.1, 37.3, 51.1, and 110, and subsection 28.12 of the Conflict of Interest Code for members of the House of Commons, and 11, when the proceedings governed by this motion described in subparagraph 7 have been completed, or if that motion is negative or a minister does not state that there is an agreement, the Speaker shall adjourn the House to the date fixed under paragraph E, and the House shall be deemed, for the purposes of any order, to stand adjourned pursuant to this order. J. Aux fins des réunions de
J. For the purposes of committee meetings convened under paragraph H of this order and paragraphs L and M of the order, adopted on Saturday, April 11th, 2020, priority for the use of House resources shall be given in the following order to 1. Meetings of the Special Committee on the COVID-19 pandemic. 2. Meetings of the Standing Committee on Health. 3. Meetings of the Standing Committee on Finance. 4. Meetings which are specified by the agreement of the whips of all recognized parties. And 5. All other meetings in the order in which the meetings were convened. K. The House, recalling the untimely death of Michael Ferguson on February 2nd, 2019, call upon the government to propose the nomination of a permanent Auditor General of Canada pursuant to subsection 3.1 of the Auditor General Act and Standing Order 111.1, provided that 1. The government consult with opposition parties within 30 days of the adoption of this order. 2. The certificate of nomination may be tabled pursuant to paragraph K of the order adopted on Saturday, April 11th, 2020, as renewed by subparagraph F3 of this order. 3. The Standing Committee on Public Accounts shall meet within 7 days of the tabling of the certificate of nomination, and, if the House stands adjourned pursuant to this order, the provisions applying to committees enumerated in paragraphs L and N of the order adopted on Saturday, April 11th, 2020, as renewed by subparagraph F3 of this order, shall apply to the committee for the purposes of this study. However, the committee may consider motions related to the adoption of a draft report in relation to this study. 4. The committee be instructed to present a report within 7 days of first meeting on this order of reference. And 5. The question on a motion to ratify the appointment shall be put without debate or amendment after a report has been presented under subparagraph 4 at the earlier of the next following regular sitting of the House, during routine proceedings, or the next following sitting of the House convened under paragraph 1 at the opening of the sitting.
L. Standing Order 81 shall, for the calendar year 2020, be amended as follows. 1. In Section 4, by replacing A, May 31, wherever it appears, with November 27, and B, May 1 with October 30. 2. In Section 8, by replacing June with December. 3. In paragraph 10A, by replacing all the words before the word provided with the following. In the calendar year 2020, 8 sitting days shall be allotted to the business of supply for the period ending not later than March 13. 5 additional days shall be allotted to the business of supply in the period ending not later than June 23, and 9 additional days shall be allotted to the business of supply in the period ending not later than December 10. And 4, in paragraph 10b, by adding the following, and that, in making this determination, the Speaker shall include in the period ending not later than December 10 the 2 allotted days which had not yet been designated pursuant to the order adopted on Monday, March 9, 2020. 5. In Section 12, by replacing June 23 with December 10. 6. In paragraph 14A, by replacing June 23 with December 10. 7. In Section 17, by replacing A, periods ending December 10 and March 26 with period ending June 23. B, each of the said periods with the said period. And 8. In Section 18, by replacing June 23 with December 10, provided that, for greater certainty, A motion to concur in additional interim supply for the fiscal year ending March 31, 2021 may be considered on the last allotted day in the supply period ending June 23, 2020. M. In the event of the Speaker being unable to act for any purpose required by this order, owing to illness or other cause, the Deputy Speaker or either of the Assistant Deputy Speakers shall act in the Speaker's stead for any such purpose. Thank you.
L'honorable ministre a-t-il le consent?
Does the Honourable Minister have the unanimous consent of the House to move this motion? Agreed.
Terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Carried. Mr. Rodriguez, seconded by Mr. Duclos, moves that shall I dispense? Thank you. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. Debate, the government House Leader.
Merci. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I wish to greet all of my colleagues in this place.
I would like to offer my condolences to the families of the many people who have been killed this weekend in Nova Scotia. This senseless violence has shocked all of us, and it has caused deep pain. And to the families and friends of those who were killed, our thoughts are with you. To the people of Nova Scotia, and to all those in this country who are grieving, we are with you on this horrible day. Et Monsieur le Président, je voudrais offrir mes plus sincères.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to offer my most sincere condolences to the families of the victims of this insensate act which occurred in Nova Scotia. Our hearts are with them.
Monsieur le Président, cette tragédie en plus.
Mr. Speaker, this tragedy, which is absolutely horrible and cannot be understood, this adds on to the tragedy of the coronavirus, which is being experienced by all Canadian citizens, by all the people of this entire world. This is a unique situation. It affects everyone, every country, especially our seniors. These same people gave everything during their lives to build the society in which we live today. These seniors are those to whom we owe so much. This situation is difficult for them, their friends, their family. It's also very difficult for someone who has just lost a loved one. I lost a very close friend 2 days ago. And it's hard to not be able to say goodbye. It's hard to not be with other close individuals and family members. And this adds on to the horrible and difficult aspect of this crisis that we're experiencing. Mr. Speaker, I spoke a great deal about the motion, and I want to hear from my other colleagues. I just want to say that through this motion, we have found the balance between allowing Parliament to play its fundamental role, which we cherish, which we all cherish here, to allow Parliament to play its role while respecting the directives regarding public health, while respecting what we ourselves have been saying to the Canadian public, which is to isolate as much as possible, to limit travel. I want to thank, Mr. Speaker, members of the Bloc Québécois, members of the New Democratic Party, for their support to this motion. I also wish to highlight the support of the Green Party to the idea of virtual sittings. Mr. Speaker, we have an agreement that the government, the Liberal Party, in fact, the Bloc Québécois, and the New Democratic Party, our hand is always extended and will always be extended to members of the Conservative Party to unite and work together. There's not a single second for partisanship. I think we all agree on that today. Especially today, for this double crisis that we're experiencing, given what's happened in Nova Scotia and what continues to happen every day. Once again, I extend my hand to my Conservative colleagues who are joining the consensus between the Bloc Québécois, the Green Party, and the NDP, so that we may continue to allow Parliament to play its absolutely fundamental role, but that all of it be done while respecting Health Canada's directives and protect the health and safety not only of the people within this room, but all those outside of this room who are here for us because we are here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And one of the issues that PROC has been seized with is looking at a virtual parliament. We had our first exploratory meeting the other day. We haven't, at this point, Mr. Speaker, developed a witness list. I expect that we're going to be doing that tomorrow. There have been some suggestions that have come forward. But there are several issues that all members of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee brought up that could be problematic in a virtual setting. And I know, Mr. Speaker, for example, tomorrow you're going to be talking and being a witness to the committee on several issues. And so my question to the honourable member is, why would we preclude the work of PROC and the challenges that have been identified by all members of all parties, including the government, on that committee? Why would we preclude the work of PROC to allow the potential of virtual sittings, given the challenges that potentially could exist?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. Of course, the work done by PROC is extremely important, and I thank all members for the work in that committee. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, I know that you and your team are working on this also, and of course, we will take into consideration the recommendations from you, from PROC, but in the meantime, Mr. Speaker, we want to make sure that the government is accountable and we can answer in a very responsible way. And this responsible way is by limiting the time that we spend here and making sure that there's others opportunity virtually for the opposition to ask questions. And this is exactly what we're doing, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député de je m'excuse.
The honourable member for, my apologies, Rosemont La Petite Patrie, my apologies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You almost had me move into the riding of the leader of the Bloc Québécois, Belleuil-Chambly, but I'm still in Rosemont La Petite Patrie. Mr. Speaker, I have a question for the Minister. Our parliamentary system is based on accountability. It's the role of Parliament to demand accountability from the government. We have circumstances that are so new in our history that perhaps we could be creative and innovative and do things differently. At the NDP, we consider that a physical session here in Parliament once per week means that we do not necessarily need to go further than that, because we would not be setting an example to our citizens by being reunited and asking all of the parliamentary staff to put themselves at risk. We tabled two ideas of question periods of 10 minutes each to allow members who cannot travel to Ottawa, all of those provinces and territories that are further away, to represent their citizens and to ask questions of the ministers or Prime Minister. What could be the virtue of these virtual question periods or question periods online, and how in 2020 could we not necessarily stay stuck to old practices because we're in an exceptional situation, but still have the opportunity to do things differently and to innovate? The House Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie, with whom I agree entirely with the fact that we are living an exceptional period. This is extremely difficult for most Canadians, and I would say for most of the entire world. Exceptional means that we can consider exceptional measures. And in an ideal world, we'd be here every day debating. But that's not the case. That's not the reality we have before us. It is entirely other. And that's why I also agree that 1 day a week is enough. In the sense, as long as, we add virtual sittings. That's why the motion specifies that we would see each other once a week. Added to that physical presence would be a first virtual meeting, and then following the recommendation of the NDP, we could add another virtual session, which means in the future there would be a physical sitting and 2 virtual sittings each week. That's an effort made by the NDP, and I must recognize it, and I must thank them, because the motion is a government motion, but it was done with modifications made by the NDP and the Bloc Québécois and the Conservative Party, which shows that during this exceptional period, this exceptional cooperation is extremely important. Thank you. Questions and comments?
Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are in extraordinary times, and our democracy is very important to uphold in these times. And it's important to be able to hold the government to account and to ask questions. My concern is that we have members of Parliament from sea to sea to sea in this country and traveling to Ottawa to represent the country in a fair way is not possible to do in this time, in this place. And so my question is, how are we going to reach beyond to ensure that those voices are heard, that we get this virtual parliament up and running as quickly as possible so that we can hear those questions? I ask questions in the House of Commons. I'm not always satisfied with the answers. I've been writing to ministers and getting responses, dealing with the issues that my constituents are facing, and getting responses and getting good positive feedback about how we can help out. Is there a reason that physical distancing for question period, anything, with virtual parliament, we can avoid having to travel, having to have staff in this place? And so my question is, do we need to meet? Do we need to have this in this place at this time?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. I agree with him that it's exceptional times, and exceptional times require exceptional measures. And I also agree with the fact that virtual sittings become more and more important. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, you are working on this, you and your team. That is why PROC is working on this. And we're getting to that solution where members from different parts of the country, members that play a fundamental role for their constituents, will be able to ask questions, Mr. Speaker. In an ideal world, we will be back here every day of the week, and there'll be questions and answers and back and forth. But this is not the ideal world. This is troubled times. This is historic times where we have to find very different solutions, and this is what we're doing. This is why we're here today. This is why we'll meet once a week physically, and this is why we'll add virtual sessions to make sure that Parliament plays its role, but at the same time, we take care of the health and the security of all the people working in this place.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Carson Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the Government House Leader his explanation to Canadians why this Parliament cannot sit in these extraordinary times with reduced numbers as we've seen today, 3 days a week as was proposed by the official opposition, as well, given the fact that we have seen the huge challenges with having a virtual committee meetings and the challenges that they present. You can imagine if we have 338 of us trying to navigate through what a committee can't do now, as well as there are many of our colleagues from this place who are in rural ridings that do not have proper internet broadband connection and will not be able to participate. So how is their privilege going to be infringed upon by imposing a virtual parliament?
Honourable Government House Leader, in 45 seconds or less, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. Every time we come here, there's at least 50 people from the House coming at the same time, 50. If you are about 30, 40 MPs and a couple of people working in the lobbies, that's over 100 people. Over 100 people. I'm not counting security because I don't know how many there are because we're not supposed to know. We're talking about dozens and dozens of people, Mr. Speaker, every day. If we're sitting one day, there's a risk. If you sit 2 days, you double the risk, Mr. Speaker. That's why the responsible way is look at virtual parliament and implement it as soon as possible. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to begin my remarks today by expressing my heartfelt condolences on behalf of my entire caucus, our deepest sympathies to the family and friends of Constable Heidi Stevenson and all those who lost their lives in a senseless attack over the weekend in Nova Scotia. As more and more details come out as to the scale of the tragedy, I know it is weighing heavily upon all Canadians at this time and all members of Parliament. And to those members of Parliament from Nova Scotia, I would particularly like to convey through you to your constituents our solidarity with you and know that the whole country is grieving with you and your loss as well. We're also praying for a speedy recovery for the RCMP officer who was injured in the line of duty. Each one of the victims leaves behind heartbroken family, friends, and a community reeling from such an unthinkable act. Je voudrais exprimer mes sincères condoléances à la famille et aux amis de l'agent.
I wish to express my deepest and most heartfelt condolences to the family and friends of Constable Heidi Stevenson and all those who lost their lives in a senseless attack over the weekend in Nova Scotia. I am also praying for a speedy recovery for the RCMP officer injured in the line of duty. Every single victim leaves behind a heartbroken family, friends, and a community reeling from such an unthinkable act.
And it is made all the more difficult that in this time, comfort will have to be offered at a distance. But as we, as a nation, mourn with those who mourn, I hope that the affected families and communities know that right across Canada, we hold them closely in our hearts. Mr. Speaker, these are difficult times. There has been far too much sadness and grief in our nation over the last month. Over 1,600 Canadians have now died from COVID-19, and more than 36,000 Canadians have fallen sick. Canadians' lives and livelihoods literally depend on the government getting their response to this pandemic right. Given what is at stake, Conservatives would like to see more than the one accountability session per week that the other parties appear to have agreed to. Nous croyons aussi que les séances de responsabilité.
We also believe that virtual accountability sessions should be designed in the all-party forum that is already working on the issue. The Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs held their first meeting last week, and they should be allowed to carry out the job they have been given. If the NDP and the Bloc Québécois have joined forces with the Liberals to limit accountability, they can explain themselves to Canadians in the coming weeks.
We also believe that virtual accountability sessions should be designed in the all-party forum that is already working on this issue. The Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs held their first meeting last week, and they should be allowed to carry out the job that they have been assigned. And if the NDP and the Bloc have agreed with the Liberals to limit accountability, they will have to explain themselves to Canadians in the coming weeks. Conservatives believe in oversight and accountability. Millions of Canadians are going to work every single day to help their neighbours get through this pandemic. Parliamentarians should be doing the same thing. Right here on Parliament Hill, construction workers are continuing to renovate Centre Block, a project that is expected to take at least 10 years. If they can safely renovate the building that houses our Parliament, then surely we can do our duty to uphold the bedrock of our democracy. La question est là.
That is the issue. Democracy. The right of Canadian men and women to be represented by their government, for their concerns to be heard, for their questions to be answered.
So many questions raised throughout this pandemic, Madam Speaker, and Conservatives have been asking those questions. We haven't always gotten answers, but we're going to continue to press for them. And the need for these accountability sessions is made evident day after day. Why can't the Prime Minister tell Canadians when new ventilators will arrive? It was in this chamber on March 12th when I asked the Deputy Prime Minister what the government was doing to obtain new ventilators. She said at that time that they were leading a national procurement strategy. 30 days later, the Prime Minister in this chamber said that the first ventilators would be weeks away, Madam Speaker. That's unacceptable. Why were millions of masks and protective equipment destroyed and not replaced? Why are government programs changing every single day? These are the kinds of questions that Canadians have, and they deserve answers from their government. Because vulnerable Canadians don't have another month to wait around for help. Les vies et le gagne-pain.
The lives and livelihoods of Canadian men and women literally depend on the government's adequate response to the pandemic.
The Prime Minister continues to warn that this process will be long and arduous, but so far, that hasn't just meant dealing with his pandemic, but also the decision-making process. We owe it to Canadians to work our absolute hardest to get this right. And since this crisis first began to take shape, it has been the opposition that has often been leading the way on the useful, practical actions that have been taken to protect Canadians. We called for tighter restrictions on travel and at the border. We called for the wage subsidy to be raised from 10% to 75%. We called for seasonal workers and those with limited incomes to qualify for the emergency response benefit. Now, the Prime Minister said that he wanted a Team Canada approach. Well, we've given him one, putting forward constructive solutions every day to help Canadians affected by this crisis. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister and his ministers have chosen to try to do this on their own, and the result is that virtually every day they're having to make changes to their policies. If we were working these policies out together, each side playing to their strength, every region of this country represented, as they are supposed to be, the government would get things right the first time around more often. Now, the Conservative caucus is determined to do the job we were elected to do, represent the voices of Canadians from coast to coast, to keep Canadians as healthy and safe as possible. We're here because we know that Canadians are depending on us. And in this Conservative caucus, we will not stop working. You know, the government House Leader said that la main est toujours tienne.
He said that his hand is always extended. Extended, yes. Our hand is also always extended.
As well, Madam Speaker. The government House Leader said that this isn't about partisanship. I will remind him that it was his leader, his Prime Minister, who yesterday told something to Canadians that he knew wasn't true. He said that tomorrow there would be 338 MPs. Look around, Madam Speaker. We have done exactly what we told Canadians we would do. We would be here in a responsible manner, respecting public health guidelines while still representing Canadians. And for the Prime Minister to try to conjure up fears when he knew that was never going to be the case was not only disingenuous, but it undermines his credibility. At a time when Canadians are looking to him to be open and forthright, when he does things like that, it shakes the confidence that Canadians have that he's being truthful on other matters. And it was a shameful example of partisanship yesterday, Mr. Speaker. I've heard so many comments from members that to me indicate that they're allowing the perfect to become the enemy of the good. It is clear that there are going to be challenges for in-person sittings. We could have spent the last 2 weeks talking about how best to deal with that, how best to limit the impact in the House of Commons, how best to ensure representations from each caucus would be allowed to participate. The default position is for Parliament to sit, Madam Speaker, and it is incumbent upon the government to explain why it shouldn't in a time of crisis. We've already seen examples of the government using this crisis to their advantage. Remember the first time that we were called here? I know the Honourable House Leader does because we were both here until very early in the morning. Because when we were told to come to Ottawa to pass legislation to help get benefits in the hands of Canadians, this government wrote itself massive new powers, giving itself broad powers, ignoring the role of Parliament in terms of taxation and spending. And it was because Conservatives refused to go along with that we were able to protect our democratic institutions. The second time we came here, the second time we were given a bill and we were told that we were going to be summoned and it had to be passed by the end of the day on that Saturday. Well, we rolled up our sleeves. And
there are other parties, such as the Bloc Québécois, that gave the government carte blanche, that they would agree with the bill. But we did our work last week, and we found weaknesses in the legislation, and we improved the bill thanks to our work. So if other parties don't want to do the work, we are ready to do this, the work that Canadians have given us the responsibility to do.
Canadians who we represent here, Madam Speaker, I move that the motion be amended in paragraph H by A, by replacing subparagraphs 4 and 5 with the following. 4, during the period the House stands adjourned pursuant to this order, the committee shall meet in the chamber at noon every Tuesday and Wednesday, provided that the committee shall not meet on a day referred to in Standing Order 28.1. B, by deleting in subparagraph X the words "or a Thursday." C, by deleting in subparagraph 11 the words "and Thursdays." And D, by replacing subparagraph 18 with the following. 18. Following the report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs pursuant to its order of reference of Saturday, April 11th, 2020, if that committee recommends the implementation of virtual sittings, and if the Clerk of the House indicates that they are technologically feasible, the House leaders of all 4 recognized parties may indicate to the Speaker that there is an agreement among the parties to hold 1 additional meeting of the committee each week by video conference, notwithstanding subparagraph 4, with members participating by video conference, and the Speaker shall give effect to that agreement. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Mr. Scheer, seconded by Ms. Ellslev, move the following amendment. That the motion be amended in paragraph H. A, by replacing subparagraphs 4 and 5 with the following. Dispense? Shall I dispense? The amendment is in order. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Barrie Innsfield.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Member and Leader of Her Majesty's Official Opposition for his statement this morning. And he is quite right that during the course of negotiations to bring the House back, that Conservatives were very respectful, understanding public health guidelines and the fact that we had done this 2 times prior. Not only had we done it, but there are legislatures across this country, Madam Speaker, that are meeting on a regular basis. The Alberta legislature is meeting 3 times a week, for example, and the Ontario legislature has met. So the Honourable Leader of Her Majesty's Opposition said in his speech that it was disingenuous for the Prime Minister to declare yesterday that, in fact, we were holding up the process because we wanted a full Parliament. And I was wondering if he could follow up on what the Prime Minister said yesterday.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, I thank my honourable colleague for that question. It's more than disingenuous, but unfortunately, the rules of this House prevent me from using words to describe what it actually was. Those in the government and the Green Party and other parties are acting like today is some kind of an extraordinary sitting. We were always going to come back on April 20th, Madam Speaker. This was always the date that was agreed to by this House in previous sittings. It was also going to be needed to have a sitting of the House to adopt whatever work plan was agreed upon by all the parties. So it is completely erroneous and misleading to suggest that today wouldn't have happened if there had been some kind of all-party agreement. But my honourable colleague touched on something. Yesterday, in his press conference, the Prime Minister raised the spectre of 338 MPs travelling from all around the country, sitting together in the space at the same time. Well, look around, Madam Speaker. This was never what was intended. And all throughout the week, in good faith, our House Leader and the Government House Leader and the House Leaders of our other party were in constant communication where we made that abundantly clear, that we were not going to ask our MPs to fill the desks on this chamber, the seats on this chamber, Madam Speaker. We have proposed multiple solutions to the government to have a drastically reduced number of MPs in this chamber, which would then alleviate the demand on the support staff for the administration. So these types of arguments are completely phony. So the real question is, why does the Prime Minister not want to come into this chamber? Well, I believe it's quite simple. He prefers the controlled environment in front of Rideau Cottage every day, where he controls the number of questions and can call an end to it whenever he likes, and where we are not able to present the questions that we're hearing from constituents, the concerns that we're hearing from our constituents every single day. He's avoiding that taking place, Madam Speaker. That's why we haven't reached an agreement on the work plan going forward.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yesterday in Quebec, 72 people died from COVID-19 for a total of 870-some deaths. We're at the peak of the crisis in Quebec. In Montreal, no one was in the streets. Everyone was in confinement with the exception of essential services. People are making sacrifices to not spread this pandemic even more. Our regions are closed. And what we're proposing and what the opposition is proposing was at first 4 times meetings in the House per week. Then we went from 3 and then to 2. And maybe we'll be at 1 by the afternoon. My question is simple, Madam Speaker. When I hear the Conservatives speak, I feel like they're disconnected with what's happening in Quebec. So I ask him through you, do you not understand that Quebec is in the midst of a pandemic? The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. First, Madam Speaker, we did propose 4 meetings in good faith with the goal of reaching an agreement with all parties. We accepted the idea of 3 meetings, and 2 would be better than 1. That is the sign of the good faith that we have showed in our negotiations. And yes, it's true that there is a crisis, and that is exactly because of the fact that there's a crisis and because Quebecers and Canadians are fearful for their health They're afraid for their jobs and their livelihoods. We want to be here to ensure that legislation and services meet their needs. I know that Bloc members, well, on all other occasions, they've showed that they don't want to be here. They don't want to be the voice of their electors. We want to be the voice of all Quebecers and Canadians. We're ready to do the work that is necessary to ensure that the needs of Canadians are addressed during this crisis. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Madam Speaker, I must say quite frankly that I'm starting to be fed up with the obstruction and the childlike nature of the Conservative Party. There are people who are dying, and there are people who are putting their lives at risk to take care of people and to take care of our seniors in long-term care homes. The official opposition says they want 3 sittings a week because they have to be accountable. Of course, they have to be accountable. I also have the government, a lot of questions for the government. But 1 physical sitting per week is enough, is sufficient. With 2 virtual sittings per week, this would allow us to do our work of representing our constituents and holding the government to account. Why does the Conservative Party refuse modernity, and why are they stuck on old ways of doing things? The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. That is true. There are many Canadians who are taking many risks to go to work, to play their role. The role of our Parliament is to ensure that the government's response to this crisis meets the needs of Canadians. And they're not ready to do the work, and we are. We've already seen the example that when opposition parties do the work, we have better results for Canadians. We've seen this twice. This is not just theoretical. During a crisis, clearly, we can't just let the government do anything. We cannot abandon our roles and responsibilities. We have to set an example for Canadians that during a crisis, their democratic institutions continue to function and continue to ensure that government programs are there for Canadians. That is the role of the opposition and of all members of Parliament, and that is the role that the Conservatives are going to continue to play, Madam Speaker. Comments?
Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I agree that we do need to model behavior and be responsible and listen to the health authorities and what they have asked us to do. And they have asked us to stay in place. Originally, when the border was closed, they said it was supposed to open tomorrow. But we have seen now that they are going to extend that border closure for another 30 days. The opposition has been doing its job in terms of the first C-13. We didn't agree to what was written in that legislation, and we all got together and it was changed. Did you not see, I want to ask the honourable member if he did not see the member for Carleton on the Finance Committee questioning the Minister of Finance, and that was televised. We are seeing accountability through our committees. If school teachers can hold Zoom classrooms with children asking questions and control a meeting, why cannot our speaker control a question period virtually? I'm seriously disappointed that we are not modeling the kind of behavior that we should be to Canadians. We should be resting in place. We should be doing what the health authorities have asked us, and we should be using the virtual tools that we have to hold the government to account.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, there are a couple of very simple, Madam Speaker, there are a couple of very simple reasons. First of all, we cannot wait for weeks from now for the technology and the capacity for the House of Commons to provide us with the ability to have all members of Parliament participate in a virtual question period. We need more accountability, not less. We should be clamoring, all of us in opposition should be finding more and ways to hold this government to account because it has gotten so many things wrong from the beginning. Remember, it was this government as late as early March who said that travel restrictions would not work and that they were not contemplating closing the border. This advice from this government telling people not to use masks until they indicated that using masks was beneficial. A wage subsidy that was set at 10%, that had to be raised to 75%. So it's clearly the case that in this pandemic, in this crisis, we need more accountability, more oversight, not less of it, Madam Speaker.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. First, I'd like to note that I will be sharing my time with the right honourable member for Shefford. First, it is absolutely necessary to take stock of the drama that has been added to and another drama that people have experienced in Nova Scotia today. I cannot ignore or imagine what that violence would have looked like. Senseless violence. Violence that is meaningless entirely. That obviously requires any imagination to see how we could prevent it or understand it. So all our thoughts and hearts go out with to the people of Nova Scotia. We've spent recent days and hours and sacrificed a lot of media time to a discussion that has led to a lot of back and forthing about how we can meet here today. Quite sincerely, I doubt that Canadians and Quebecers are really interested in parliamentarians that speak about how they're going to manage all this. Even myself, I'm not really interested in this, but once I'm here, we have a job to do. We have to address a certain number of issues. Knowing who's going to speak the most or the least, who's going to ask questions in Wednesdays, Thursdays, 2.5 days instead of 2 days. Well, even if at worst, well, this smacks of partisanship. I don't really have a respect for people who say that people aren't speaking for their constituents. This is somewhat humorous even. People have already expressed themselves, and at a certain time, they'll be able to express themselves again about who they think speaks for them. I talked to the media about what nonsensical speak means, tatouinage in French. We may not find this word in the dictionary, but this is nonsensical speak. At a certain point, well, this is the third time we've discussed this. We've been negotiating this and going back and forth. I understand people are trying to feed their electoral bases, but we can't do this at the expense of those who are suffering. Yes, Parliament is an essential service, and it is essential. We have to ensure the health of people, and we can work virtually, remotely, even if we know that the rules are made that we have to be here in the House for those votes. Well, we could just come in when there are votes. But every time people just go around in circles. Every time they say, what's being negotiated and how will I be able to vote? I don't agree. And then it doesn't make sense. I would rather us establish virtual parliament rules that will allow us to transition. Most importantly, I want us to spend time looking at our seniors. I've made requests for 2 weeks. I don't expect the government to say, oh, yes, he's made requests and we're going to respect them all. And based on the examples we've had good discussions. Things have gone rather well. People feel that this is an urgent situation. But now we're at things, and I don't want to start playing games, but saying who contributed to the wage subsidy and who contributed to this measure for companies and startups. Unfortunately, our seniors, we don't have any answers for them yet. These are the most fragile members of our public in this pandemic for various health reasons. When we look at the figures, they're quite obviously reflect the fragility of our seniors. So we've made a certain number of requests. They're not perfect. We can talk about them. We can look at them, tweak them, do a lot of things. But the only thing we can't do is nothing. We have to do something for seniors. So I would like to benefit from our presence here to really insist on the seniors issue in terms of old age security, GIS, medications, access to internet, retirement. And I'm sure that the government is aware of this. We've clearly explained it. And allow me to announce a few figures. The total government liquidity spent during this crisis is up to $250 billion. Direct spending, roughly $170 billion. Increasing the old age pension by $110 per month for seniors in Quebec and Canada over 3 months would cost only 1/250th of what's already been set aside for many of our citizens who are the most vulnerable. So we can talk about this. We made this request, and during a briefing, and someone makes a decision about what's been decided and they don't even listen to your opinion, what was being done about seniors. So last week I made a comparison, a very friendly comparison with the oil sector in Alberta. I don't think the oil sector in Alberta has suffered any more than any other sector in the country or entrepreneurs. The initiative, well, I might be somewhat skeptical of it, and we have to keep a close eye on it, but in theory, putting money into restoring orphan wells is not a bad idea. Are we going to support companies that should have taken the responsibility before? Maybe. But this shouldn't be the Trojan horse that allows us to spend lots of money on the oil industry. But allow me to make a comparison. Should seniors not receive as much funding as the oil sector? That's a question I was thinking of that seemed rather obvious. And I'll point out 2 other cases that I want us to look at. Most students do not have access to the CERB, and many of them spent a lot of time at school. And it's not funny to be anxious when you're trying to go to school. And there's nothing specific earmarked for students. I don't want the federal government to intervene in provincial jurisdiction, but we need to return money to students that was paid by their parents. And the CERB should do that, and we'll go back to that later. And the last point, as I already mentioned, when we will come out of this crisis, will have to do this based on knowledge, research, and knowing that we need additional support. And I will quote Jean Gabin. Every day we think we know what we know, but then we realize we know there are a lot of things we don't know, and we're not out of this crisis yet. And I hope we'll be able to do this, getting out of this crisis through great collaboration. Thank you. Questions and comments?
Leader of the
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. I think that the Leader of the Bloc Québécois did not understand the role of a member of the opposition correctly. It is not the responsibility of an opposition leader to say yes to the government as quickly as possible. The first time we held a special sitting here, the government tried to give itself great powers, and the leader of the bloc left negotiations, but we stayed. We stayed to ensure and to protect our democracy. The second time, the government proposed a bill, and the leader of the bloc said yes as quickly as possible. Yes, we're going to support that legislation, he said. And then the member from Quebec spent this week working and to approve the legislation. And thanks to our work and the fact that we didn't say yes right away on Twitter as quickly as possible, we took our time, we did our work, and Canadians, Quebecers, ended up with a better program. So I hope for the rest of this Parliament that the leader of the Bloc Québécois can have a better understanding of what the role of an opposition leader is. Thank you very much. The member for Belleuil-Chambly. I was waiting for a question, and perhaps that's not in English grammar. However, inaudible, the role of a member of Parliament, of the opposition or of the government, is to first and foremost be a member of Parliament, to listen to people. And whether you're opposition member or not, you can't always say no to everything. Systematically, anything that should come from someone else elsewhere is necessarily bad, whether it's a liberal idea or a bloc idea or worse, even a Chinese idea. I don't think like that. We are not trying to steal anyone else's job, and we are speaking for Quebec and for Quebec only. And the Bloc won't say absolutely no to something that could be good for Quebec. We shouldn't be partisan or jealous of the job of others. We're not going to resort to that. And if that's what the Conservative definition of being a member is, then I'm very pleased to say that I'll never be a Conservative. Thank you. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Gatineau. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the leader of the Bloc Québécois for his speech. I'd like to change the topic now to talk about essential services. We know that our healthcare professionals and all those in civil society, they get up every day, they go to work, and I represent many civil servants who work for the federal government, people in the department at PSPC, and my thoughts go out to them with the work that they're doing. Myself and my colleague for Orleans represent people who are working day and night to provide Canadians with income. And I would like to also pay tribute to the essential work that is being done by Canadian civil servants 24/7 throughout this crisis. Thank you.
Honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Of course, people who are called upon to keep working daily, often in difficult conditions, and we see more and more that there are illustrations of the extreme anxiety that people in healthcare fields are experiencing, especially in nursing homes in Quebec. This requires courage and a level of self-sacrifice that we all must respect. People who are working and do just a little bit more to try and help the greatest number of people possible command all of our respect. People who don't do it because it serves their own interests also require our respect. We need to find people who are going to be essential now and after the crisis. Researchers and science need to be targeted by certain measures, and we are going to have proposals for that. The Honourable Member for Shefford.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my leader for sharing his time with me. But before going any further, I also would like to offer my condolences to the people of Nova Scotia. Now, as I was saying, as a critic for seniors, it is my privilege to be here in the House today. We are meeting today in exceptional and dramatic circumstances. The wave of the COVID-19 pandemic has broken over Quebec and flooded residential and long-term care facilities known as nursing homes. 99% of people who died in Quebec are over 60 years old, and half of them were in nursing homes. This illness is especially devastating among people whose health is already fragile. This reality, however, reveals a problem that should have troubled us well before this, which is the precarious living conditions of our seniors. Many seniors had to die alone, without even their loved ones being notified. Children and grandchildren, for whom that connection is still important, go see their mothers, their fathers, their great-grandfathers, their great-grandmothers, through the windows of their rooms. They have to be content with shouting, "I love you," or "take care," from below balconies, for those who are lucky enough to be able to do so. There are horror stories, and even if it's difficult, we can't put all of our eggs in the same basket and blame staff who are exhausted and overwhelmed for the situation. I thank from the bottom of my heart all of the healthcare and professional support staff that helps our seniors in spite of the suffering and fear. If true negligence has occurred, I hope that exemplary sanctions will be imposed. These people, Madam Speaker, are those who have shaped the prosperous society that will allow us to get through this crisis. And yet, many of them will probably not make it. We should not fail them. As parliamentarians, as legislators, as citizens, and as human beings, we cannot fail them. Improving the living conditions of our seniors should have been a priority well before this crisis. Personally, this is a fight that I have been fighting for some time. Before being elected, I worked in the field of defending seniors' rights. I worked with community organizations who dedicated themselves to seniors, and yet I have heard so many horror stories. As our chef has said for many days now, the Bloc Québécois has always defended seniors' rights. From 2007 to 2011, the Bloc had that reputation of defending seniors. Recently, we have made proposals that could have made a significant difference if they had been applied in time. We talked during the election. From the very beginning, when I got into the House, I asked a question of the Minister of Seniors about increasing the pension not at 75 but at 65 to avoid having two classes of senior citizens. And I was told that's a good question because preventing instead of reacting after the harm is done is a virtue that every government should force itself to adopt. Our government should call upon the strength of the Bloc Québécois, but the situation is too urgent to talk about what we should have done. We have to act now. The health of our seniors must never again be compromised for financial reasons. We therefore suggest that old age security be increased by $110 and to improve other benefits that are granted. It's minimal compared to other investments that are already being made in the billions. And yet, it's difficult to understand why the government wants to limit this increase to seniors 75 and older. Seniors need help, and they need it from the age of 65 on. Seniors are going to debt. In 20 years, their level of debt has nearly doubled, going from 27% to 42% for seniors who have significant debts in Canada. Many of them have to work in order to make both ends meet. The percentage of older persons who said they worked doubled between 1995 and 2015. Most of the increase was the result of work during part of the year or part-time work. In 2015, one Canadian of 5 age 65 or older, which is nearly 1.1 million older people, declared that they had worked the entire year. This is the highest increase noted since the 1981 census. Employment income was the main source of revenue for 43.8% of older persons who worked in 2015, which represents a significant increase, 40.4% in fact, between 2005 and 38.8% in 1995. Grief, separation, illness, insufficient private retirement funds, increased cost of living, many factors explain seniors' financial distress. Over 200,000 seniors live in poverty in Canada, and every single month they have to decide whether they're going to pay their rent, their food, or their medication, and that should not be. The Bloc Québécois' proposals would allow seniors to keep a certain purchasing power and to continue to contribute to the economy that these generations contributed to building. These are, in fact, stabilizing measures because seniors are not a weight. They are a strength. The worries seniors expressed were very vivid when we excluded them from the CERB. But we congratulate the government for its humility for having amended the eligibility criteria, first by excluding old age benefits, but also to allow people working part-time to have access to emergency assistance. It should also be mentioned that there is a gap between seniors in urban areas and those in rural areas. The latter are more inclined to be working. Thanks to public pension plans, low incomes go from 14% among the 55 to 64 age group to 6.7% for those over 65. The current crisis reveals that considering internet as an essential service could have broken the isolation that many seniors suffer from, especially now. For some seniors, video calls was the only way to say goodbye to their loved ones. We will continue to talk about the Canada Health Transfer and to demand an increase for employment insurance benefits for caregivers and to get a tax credit for intergenerational residences or the renovations done to create such a residence. The relevance of these measures is quite evident today and shows that the Bloc saw the situation as it was. When it comes to pension plans, the financial situation of our seniors is worsened by the reduced value of retirement savings. The savings of a lifetime have taken a hard hit. Let's hope this situation is temporary and that the value of those investments will come back up. But currently, in some cases, the rate of return is negative. Improving the guaranteed income supplement for seniors will help while waiting for these investments to recover. Before this crisis, and a point that's very relevant today, is that we should designate private pension plans as a privileged debtor in case of bankruptcy. From the beginning of this session, the Bloc Québécois has been constructive and collaborative and wishes to continue to be so. Our seniors need solutions that match the problems. It is our duty to bring them forward and to adopt them immediately. I'll conclude with testimony that I received saying that, finally, there's a political party that doesn't see us as already dead, but as truly well alive, and that we can contribute to society. A senior is like a library. They're not just part of the past. They will be part of the future after the crisis, and we need them. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Merci aux...
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for her speech. During this crisis, I have been listening to what's happening. There are many issues that seniors are experiencing. It is in this place, in this Parliament, that we can debate issues like that.
Thank you to my colleague for bringing this up, because this is not the kind of thing that we can bring up on Twitter. These are not the kind of issues that we can challenge the government on in a virtual setting, at least not yet. And so I would like to ask my honourable colleague just how important she thinks this institution is, this Parliament in the history of our country, for debating these kinds of issues, bringing these issues up for seniors in this place. How important is that to her?
Le député de Shefford.
The Honourable Member for Shefford.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, mon collègue.
I would like to thank my colleague for his excellent question. I think that we have demonstrated, all of the parties here, that there's a way to move issues forward like that, like those for seniors. Talking about meeting once a week, plus 2 virtual sessions. There's been discussions and agreements between the Greens, the NDP, the Bloc, and the Liberals. I think that's how we're going to move the issue of seniors forward, and not by being obstructionist.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I have to say I was a bit offended by the official leader of the opposition, leader of the official opposition, about the comments about the Bloc Québécois not being concerned about their constituents. You're dealing with a pandemic. They're dealing with a pandemic in Quebec. People are dying. The seniors' homes are a serious issue, and I come from a riding where I have a large number of seniors in my community. And it's important that we listen to these health rules, the instructions that have been given to us. We don't want to throw our seniors under the bus in this pandemic. But my question to the honourable member from Shefford is, does she agree with my question of parliamentary privilege that we should adjourn this House?
Le député de Shefford.
The Honourable Member for Shefford.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, mon collègue.
Yes, I would like to thank my colleague for his question. I agree with him. It's a question of privilege, and he raised a significant issue. Being here today means I'm representing electors and citizens in my riding, and those generally in Quebec. As my colleague indicated, there's differences in every region in Canada, and the issues we have at home, the issue of nursing homes, is a crucial one, and we are here to discuss it.
De Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. We have the same concerns about the situation of seniors, because seniors in nursing homes represent a situation that dragged on for years with underfunding, a lack of staff, extremely difficult working conditions. And I would like to hear from her about the responsibility of the federal government in cuts to provinces when it comes to healthcare funds and the necessity of increasing those. The member for Shefford. I would like to thank my colleague for his question. It is indeed a problem that the Bloc raised many times over. The current crisis in nursing homes is something we're talking about, but as long as we don't increase transfers, well, what we're seeing in Quebec is the result of not transferring year over year money that's going into federal coffers. We talk about seniors in nursing homes, but there's also the issue of home care Because as we're talking about seniors in nursing homes, there are some seniors who are living at home. And right now, their purchasing power is diminishing because the cost of groceries is going up. And in the end, they end up isolated. And we know that that's a determinant of health. We need to continue to break their isolation.
Une toute dernière question.
One very last question. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague from Shefford for her convincing speech. During the pandemic, various governments have tried to intervene, and economic actors in our various locations have tried to intervene. And seniors seem to be hit the hardest by this pandemic. And yet we're still waiting for more help. Is she surprised to see that seniors have been the most forgotten during this pandemic? The Honourable Member for Shefford, you have 5 seconds. Very quickly, yes. But no, I'm not surprised. We talked about it, we made it a priority in the budget, and up until now there has been absolute radio silence on it. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Burnaby Centre.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Begin by expressing our collective sadness as New Democrats, but as all Canadians. We are grieving today as a nation for the horrible loss suffered by those living in Nova Scotia. The senseless violence, the loss of life is all that much more painful given the safety precautions and measures need to be taken under COVID-19 and how that will limit loved ones from coming together to mourn in the usual way. I want to remember RCMP Constable Heidi Stevenson for her bravery in showing courage to help those and to save those, and she lost her life in doing so. Again, I want to send a message to people in Nova Scotia. You are not alone. We are grieving together as a nation. We are reeling from the pain of this loss. Je voudrais commencer par exprimer la tristesse.
I would like to start by expressing the sadness that we all feel in the face of the senseless violence that happened yesterday in Nova Scotia. Every single victim represents a great loss to their families and communities. We remember RCMP Officer Heidi Stevenson, who lost her life trying to protect others. Many others have been injured, including a member of the RCMP. Their loved ones are going through a difficult time, made even more difficult because they may not be able to visit their loved ones at the hospital due to the COVID-19 pandemic.
A motion that really touches on the work of Parliament. And during a global pandemic, where there are so many Canadians deeply impacted by this crisis, loss of their work, the impacts on business, we need to be focusing all our efforts on doing whatever we can to help Canadians. I also want to mention, Madam Speaker, that I'll be splitting my time with the Honourable Member of Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. So the focus of our work in this Parliament must be on helping people, helping families, workers, small businesses, on keeping people and workers safe and on saving lives. That should be the focus of the work of this Parliament. And the reality is people are still in desperate need of help. There are still far too many people who are falling through the cracks. And while our position remains very clear, first off, we believe instead of having complicated criteria and complicated tests for people to apply to themselves, we should send, instead of doing that, what we should do is send direct financial assistance to all Canadians immediately and ongoing during this crisis. But as a second position, we should just make the CERB universal. What the Prime Minister should just say, he should stand up in Parliament and make it very clear that if anyone in our country needs help, they should apply for the CERB. We also need to ensure that those who are putting themselves at risk, essential frontline workers who are risking their lives, their safety, endangering potentially their families. They need to be acknowledged with the equipment to stay safe, but also a courage bonus to acknowledge the risk and the dangers that they're going through. People who are working low-wage jobs need a top-up, need additional financial supports to acknowledge the risk that they're putting themselves in for the benefit of all of us. We're still hearing many examples of people who are falling through the cracks, though we're proud of the work we were able to do in the last emergency session where we obtained guarantees to close the gaps when it comes to so many Canadians who are not able to access the CERB. We're still hearing so many stories of Canadians who are falling through the cracks. And one group in particular that has been missed by the programs offered, one group that has been ignored by this government is students. The reality is that the proposals that the government is talking about around Canada Summer Jobs or additional funding for summer jobs is not going to be enough. The issue is students no longer have an opportunity to work. There are no longer those jobs that they were hoping to work in this summer. In this upcoming summer, those jobs won't be available. And to fix this problem, to make sure students aren't ignored, to ensure that students aren't left behind, there are some simple changes we could do. One of those changes, Madam Speaker, is to change the current legislation, the wording that says those who have ceased working as a result of COVID-19, if we change that to read unable to work as a result of COVID-19, it would address the students who are falling through the cracks. There's many students who were hoping to work this summer, but those jobs are simply unavailable. And that's why we need to make sure they are not forgotten. I wrote a letter to the Prime Minister outlining this amendment, asking the Prime Minister to ensure that students are not forgotten, that we do not leave students behind. While we have not received an adequate response, we will not give up on students. We'll continue to fight to make sure they receive the supports they need. Another concern that's being raised and that we're hearing about is that people are worried about the cost of rent. While they've lost massively, while people have lost their income, they still have to pay rent, and many people are worried about losing their homes. Many families are also worried about paying the mortgage. Small businesses are also worried about paying commercial rent and mortgage. We still maintain the simplest solution is to use the powers we have at the federal level to put a pause on mortgage and then to work with provincial governments to get a pause on rent. While we are encouraged that the government has said they will take some steps to help people or help businesses with rent, it is just not enough. There are significant powers we have at the federal level. We need to use them. Nous devons également nous engager à aider les...
We must also commit to helping people who are renting. The housing crisis was already difficult. Some people already had a hard time finding a place where they felt at home and safe. Now they're risking losing their current housing because they can't pay the rent.
Ensure that there's more help for more people and do it faster. So that's why our proposal allows us to do exactly that. What we're proposing is, by having a regular planned meeting here in Parliament in person, it gives us a chance to vote on legislation that needs to be changed to help more people. And then 2 days of virtual session will ensure that people who are in regions across this country are represented, that their members of Parliament can ask the questions on behalf of those constituents. In Parliament, we are limited to a small number, and that's often people who are close to Ottawa. By having a virtual session, we can ensure that those who represent communities that are far from Ottawa still have a voice, that their voice is heard, and their stories are shared, the stories of their constituents. Stories that we continue to hear about healthcare workers who don't have adequate personal protective equipment to stay safe. Those who are running to danger, putting their lives at risk to save our lives, don't have the equipment they need to stay healthy. In addition, we're hearing stories of healthcare workers who are forced to sleep in their cars because they don't want to go home and put their family at risk. This is not the way healthcare workers should be treated in our country. We need to do more than just thank them. We need to ensure that they have the right equipment and the right conditions to be safe. Small businesses have raised concerns about waiting weeks and weeks for help and not knowing if they're going to be able to continue with their livelihood, if they're going to be able to continue to pay their staff, or if their business will be able to remain open. They are waiting for help. We've heard stories about children who are worried about their parents in long-term care homes, who are going through, in some cases, deplorable conditions. And it is heartbreaking to think of seniors who've worked their whole life, who have sacrificed so much to end up in a long-term care home with substandard conditions. This is the result of years and years of neglect by Liberal and Conservative governments at both federal and provincial levels. And what we are seeing in long-term care homes, we are witnessing the horrific consequences of this neglect. We've heard from Indigenous leaders who are sharing stories about their fear and their worry about keeping their communities safe. They're worried about communities that have no access to basic human rights being able to keep their community safe without access to clean drinking water or adequate housing. And in closing, I just want to say, in the last weeks, we've seen Canadians rise to a challenge that none of us imagined months ago. We've seen again and again Canadians show how much they want to take care of one another, how much they want to make sure government holds this value of caring for one another above all else. That should be the test of what we do as government. Governments should make their decisions based on whether or not it actually helps take better care of people. And I'll wrap up with this last point. So let us not hope for things to return to normal. Instead, let us chart a course forward to a new normal, where we measure the decisions we make and the wealth of our nations by how well we take care of one another. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfield.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable Member for his speech today. And I know that he has been a strong proponent of virtual sittings. Clearly, the other three parties have. But as it stands right now, the Procedures and House Affairs Committee has been charged with looking into the possibility of virtual sittings. In fact, the Speaker himself, Madam Speaker, said that we are a minimum 4 weeks away. He said that last week. The member from North Island, Powell River, who's a member of the PROC Committee, expressed concerns at our first meeting the other day about security and rural broadband and connectivity. There are procedural, there are issues of privilege, there are constitutional issues, and many more, connectivity issues that have to be looked at. And I don't understand why the member would stand up and endorse virtual sittings when many of those issues have not yet been addressed. And right now, under our procedures, under our standing orders, and under our rules, and constitutionally, in fact, I would argue, there's only one mechanism for us to meet, and meet effectively where the privileges of members aren't in a position to be breached, and that is in the House of Commons. So I want to ask the Honourable Member why, in advance of the work of PROC, would he decide or agree that virtual is the way to go when there has been no report that's been written yet recommending that, and there's been no witness testimony, yet there's been concern even from his party about some of the issues that we're going to be facing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For Burnaby South.
Madam Speaker, I would hope that during a pandemic we would be spending our time in Parliament talking about how to better help people, how we can provide help to frontline healthcare providers, how we could help out people in long-term care homes. That should be what we're spending our time on in this Parliament, but the Conservatives would rather talk about procedures and how we sit in this House. I want to make it very clear. If we want to hear the stories of people across this country, having a limited number of parliamentarians in Ottawa will preclude the voices of people across this province. People from my home province of BC will not have their voices heard. I believe we need to use technology. We are seeing other organizations use it successfully. We, as the Parliament of Canada, can absolutely find a way to ensure that people around this country have their voices heard through a virtual sitting. We need to minimize the risk of exposure to illness, have 1 day where we can make changes to legislation, and 2 days where we can ask questions and hear the stories and the voices of people around Canada.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, but I have a small question about assistance for people who need it the most. How does he view help for seniors? Is it after 65 or 75 years old?
Merci.
I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. That's exactly why we proposed universal assistance, direct funding to people, because there are still too many people who are falling between the cracks. And to address this, we're proposing a universal solution. If we do so, we can help seniors, students, all the people who fall between the cracks, because this is completely unacceptable in our country, where our seniors don't have access to enough resources to live properly. And that's exactly why we're always fighting for everyone, including seniors and students, everyone who needs assistance. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent speech. I would like him to explain to us that despite all the drama and the fact that we're living through an unprecedented crisis, that it's also an opportunity. Often in crises, we can make fundamental changes, and getting back to normal isn't really an option because our normal lives were part of the problem. So how can we seize this opportunity collectively as a society to transform how we do things? The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. That's exactly it, what we've seen throughout this crisis for weeks. We've seen bravery, compassion from Canadians. We've seen that people want to take care of others. And it's so important to take this energy, this movement, to move positive change forward. We want to create a new normal so that we can take better care of each other. We want to improve social programs, enhance existing services. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Sorry. Obviously, like all parliamentarians and colleagues here, my first words will be about the victims and the families of the victims of this unthinkable crisis and shooting that took place in Nova Scotia. We were already experiencing difficult times as a community and as a society, and I can't even imagine how painful this must be for people in that community in Nova Scotia. And I would like to particularly provide condolences and my thoughts to the people of the RCMP and the agent who lost her life in that shooting and that slaughter that we're having a hard time explaining. And I think we will have to think about this collectively, about several issues, whether it's mental health or access to firearms as well, obviously. In the same vein, Madam Speaker, while I offer my condolences, I would also like to underscore the work of caregivers. The first one who died from COVID-19 in Quebec, Ms. Victoria Salvan, who was working in a long-term care facility, Grace Heart, in Montreal. She provided loyal service, and she was so committed to her patients, and unfortunately, she passed away over the weekend during this pandemic. And I would like to pay tribute to the work that some of her colleagues do as well. Her co-workers are anxious and they're afraid today, and we understand why. Over the weekend, we heard from one of her co-workers who said that they decided to separate themselves from their children and not to see their children while they continue to work and offer services to seniors at that long-term care facility. And this is not the only person to make that sacrifice. It's an important sacrifice, and we must underscore it. And once again, I would urge the government to take all the necessary measures to offer the best proper health protection to ensure the health and safety of these workers. I'd also like to pay tribute to the recent work of union representatives such as Jean Bercham and others such as Jean Préjean. Nevertheless, I'd like to say a few words about the motion that was moved here in Parliament today. It's an interesting one. I was talking about it a bit before. It reminds us how our democracy works and what is the role of the Parliament and the role of members of Parliament in general. And obviously, our role is to find solutions, to make proposals, but also to force the government to be accountable. Sometimes the government makes wrong decisions. Sometimes there are decisions that are taken that could be amended and improved. And that is the role of the 338 members of this place. We want to push the government to make the best possible decisions for our society and our communities. But these are exceptional times. And I think that the proposal that's on the table is quite reasonable. It fits with the public health advice that we've been given and asked to respect. As parliamentarians, we have to set the example, and we have to tell our constituents that this is a serious crisis, and we have to do everything in our power to minimize the risks, whereas there are already tens of thousands who are affected and many people who have already deceased from this virus. So the idea of meeting several times a week, even if there's just a limited number of us, it may not necessarily be the best thing, Madam Speaker. We represent people from 10 provinces, from territories and remote regions. And the idea of coming here to force the employees of the House of Commons to also take risks because they have to offer services while we're here means that we're multiplying possible spread of this disease. And then when we go back to our homes and our ridings and our communities, there's also risks. So we have to find a balance between respecting public health advice and the possibility of parliamentarians to represent their constituents and to ask questions, because there are things that have to be improved and quickly. The Liberal government proposed one physical sitting and one virtual sitting per week. We thought this was enough. One virtual sitting of 90 minutes would be enough, because it would mean that aside from those people who are physically here in Ottawa, there are many other members who'd be able to ask questions every week. So we proposed a second sitting, virtual sitting, another 90-minute sitting. So the number of MPs would be increased to 36 who could participate. And we made this proposal, and it was accepted by the Liberal government, and I believe the Bloc and the Greens were in agreement as well. So if the Conservative Parliament's main concern is for the parliamentarians to do their work and to ask weeks, there's still 3 sittings a week, and this motion allows them to do this. There's a physical meeting, and there are 2 virtual meetings online, and this will allow them to ask questions. And we've seen there are 4 parliamentary committees that are also operating right now, and they are able to ask questions to witnesses through video conferencing. Our technology allows us to do this. So I think we could just move forward, find a balance between protecting ourselves and protecting our constituents, and also being able to ask questions and holding the government to account. With respect to accountability, there are things that are happening right now. We've talked about this before. The leader of the NDP talked about this. One of the main people who are forgotten most in this crisis are students. They won't be able to apply for CERB if they didn't earn $5,000 in income, and this creates a lot of anxiety, and they're not receiving any support. We're really pushing the government to find a solution. Obviously, if they had accepted the NDP's proposal for a universal assistance program right from the get-go, this wouldn't have been an issue. But that's not the case. So we collectively have to ask questions and push them to find a solution. I'd just like to quote, Madam Speaker, 2 witnesses, people who write us at our offices. People are growing impatient and anxious. They're stressed out. They don't know how they're going to be able to pay their rent or their bills. And there's a couple students at the Trois-Rivières University who said, we are both students and we had purchasing contracts with the university that allowed us to pay our rents, but this contract was suspended, and since we don't earn $5,000 annually, we're not eligible for CERB. And is there anything planned in the near future for us? So if we keep on asking the government questions, I hope we'll be able to answer yes, that there's something coming for them. And that is our role as parliamentarians. And I think we can do this virtually through video conferencing or online. Another example, Madam Speaker, is Camille. She's a student at the University of Montreal. She receives grants and loans, and she didn't earn enough to have access to EI. She had various jobs, but they were canceled because of the pandemic. So she earned less than $5,000 in income annually, and she has nothing left. Usually she works at a day camp, but she doesn't know if this job will still take place, and she won't be able to receive social assistance because of her student loans and subsidies. And here's what Camille wrote to me. She said, I'm afraid to hear people tell me, oh, don't worry, we haven't forgotten you. But no, we have been forgotten. I want concrete action. I'm afraid, I'm sad, I'm disappointed. I've always done everything I can to ensure a good future for myself. So we have hundreds of thousands of people like Camille who are knocking on our door, who are asking for concrete solutions. Yes, we have to push the government to help these people. That's our work as parliamentarians. But we also have to set the example and not be physically here several times a week. There are other cases where we have issues right now. In my riding, we have a lot of food distribution, and these people don't have access to federal support for food banks because they received a small amount of money from the United Way. So there are things that don't make sense here. There's improvements we can make to programs that are in place, and I understand we want to work quickly, but this is the type of example that as opposition members, I want to be able to ask questions about, but I don't want to endanger the safety and health of my constituents. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you to my friend across the way for his kind words. I do echo what he had to say, especially when it comes to groups of people and businesses that are falling through the cracks. I think we have all experienced that within our constituencies. And I think this is one of the reasons why we need to be here in Parliament, given that we are sitting today. The NDP seems to have applied and agreed to one sitting day a week. But having said that, they also said that they're open to 2 virtual sittings. Now, despite the problems that we on this side have talked about, virtual sittings with access to broadband internet in rural communities, access to security, given that PROC has not really started their meetings looking into this. So can the NDP maybe explain to Parliament when they expect these virtual sittings to begin?
The honourable member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. And what had been planned in the discussions that we had with the government was to have a first virtual sitting next week, and then the following week we could start with 2 virtual sittings. But for technical reasons, we could allow the time for the House of Commons employees to set up certain components, and we'd also need the necessary material such as microphones and software, etc., to allow us to hold these virtual sittings. And this is really important. I have so many questions to ask the Minister of Heritage, but I don't mind to do this. I don't mind doing this on video conference.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, I have a question for my colleague. I heard a lot of concerns about rent. Can the honourable member, did he receive any questions about rent for small and medium-sized enterprises? The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. I'd like to thank the NDP leader for his question. And yes, in Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie in particular, and in many other ridings, SMEs are the main job creators, and they're going through a lot of stress and anxiety right now because they don't know if they're going to be able to pay their rent. We're talking about roughly 50 or 70% of our SMEs that may go bankrupt or close their doors because they don't have the necessary support just to pay their rent. And the wage subsidy is a nice thing, but it's not enough. It's not enough to pay the tens of thousands that they owe in rent for the next few months. So the federal government has to intervene through banks, like we asked, to suspend rent, commercial rent, to help our companies. And they also have to put pressure to help renters who will not be able to pay their lodging rent as well. Thank you. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, too, have many constituents in my riding who are bringing forward these concerns. There are small business operators that don't fit the parameters of these programs, students, seniors, other workers. I have workers employers in my riding who say that some people on the CERB don't want to go back to work because they don't want to earn more than $1,000 and lose out on the other $2,000. So we have a program that is meant for a bailout, but it's not a bucket, it's a sieve, and it needs a lot of work. So my question to the honourable member is, would he not agree that we would be better off with a guaranteed livable income so that every Canadian had a base level under which they could not fall, to keep them in a stable level for living, for covering their rent, for paying for food, and for dealing with this emergency in a way that where nobody gets left behind?
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie, 45 seconds or less, please. I'd like to thank you for your generosity, Mr. Speaker. And I'd also like to thank my colleague from the Green Party for his question. I think that the current crisis allows us to think about how we can help people as quickly as possible, and also to think about the type of society we want to be. And we don't want to leave anyone behind. And we realize that our social security net, which we thought was rather robust, has a whole bunch of holes in it. It doesn't meet everyone's needs, and it highlights the whole idea of guaranteed livable income. For some people, well, if we had an efficient tax system and if people who had more than they needed, they could just pay this when they pay their taxes. Resuming debate.
Member for Calgary, Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for recognizing me in this debate on these motions and the amendment. I think I'll begin like other members have done. I'm going to echo the comments made by the member for Regina Capel, the Leader for Majesty's Official Opposition. Our prayers and thoughts are with the victims in the shooting that happened just over the weekend. I think all members here, it just reminds us how precious life is and how short it is on this earth of ours. I have been tasked by my caucus to make sure I speak on their behalf before this question period that we will be doing, and to make sure I reflect both their thoughts or comments of what we're all hearing from our constituents back home, both on matters of policy involving the different business subsidy programs that are meant to offset some of the costs related to the shutdowns, but also for our constituents who are hurting because either they cannot work, they cannot be with their family members. They are asked to self-isolate. I know I've been dealing for many weeks now with constituents trying to be repatriated to Canada, especially from Peru. I want to make sure I thank the Minister for Global Affairs for her work, for his work on the file, and to make sure this many Canadians were repatriated. It was a difficult task to do. I also want to bring up just before I move on to some of the caucus commentary I've heard over the last little while, and I will mention virtual parliaments, Mr. Speaker. I need to address that as the chairman of one of the larger caucuses in this chamber, if you include our senators. And I can tell you what a virtual parliament is going to look like and what will be the defects and deficiencies of trying to host a meeting with over 150 people in it, including the very few staff members who are permitted by our caucus to join us on these calls. I have a seniors lodge in my riding that's been affected by the spread of COVID-19, the Mackenzie Town Continuing Care Center, and I want to make sure that I give my thanks both to the staff and just tell those seniors in that facility that our thoughts are with you during this time. Many actually, seniors have passed away in the facility, but there is one I want to note, 93-year-old Keith Earl Van Vliet, who was diagnosed, he was confirmed tested for COVID-19, and he recovered just today. So I want to make sure I mention that. I mention it too, Mr. Speaker, because his family are actually a long line of loyalists who crossed the border many centuries ago and came to Canada. Van Vliet's is not a typical Quebecois name, but they were Quebecers for a very long time, loyalist Quebecers who then moved out west. We're very, very proud of that background of theirs. They were actually Anglophone loyalists who decided to speak French. He comes from a long line, so I want to make sure I mention them. And obviously, the patriarch of their family has recovered. At 3 p.m. every day, there are residents in my riding who go to this home and socially distanced. They physically distanced from each other and cheer them on. Actually, they had monster truck rallies on Friday outside the home just to give them bolster their morale. And some friendly dinosaurs came on Saturday as well. So I want to make sure I mention them. And it is appreciated both by the residents, both by the operator of the facility, and also by the staff members who have also been affected. Now, it is said that being the caucus chair of the Conservative caucus in this chamber, en français on dit c'est comme...
In French, we say, it's like a crown of thorns.
In fact, it is. It is not an easy thing to do, Mr. Speaker. It is unprecedented what this country is going through with this viral pandemic. There have been many in the past, and this Parliament has continued to meet through difficult times, both through world wars, Great Depressions, very severe recessions, and pandemics as well. They have happened in the past. I think in this chamber, we are duty-bound. We all ran for public office with the expectations we would be required at times to make difficult decisions, to be away from our families, to ask of our staff more than sometimes they would like to give in the first place. I know I have depended on my staff members in my office to make sure that our caucus can continue to meet virtually, but it is not the same thing as being in person, Mr. Speaker. It is absolutely not the same thing. Every single government program announced thus far has been amended at some point, either by press conference in the morning by the Prime Minister, or it has been amended during the technical briefings. So we are always informed after the fact, whether it's the CEBA, the CEWS, or the CERB that many constituents of mine and constituents all across the country are taking advantage of. All of those changes were brought forward, a great deal of them, by opposition parties, by both this caucus and others, not to criticize, but to improve and make it better, make it actually work for the people we're hearing from. I have doubled the volume of phone calls in my office on a regular basis. I have about tripled the emails now on a regular basis. And many of these cases, I mean, if it was easy, they would simply call Service Canada, if they could actually get through. If it was easy, they would log online to the MyCRA account and they would do it. But every single one of their cases is either unique, they've fallen through the cracks, or they have a hardship case that is unusual, something that they expect their members of Parliament to resolve and to bring up in this House that has been called the cathedral of our democracy by many outgoing members, current members in the past. And perhaps in this time that's maybe more ephemeral, maybe people think about it as, that's just, it's a nice sharing of the words, but democracy is an essential service. And our democracy functions here. And I was looking through what other countries have been doing. Japan, Italy, France, Germany, Greece, Sweden, Finland. And the European Union Parliament, our meeting, on a limited basis, we were accused on this side of wanting 338 members of Parliament here. And Mr. Speaker, you can see that is absolutely not the case. We are sitting respectfully at distance from each other. We have listened to the direction given to us by the public health agencies. Now, I was speaking with the Speaker of the Alberta Legislature, and they are meeting 3 times a week. Of course, at a reduced number of members showing up in that chamber, but they still do question period. They still do a Q&A back and forth. In fact, the Premier and the Leader of Her Majesty's Opposition in Alberta had a 1-hour back and forth debate amongst each other on what was going on in Alberta and how Alberta was dealing with it. There are many legislatures in our country that continue to meet, and so can we. Our proposals were done in good faith. We were always going to return on this date. That was the original agreement. And we've done it before, April 13th, March 24th. This chamber met. We have, on April 13th, we agreed to return on March 13th, pardon me. So we have returned twice already to pass important legislation that the government wanted to see passed. Now, you will excuse us, Mr. Speaker, not to be entirely trusting of the government's wishes when they table legislation which is far in excess of what we have discussed between House leaders and then shared with our caucus members. We have a certain expectation that good faith negotiations will continue. And we did. That was our intention all along, is to do right by our constituents and assure ourselves that the issues we are hearing from, I come from a Western province, but there are many all across this country that we hear on our caucus calls. There are issues with our farmers, our ranchers, small business owners, golf club owners. This is a very difficult time for all types of businesses, and now the government gets to discover how business owners organize themselves in order to make a living. I was speaking with one of my small business owners in my riding, a franchisee of Opa Greek restaurants. I think it's timely since it is an Orthodox holiday now, so I'll mention that. But this gentleman, Raj Shahal, in his case, obviously not Greek, owns these restaurants. He lost 60% of his staff, not related to COVID-19, but to the government's CERB program, which was generous, and his employees are choosing to stay home. Now, he's worked it out with some of them who wish to come and work so he can continue serving people. There are people delivering our foods to our doors with Uber Eats and DoorDash and all the options. And I think everybody is taking advantage right now. They are essential, just like democracy is essential. And before I continue, Mr. Speaker, I do want to say thank you both to the interpreters in this chamber, who are doing, no doubt, incredible work. I want to thank the clerks as well, and the security guards, and the people who do IT security for us. Some of these people would be in this building regardless if we would be sitting. And I will now turn to virtual parliaments. Now, we host virtual caucus meetings every Wednesday as usual. That's the tradition, and more as needed. Our caucus meetings have interpretation. Nos rencontres de notre caucus.
Our caucus meetings have interpretation. And I want to ensure that here in this House, we are a bilingual country, and that members in my caucus, well, they wanted me to be their chair, and we want to be able to do our work in the both official languages of our country. But I can't do this myself. I depend on the interpreters here in this House. And I ask them every Wednesday that they come, because they have to come here, as I've just understood from the Director of Interpretation Services. They have to do this here in this House in one of the committee rooms. So every Wednesday, we have a meeting of our caucus with Interpretation Services. And I ask my personnel and the members of IT to also come to the House to help us to do our work. And of course, we do respect physical distancing among personnel, but these are members of the House that have to be here, whether we sit in person or if we sit virtually. So I chair a meeting of 150 meeting more than 20 senators and many Conservative members and members of our who have the right to be on our calls. And it's not easy, Mr. Chair, to preside a meeting where you can, well, for example, HESA or Finance, we've heard how things have gone until now. There have been many difficulties at these meetings. It's not easy to make a point of order at a meeting when you have to hit a button and then there's a French and English interpretation, and we have to be understood by other members, even if they're members on the opposite side. I'm not just thinking about members who are only speak French, or there's also those who only speak English. Sometimes I have to interpret for my members, and it slows down our meetings. Sometimes a meeting that should only be an hour or two, it goes on for 4 or 5 hours. And I see that the chair of the Treasury, President of the Treasury Board agrees with me. A virtual parliament with 328 members from across the country who are in their homes and their writing offices would create problems in terms of lag, and there would be calls that would be dropped. There would be members who wouldn't be able to connect, members who would understand. Even if we have members from large cities in Canada, they'll be having a hard time hearing what other members are saying. There are so many things that could happen during such a meeting, and I can assure you that it wouldn't work. The government house leader has said that we'll be ignoring what PROC has done to go directly to virtual parliament. And sometimes a member who wants to ask the clerk a question, well, how are they supposed to do so? How can they ask the clerk a question without interrupting all the discussion that will be taking place in the House? So it takes someone who really understands procedure to defend our rights as MPs and the privileges we have as members. So how are we supposed to do this if we have a virtual parliamentary sitting?
You know, in a virtual chamber, there's nothing stopping a government minister or anybody else from having those all around them to give them the answer and to help them. We expect a certain amount of preparation by every single minister in this House to bring us the answers that we're asking, because it's not our personal curiosity we're trying to fulfill. We're trying to get answers on behalf of our constituents. Constituents are asking us, why do certain government programs ignore my business? If I'm a sole proprietor, why am I ignored in this program? No, I've had a call into my office, one I still intend to return, regarding the RDSPs. And there's nobody manning those phone banks right now. They're completely shut down. But you got to file, you got to call in order to make sure that all the transactions are done. And there's nobody picking up those phones right now, Mr. Speaker. And we're not asking for the impossible. Like, I thank the staff who are here, making it possible for our democracy to work and for members of parliament to be here. We're being responsible in how we do our work, and we're being responsible in how we address public health concern. We could have negotiated, and perhaps negotiated, a month-long stay for MPs who come to Ottawa to stay here and not travel back to their constituencies. And this is the important place where we do get answers from the government, stuff that cannot be done on Twitter or on Facebook, where different people are exchanging ideas. And a lot of our political debates now happen there, but are things that can only be done in this chamber, that can only be done on behalf of our constituents. We rise in this House. And it's an honor and a privilege to be selected by our residents in our riding and then to come here and do that work for them. That's their expectation. Just from sitting here, I've already gotten several text messages and emails from constituents in my riding saying, I expected you to be here. I see a member opposite saying, no, I have them. And their expectation was I would come here and I would speak on their behalf. And I'm also conscious I have to speak on behalf of the other members of my caucus who may not be here in order to speak on behalf of their constituents. And there are issues with many government programs. You know, many of us build relationships with ministers, and we do our hardest to make sure that we can bring individual cases to a minister's attention when a person has fallen through all the cracks. Like broad policy measures that the government has proposed, we have passed in legislation. We have expedited. In fact, the reason we're having this debate today is because we've expedited the motion. We have said you don't need to give us a notice. That's fine. We'll debate it right away and deal with the measures which are therein. Because we accept the fact that this is an unusual situation that we find ourselves in. But we could not reach an agreed upon consensus ahead of time between our House leaders. And our caucus is, very active. It wants to be heard. It wants to have an opportunity to test the knowledge and to be able to challenge individual ministers to make sure that they are not affected by what's called groupthink. Now, in the United Kingdom, the Conservative government House leader, Jacob Rees-Mogg, mentioned that he welcomes the fact that they continued sitting. Now they're going to have virtual parliaments. Mr. Speaker, something perhaps that you'll want to look at. But they're actually bringing in screens into the chamber. Physically, ministers and the Prime Minister will still be expected to be there. I don't know how that would work in this chamber, and I don't know how that would work IT-wise either, or how many people will be required to make it happen. But Jacob Rees-Mogg mentioned that he wanted to avoid groupthink of his own ministers in his own party. And that's what we're trying to get at. We're trying to make sure that government decisions, policy mechanisms being used to address certain industrial sectors and all the job losses that we're seeing are improved. This is about our constituents who are losing their jobs, who are being left behind by various government programs. These are about landlords, both residential and commercial, who are being left behind, who have no measure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for telling me my time is coming to a close. Je vais retourner en français pour un moment.
Let me go back to French for a moment, just to repeat, to make sure that everyone has understood. This is a bilingual country. We are supposed to be able to function in both official languages in this House and in all of the parliamentary work we do on committees. I want to make sure, and I want the government, through you, Mr. Speaker, to defend our rights and privileges, not just for us alone, but also to ensure that we can work in both official languages so that we can move motions and amendments and conduct the parliamentary proceedings that our ridings want us to do. I preside over a caucus with nearly 150 people with virtual meetings every week, and it is not easy with 150 people to have an agenda that we can all follow, for everyone to be able to ask questions and make comments and to add their ideas to the parliamentary work that we're doing as a caucus. And so I consider this a significant challenge. For the government to say that we're going to go immediately to virtual sessions while the PROC committee has yet to make a decision, how is that going to work? And so, Mr. Speaker, for the few seconds that I have left, I think it's very important to ensure that we are here to work for the people in our ridings. It's not for our political careers. It's not to do surveys after that. It's not for that. It's to make sure that every policy, every government program is there for the people who need it the most during this pandemic, during this situation where the government has forced a significant part of the economy to shut down. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. Honorable député de Salaberry-sur-Roi.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm a member for Quebec. And just to inform my colleague, the National Assembly of Quebec is suspended until May 5th. I'm the grandmother of a grandson who is 3 months old, whom I have not seen for over a month. Because in Quebec, Quebecers are remarkable and they're listening to the instructions from the government of Quebec to avoid dramatic situations, to avoid deaths, to avoid contaminating our seniors. Today, Mr. Speaker, when I hear my colleague, I'm not hearing the same messages from my voters. They're insisting during this crisis, why sit more than one day? Because my colleague is the chair of a caucus, I would ask him to listen to Quebecers and to Ontarians who have a lot of people being affected. and their numbers are higher relative to other provinces. By asking us to go through regions that are closed, we are putting at risk the health of seniors in Quebec and Canada. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. I hope I got her writing name right. Our caucus is for the members of the Conservative Party, and there are members from Quebec there, and they are there to defend the rights and health of Quebec's men and women. Through you, Mr. Speaker, I want to tell the member that there are members from the Bloc Québécois who remind everyone of the issues in Quebec. And we hold our caucuses in both official languages. We have procedures in this place to ensure that we are not required to be all 338 of us. As you can see today, that's not the case. We can sponsor votes. Our whips can pair votes. We can reduce the number of MPs required to hold a meeting of the Parliament of Canada. I know that for the Bloc, their biggest dream, the will that they have, is to close Canada's Parliament for good for the next months and weeks. But it's not good for us. It's not good for Quebecers. Everybody in our ridings is asking us to do our jobs. Questions and comments.
L'honorable député de Rosemont-la-Petite.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech and the concerns that he raised. I am a critic for heritage. In Montreal, there's many artists, the cultural sector is flourishing, and they are truly suffering from the crisis that we're all experiencing today. I have a lot of questions for the Minister of Heritage. Announcements have been made, there's no details. Tons of people come to see me to say, look, I had a festival planned this summer, I've already invested. Am I going to be paid back if the festival doesn't happen? There's a lot of issues like that. There's artists who don't have access to the emergency benefit, and I have many questions for the Minister of Heritage, but I don't want to endanger my friends and family and people in my riding by physically meeting in one place. My question is simply, why could I not ask these questions through a video conference with the Minister of Heritage? I could get an answer with the time that's normally granted. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie for the question. When it comes to questions that are building up as a critic in the NDP with regards to heritage, I'm sure that his experience has been similar to mine. Ministers on the other side don't answer our questions, but they talk. There's a lot of words that are exchanged, but there's not a lot of answers to our questions. We can always send an email to a minister. However, this is email, it's secret, it's transparent. There's no accountability. It's not done in public so that everyone in the country may see it. That's the difference. However, with a virtual parliament, we're not saying no. We simply want the procedure committee to do its work and report back on how this would work, if it's an option. I also wish to remind my colleague that there are 121 Conservative members in this place. We have virtual meetings that works more or less well because it's a big country and we have colleagues who are in remote regions with internet service that isn't really at the level to have an effective meeting and to implement an agenda to do the parliamentary work required in a caucus. There has not been enough reflection by many members and many leaders in the House, I'm thinking of the leader of the NDP, on how a virtual parliament would work. That's why our procedure committee is there. We ask them to look into it. They have not even decided on which witnesses they want to interview and how this would work for our parliament. Questions and comments?
For Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree it's very important to hold government to account and to be able to ask questions. And often in question period here, I hear questions from opposition members that don't get fulsome answers, that we don't get a response that we're happy with. And that's, I think, very often the case that opposition members find that. We do have people in rural areas that have serious problems with internet connection. And this COVID-19 crisis is actually exposing that there's many people in this country who are like second-class citizens because of the internet access in their communities. I know for members of Parliament, I used to be a satellite installer, so we could be getting satellite connection for members of Parliament to make sure that they can connect in a virtual Parliament, to make sure that those connections are strong. I would just ask, do you not think that it's imperative that all members from all regions, from coast to coast to coast, have an opportunity to take part in the debate in this House and to be able to ask questions rather than just a select few?
The Honourable Member for Calgary Shepherd. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Glad to see you in the chair. So to the Honourable Member, that's exactly the point I've been trying to make. I want every member to be heard and every member to be able to participate in a virtual parliament. But if you think satellite installation is going to be instantaneous, like right away, or that satellite installation won't require individuals to travel, make sure the infrastructure works. We had one meeting of our caucus, I remember way before this, and it was with the Speaker I had to complain vociferously about this. Our interpretation booth failed. Like, physically, the hardware failed in the room. How many technology and tech IT staff will be required to come to this building and the other buildings in the precinct to make sure that we can actually host virtual meetings where every single member can participate? And participation, Madam Speaker, and to the member, is not just listening. It's having an opportunity to participate fully in whatever language they choose to in this country. I think that's really important to remember. And it's that member over there, Madam Speaker, who was willing to basically let the House leaders of recognized parties decide when this Parliament should meet again. And we've decided today is the day we're going to sort out through motions and an amendment how this Parliament will function for the next few weeks. That's exactly what Canadians expect of us. It's exactly the expectation that they have. We're going to meet today. We're going to deal with issues expeditiously and make sure we hold the government to account.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? Apologies. The Honourable Member for Cypress Hill. Thank you.
I too, like my colleague from Nanaimo Ladysmith there, I've also worked in the telecommunications industry, and in my experience, satellite technology will unequivocally fail. It would not work for our constituents here. So my question from a member from Calgary, if he would be willing to just say if he could say unequivocally that our meetings virtually have worked seamlessly without flaw for our weekly caucus meetings.
The member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I am going to confirm they don't work seamlessly and as best that I can. I do enjoy the ability, though, to mute microphones at will, something which is impossible to do in person, Madam Speaker. I'm sure you will share this pain with me about the opportunities for virtual parliaments to do this. But there's an expectation amongst constituents, I think Canadians, that you can have a meeting of 20 people on Zoom or use Skype or some other software, and it works pretty well. But once you start getting to the level where you have 338 people with video in order to confirm their identity, to have interpretation, and then to have the ability for back and forth between members to change something on the agenda, and in this House, in this case, Madam Speaker, to move a point of order or to move changes, we see the struggle that the parliamentary committees are having. And that's just 2 committees a week meeting with what I've been told between 45 minutes to an hour of prep time in the lead up. We have 30 committees in this House. 30 committees. That does not include the shared committees with the Senate, Madam Speaker. There is, I think, a lot more work that needs to be done by the PROC committee to verify how will this actually work in an actual 338-member parliament. Thank you.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Portneuf-les-Quartiers.
Je suis très heureux aujourd'hui de me retrouver ici.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to be in the House of Commons today. In a limited number of parliamentarians considering that we're in a crisis. We are facing COVID-19. We're writing the procedure book right now. We're aware that this is the first time that the Canadian government has had to face this type of situation. And now we understand. And the Conservatives are entirely willing to cooperate with the government across the way to ensure that Canadian men and women, that businesses have the tools they need to get through this situation. This morning, I saw the motion tabled by the government leader in the House. He simply wanted to muzzle parliamentarians. He asked to come here once a week. To ask the question is to obtain at least part of the answer. The Prime Minister decided to limit question period. Madam Speaker, that Prime Minister is in front of journalists every day to answer questions. The work of journalists is to report the news. As parliamentarians, our work consists of asking questions to try to improve things. And I'm not saying that the government has only acted badly. I can recognize that there were no precedents. They had to intervene, they had to readjust, or even improvise. But I don't mean that negatively. The CERB is from two different programs. I forget the exact names of these programs, but one was for the support of people who are victims of COVID-19 and a support program. Essentially, they combined two programs and they created the Canada Emergency Response Benefit. That's fine. There were changes. We intervened in that case and in many others. I have a non-exhaustive list of some things that the Conservative Party, the official opposition party in the House of Commons, did to move initiatives and programs forward, which the government had implemented. We're being accused of being mean. We're accused of refusing to be cooperative. Madam Speaker, let's look at the facts. With our interventions, we have allowed volunteer firefighters to, given the distinct situation of their communities, meet the needs of their communities while not being cut off from the CERB. This is a public safety issue. The government heard us. The government adjusted. That's the work of the opposition. And this morning, I heard the leader, supported by his friends from the bloc, say that it wasn't responsible to be here in the House to build tools together to allow Canadian men and women and businesses to be supported in an exceptional situation. Madam Speaker, look at our side. Look at the other side. We're all respecting social distancing. If we didn't want to cooperate, we would have packed the opposition benches. But that's not what we did. We cooperated. Our leader is currently negotiating. He went from 4 sittings a week. They negotiated, and the two other opposition parties and the independents, as well as the government, refused to accept 4 days. So we went down to 3. And then we're being accused of being the bad guys. We're responsible. To be a parliamentarian is an important thing, and defending democracy, that is a fundamental notion to the work of a parliamentarian. The Bloc Québécois was describing parliamentary procedure of Canada as tatouinage. That's the member of the bloc. He was grandstanding. But the block is a whole other issue. Madam Speaker, we are here to work together, but we also want to ask questions. Why? Madam Speaker, would there be any interest in having a minority government? Let me repeat that, a minority government. What is the interest of a minority government to not come to the House and to limit the times when it's going to be challenged by the opposition? What is the interest of having the lowest number of sessions possible? Is it because it's uncomfortable? The government was elected but is a minority. In a minority situation, what I perceive as an elected official of Parliament, when I see a description of minority government, I see an interrogation mark on effectiveness and trust of the government. They were elected, but we have a strong opposition to ensure that we protect public funds and to represent what our citizens, in my case from Pont-Neuf-Jacques-Cartier, but in the case of every MP over here and in the governing parties and the other opposition parties, our responsibility is to represent what our citizens are telling us as exactly as possible, to bring it back here, and it is here in the Canadian Parliament that we decide the future and that we implement programs. That way we can improve the situation of Canadians. And so I find it annoying when we're accused of being the bad guys. It is entirely false. And I would like that to be corrected. That's a fact. Nobody can contradict what I've said. We are cooperative. That doesn't mean we're walking with the Liberal Party hand in hand. We're not the Bloc Québécois. We're the Conservative Party of Canada. And we want to protect the Canadian Federation. As a Quebecer, I am part of Canada because Canada today is helping Quebec. And I would like to thank the government for cooperating. That's what the Canadian Federation is for. Sometimes we need it. Sometimes we give, sometimes we take. It's part of the principle. And I'm proud today to rise in the House of Commons as a parliamentarian for Quebec to thank our Canada for being there to help us. Now, we want them to help us better. We want the government to hear us. And yes, if they hear us once a week, that's less effective. For people at home, I'm not wrong. It's not Madam Speaker anymore. It's now Mr. Speaker because there's been a change. I just want to say, Mr. Speaker, that we are proud. The 338 members are working in their riding offices, and for them, it's like a Service Canada office. People are worried. They're confused, like I said earlier. For people, this is new. This is a new thing that's happening. It's a war against a microbe, against a virus. And so what's happening now is that people are a bit lost. Even the government is a little lost. And I would emphasize that the government has to readjust. And why does it have to readjust? Because the opposition led it to reflect. And they too are working to improve things. And public officials too. I have a thought for public servants who are working in very peculiar circumstances. We're aware of that, and I want to thank them. But this morning, I heard from the Green Party and the NDP and the Bloc Québécois, they were saying it's dramatic for Quebecers to come here to the House of Commons in a limited parliament. And I just want to say that today, construction is resuming. Mr. Speaker, last week, those who own and operate garages went back to work to change winter tires. Even better than that, gardening centers. We're adapting. We ensure social distancing. The population has adapted. The population's resilient. And I will say that I am very proud to represent the citizens for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. These are people who are resilient. They are respectful of public health directives. And these are people who are proud and united. I went to go see organizations who help others who cannot go and do their own groceries. As a member, I went to go deliver baskets. I went to the grocery store, I received odors, and I went and delivered them to people's doorsteps in Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. I delivered supplies. We are united. We can be proud of that. But now, I invite the government to reflect on the fact that we want to work with the government to improve those programs and meet the needs of Canadian men and women and entrepreneurs. We're talking about virtual parliaments. We're in a new building. I had a chance to travel abroad, and abroad in many parliaments, there's electronic votes. It's integrated into desks, but we're not there yet. Our leader asked clearly, Mr. Speaker, do we have the technology to hold a parliamentary session while respecting all parliamentarians' rights? What was your answer? To my knowledge, Mr. Speaker, it's that we're not ready. And our leader said so. When we get the confirmation that it is possible, that it's effective, and that it respects the rights of parliamentarians, at that time, we will certainly reopen that discussion. However, until then, we ask the government to allow us to have a sitting every day. We went from 4, we've gone down to 3, and maybe we could negotiate for 2.5. Once again, Mr. Speaker, we are working in the interests of Canadian men and women, and we want to support our businesses and give them the means to restart the economy and recreate prosperity in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We will take a brief break now for question period and member statements. I would remind the member from Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier that he will have 7 minutes and 15 seconds when we return to debate.
Déclaration de député.
Statements by members.
Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to take this time to thank all of the frontline workers in my community, across Canada and around the world. It is particularly sad to note today that a number of frontline workers were among the people who were killed in Nova Scotia. Care aides, correction officers, an RCMP officer, and a firefighter. Frontline workers are living apart from their loved ones during this pandemic. A friend who is a nurse in my community has 2 young boys. She has not been able to hug her sons or spend time with them in person for weeks. It's a situation that is echoed in thousands of homes across the country. Frontline workers are making huge sacrifices to protect our communities and to keep essential services operating. That's why it's imperative that the rest of us, including those of us in this House, respect their sacrifices by continuing to follow the directives of health authorities, as I have called for in my point of order this morning.
Port Kells.
Mr. Speaker, we wish to join our colleague, the honourable member from Cumberland Colchester, to offer our deepest condolences to all those touched by the senseless violence in Nova Scotia. But I rise now on behalf of the honourable member from Dartmouth Cole Harbour to commend Nova Scotians helping to feed others, like the Canteen restaurant in Dartmouth. When they were forced to close their dining room due to COVID-19, they transformed their restaurant into a community kitchen to help feed others throughout the pandemic. Owners Renee and Doug are working with incredible organizations like the Dartmouth North Community Food Centre and Margaret's House, run by Feeding Others of Dartmouth, to provide hundreds of meals per week to those in need. Mr. Speaker, I ask all members in this House to thank businesses and organizations across Canada, like the Canteen, for stepping up to help their communities. I encourage everyone to lend a hand if they're able, from 6 feet apart, of course, to help others in need. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Niagara Falls.
Mr. Speaker, while the government's response to COVID-19 has demanded much of Parliament's attention, as it so deserves, we need to remember there are other important issues playing on in the background, which also deserves this Parliament's attention. In my riding, one of these issues is Australia's World Trade Organization challenge against the excise tax exemption for 100% made Canadian wines. This challenge was a major threat to our domestic wine industry before COVID-19. It's an even bigger threat now, as the impacts against our wine industry could be compounded if a ruling is made this summer in Australia's favour. If this happens, our Canadian wine industry will be devastated. More than 700 wineries and 9,000 Canadian jobs are at stake. While we're focused on responding to COVID and flattening the curve, the countdown to the WTO ruling on this case continues, and it requires Parliament's attention. Should the WTO rule against Canada, I sincerely hope this government will act soon to establish a trade legal program of equal or greater value to replace the existing excise tax exemption. Our Canadian wineries need this support, and I'm proud to stand in this House today and bring this attention to this most important matter. Thank you, Mr.
Le député de Gatineau.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Mr. Speaker.
Today, a number of us, on behalf of some of our colleagues who cannot be with us today, and this statement is on behalf of my colleague, the member from Brampton West. Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today to show our gratitude and appreciation to all our frontline heroes. Millions of Canadians are risking their health and safety to fight the pandemic and serving their community as they continue to provide essential services. Our frontline hero is a mother who is providing critical care in the ICU as a doctor, a nurse who is working over 12-hour-long night shifts and testing and caring for our seniors. They are support and maintenance staff. They are truck drivers and grocery store workers. This pandemic has revealed just how essential their work is, and we owe them a huge debt of gratitude. As someone who has experienced COVID-19 firsthand, I can truly say that we have the best health care and an outstanding health care workforce in the world. I would like to take an opportunity to thank our public health doctors and nurses, and especially Peel Public Health, for the care and support they've provided me during these challenging times. As our frontline heroes continue to risk their lives for us, let's all do our part and thank them by continuing to stay at home. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Loire. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to underscore that in these exceptional circumstances, it is Volunteer Action Week. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, we'd like to thank all volunteers in Quebec. You were essential yesterday before COVID-19 shook Quebec society, and you're even more essential today as you work on the front lines to help your community. I'd like to thank all those who are lifting up essential organizations in our regions. Everywhere, you're ensuring that people who are in precarious situations have access to food support and a roof over their heads. And also on helplines and other forms of support. Most importantly, you're ensuring that everywhere people who are isolated have an empathetic ear to listen to them. And during this crisis, I'd like to thank the 26,000 new people who answered the Quebec government's call by offering time. And we're thinking about you. And when we'll be over this crisis, your help will remain just as precious. Thank you so much. The Honourable for Orléans. Thank you very much. Since the beginning of this pandemic, I was listening to the Business Committee of Orleans, and I'm proud of what we've done so far. Thanks to the CEBA and to its expansion, we've seen companies such as respirators now be eligible to emergency loans without interest. Thanks to the emergency wage subsidy, many employers will be able to rehire their employees, even in Orleans, as this will cover 75% of an employee's salary. I know that many business people in Orleans are looking forward to upcoming measures to help them, such as commercial rent support for companies. And for companies that are still concerned, I'm going to continue to work with the government and to share your concerns. And, Mr. Speaker, if I may, I'd like to pay tribute to all those people in Orleans who are working in essential services. We thank you. Thank you.
Grasslands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A small business owner from my riding used to employ 7 part-time and full-time employees. She hopes to rehire all of them once the pandemic ends, if she is able to reopen at all. She's been able to keep 2 employees on payroll and has been able to maintain a small amount of business by utilizing online sales. Any revenue goes directly back into the business to keep the lights on and her 2 employees paid. The emergency wage subsidy will eventually help keep those 2 employees hired. Because of this, though, her accountant advised her that she is unable to access financial assistance for herself and her family. She would be better off to close her shop and risk losing everything. Small businesses and job creators are the backbone of our economy. If that is true, we have to ask why this government's plan will leave a mother of 3 in a position where she is working harder than ever just to keep her business going without receiving any necessary support for her and her family.
The honourable member for Gatineau.
On behalf of my honourable colleague, the member for Alfred-Perron, I would like to recognize and show gratitude from all Canadians for the frontline workers and for all those who provide essential services, to our doctors, nurses, pharmacists, and healthcare personnel, to our ambulance drivers, truckers, police officers, farmers, pharmacies, restaurants, daycare educators, volunteers, and many other essential workers. In this fight against COVID-19, you are our soldiers. You work every day facing risks to serve your community. You are our guardian agents, and we are so lucky to have you. Your devotion is remarkable, and your courage inspiring. Thank you very much.
For Fleetwood, Port Kells.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of my colleague, the Honourable Member of Parliament for Vaughan Woodbridge, I'd like to offer our heartfelt condolences to the 14 families in the city of Vaughan who've lost loved ones due to COVID-19. Our thoughts and prayers are with you all. COVID-19 has brought out vast challenges, but our government has responded, and we're here to support workers and businesses across the country. The Canada Emergency Business Account has helped to date over 200,000 businesses across Canada, businesses such as family-owned Menchie's in Vaughan Woodbridge, who, with the $40,000 interest-free loan, will be able to reopen for the summer. Mr. Speaker, through such programs as the CERB, CEBA, and now the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy, our government will ensure that Canadian families and businesses will weather the challenges as we confront the issues that facing us as a country due to COVID-19. Together, Mr. Speaker, we will emerge stronger.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, this government signed a statement expressing full support and confidence in the WHO. In the face of COVID-19, Canadians should ask why. This, after all, is the same WHO that ignored Taiwan's early warnings about human-to-human transmission. This is the same WHO that has repeatedly praised China. This is the same WHO that criticized early travel restrictions from COVID hotspots that saved countless lives. And this is the same WHO that waited until March 11th to declare a global pandemic after COVID had spread to 114 countries. Instead of lavishing praise on the WHO, this government should be demanding answers.
The honourable member for Fleetwood, Port Kells.
Well, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of my friend and colleague, the Honourable Member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, I rise to convey his message to his community. COVID-19 has challenged us as a world, as businesses, as neighbours, and as families. But what comes through most vividly is the essential resilience of our Tri-Cities community, as we each do our part, big or small, to flatten the curve. As Member of Parliament for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, I'm here to support and advocate for you. I hear your concerns and continue to work hard for you every day as we adapt and respond to the problems facing us. Whether you're a frontline or essential worker, restructuring your business, or simply staying at home, I recognize every individual who's stepped up, appreciate all the efforts made, and admire how so many have adapted to meet the challenges head on. We're truly in all of this in together. We're together, we're going to prevail by staying safe and staying healthy.
For Medicine Hat, Carson Warner.
Mr. Speaker, it's with a heavy heart and great sorrow that I rise on behalf of my colleagues in this House to mourn the tragic loss of RCMP Constable Heidi Stevenson and the many victims taken from us this weekend in Nova Scotia. As one voice, we condemn this violence and offer our support. These are difficult and already overwhelming times as we deal with and struggle through the challenges of the COVID crisis. And now we face this devastation. Constable Stevenson gave her life protecting her fellow Canadians, a sacrifice that will not be forgotten. Thank you to all of those on the front lines who risk their lives every day to serve and protect us. Our hearts and prayers go out to the families, friends, and colleagues who will feel this loss the most. You have our deepest sympathies and condolences. May the loved ones and communities of these victims find comfort in knowing that our entire country grieves with them. May God give you and all of us strength during this difficult time.
The member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you very much. As a Canadian, I'm proud of the solidarity that we've shown during this crisis and when we are going through tough times like this one. On the day after this unprecedented shooting in Nova Scotia, I would like to take time to wish my condolences to the individuals affected by this tragedy and for all those in Nova Scotia. I would like to underscore the work of the police who every day risk their lives to protect us. Heidi Stevenson was amongst the victims who had worked for the RCMP for 23 years. She died doing her duty, and she is the mother of a 13-year-old son and a daughter as well. And this has changed the lives of many children and spouses and friends who have experienced such an unimaginable tragedy. I would like to quote Darcy Dobson, who lost his mother tragically in this shooting. Let us less memories define our victims and not the horrible way they died. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
COVID-19 has hit our seniors and elders particularly hard, especially those in long-term care. We know seniors are more at risk, and many of us are doing everything we can to protect our parents and grandparents. All of us have watched the heartbreaking scenes of loved ones standing outside long-term care homes, trying to let their elders know they aren't alone. We've all seen dedicated staff overwhelmed by it all as well. For many years, federal and provincial governments have created cracks within our long-term care system to the point where it cannot fully serve residents in a safe and dignified manner. This crisis has shown us what must finally be done to properly support our long-term care system. We need national standards and the funding necessary to enact them. Our vulnerable seniors and their loved ones deserve nothing less. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Bloc, I have several people I'd like to thank today. First and foremost, from the bottom of my heart, I'd like to thank health professionals, to those who are taking care of people in our hospitals and long-term care facilities. To all those who are on the front lines to help our seniors and patients, I'd like to thank the essential service workers, the truckers, the farmers, the workers at grocery stores and pharmacies, public service servants, and others. I'd like to thank our artists who are showing creativity to make our situation a little bit more tolerable. I'd also like to thank all Quebecers for the sacrifices that they are making every day, whether it's in terms of people who are setting aside a job or a company, parents who are trying to balance working from home with their little monsters, the children who are missing their friends and their activities, the grandparents that in some cases haven't yet met newborns, grieving families who weren't able to say goodbye to someone they loved with dignity. I'd like to thank all these people, and let's hang on.
New Brunswick Southwest.
The Blue Nose Province, like my home in neighboring New Brunswick, is a place where small rural communities share a special bond. Our communities are an extension of our families. And when tragedy strikes one community, it is felt by us all. I do not have the words to properly express how the shooting rampage in Portapique and its surroundings have shaken our nation, as has the death of Constable Heidi Stevenson, a 23-year RCMP veteran and mother of two. It is with deep gratitude that I pay tribute to those who answered the call to protect our communities. To the families and colleagues who lost loved ones, we share your anguish. We will work together to get through this. You are not alone. Our nation, our country stands with you.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau.
The Maritimes, it's hard to imagine the unspeakable horror that is coursing through these small communities in Nova Scotia today. And I would like to finish by reading the following statement on behalf of my colleague, the member from Cumberland Colchester. In the early hours of April 19th, 2020, Cumberland Colchester woke up to find a devastating tragedy had played out in our peaceful little corner of the world in northern Nova Scotia. Words cannot express my sorrow for the families, friends, fellow workers, and communities who have suddenly lost a loved one. My heart goes out to everyone affected by this selfless act of violence. In short, all of us. Meanwhile, we northern Nova Scotians are strong. We will rise again to fight another day.
Oral questions. Question orale. The Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I know that I speak for all members of this House when I say that we are all devastated by the shocking news out of Nova Scotia. A killer has taken the lives of at least 19 people, each one of them a tragic loss for families and friends. As the RCMP uncover the details of this senseless loss, our thoughts, prayers, and support are with the communities reeling from the fallout of these tragic events. We also thank the first responders, medical professionals who responded to the victims, as well as the RCMP, who lost Officer Heidi Stevenson. We cannot imagine the grief and heartache that their families are going through. Can the Prime Minister update this House as to the current situation in Nova Scotia?
Well, Prime Minister.
Yesterday, we were all shaken by the senseless violence and evil in Nova Scotia. As we learn more about what happened, it's important that we come together to support each other. I've spoken with Premier McNeil, RCMP Commissioner Lucky, Minister of Public Safety, and many Nova Scotians, including our Nova Scotia caucus. I know that people have a lot of questions. And this is an ongoing investigation, but I can assure you that the RCMP will keep us updated even as they themselves grieve their own loss, Constable Heidi Stevenson. Today, all Canadians are Nova Scotians.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Thank the Prime Minister for his response and certainly echo his sentiments. Mr. Speaker, on March 12th in this chamber, I asked the government how many ventilators they had procured to prepare for the wave of COVID-19 cases that were coming. In response, the Deputy Prime Minister said, quote, "We are already leading a bulk national procurement effort to ensure Canadians have the necessary medical equipment." A month later, I asked how many new ventilators the government had obtained under this strategy. The Prime Minister answered, quote, "It will still be a few weeks before they arrive." Today is April 20th. So again, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask how many new ventilators has the government been able to obtain under the national procurement strategy?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we've sent 400 ventilators to provinces and territories and have contracts with 3 Canadian companies who will supply 30,000 ventilators starting in May.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Continue to raise serious concerns about the accuracy of information coming out of China. The advice and direction from the WHO depends on the honesty and transparency of its member countries. This government has ignored Canadian experts who are calling for swift and decisive action much sooner. The government chose to continue air travel between China and Canada and waited weeks to impose travel restrictions. Yet the Prime Minister and his Health Minister continued to vouch for the government of China. Going forward, will this government continue to trust information coming from the Communist government of China?
The Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, from the very beginning, we followed the best public health advice. We engaged early to keep Canadians safe and prevent the spread of the virus. On January 2nd, the Public Health Agency of Canada alerted all provincial health authorities. On January 14th, Dr. Theresa Tam and the Public Health Agency of Canada convened a meeting of the Canadian Council of Medical Officers of Health. We convened the Incident Response Group in January. We enhanced airport screening measures in January and increased as the situation evolved. We will continue to respond to the situation as it evolves, and we will continue to base our decisions on the best available facts and evidence.
Well, Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Mr. Speaker, there are reports that 3 Canadian planes that left China to pick up medical equipment from China returned to Canada empty. The planes were supposed to return last night. Can the government confirm whether or not those planes in fact were scheduled, whether or not they arrived, and whether or not they were able to obtain the medical equipment that they were sent to obtain?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, over the past weeks, we've been engaged in unprecedented efforts, collaborating with partners and friends around the world to ensure that we can get the PPE and medical equipment so necessary for Canadians on the front lines in hospitals and across the country. That is what we continue to do. We have teams on the ground in China and elsewhere to coordinate the arrival of the departure and arrival of shipments. We have had challenges with those shipments as the global competition for these items are fierce. We will continue to work as best we can to ensure that we continue to deliver all the necessary equipment to our heroes working on the front lines.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to that equipment, after the 2015 election, this government decided to cut funding for pandemic preparedness. In 2014, the funding for those health security measures was $73 million. The funding for this year is just $51 million. The government also decided to dump millions of masks and gloves, and they decided to close the warehouses that were holding this extra equipment in case of a pandemic. It was only because the owner of a dumpster company who put in a bid for the contract to dispose of these items that we even have these details. So, simple question for the Prime Minister. When did he sign off on the plan to throw away personal protective equipment?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we were very troubled by the story about the reports of valuable medical supplies in our national stockpile being destroyed. As we looked into it, we discovered that those items had actually been expired for 5 years. And, of course, after 5 years are not suitable for use anywhere else. That is why we have to ask ourselves questions about how items that approach the end of their lives could, instead of being kept in stockpiles, instead be shipped for immediate use in places that could use them and get those items replaced. Obviously, that didn't happen, and we need to make sure that we have better protocols going forward so we don't find ourselves in a situation like this.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you very much. Certainly we'll be able to look at some aspects of this later, but I would prefer to look at solutions. And I'd like to express my sincere concerns for the seniors of our society. My question is, can you tell this House what has been done during this crisis to benefit seniors of Canada and Quebec? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I'd like to thank my colleague from Belleuil-Chambly, who for quite some time has given particular attention to seniors. So I'd like to thank him for his leadership and suggestions. Seniors do greatly need support because of COVID-19. We're continue to protect their financial security with GST credit for low-income seniors. And we've also increased RIF contributions, and we're using United Way to help seniors to provide them medicines and other essential goods, and we continue to work with the provinces to ensure the protection of seniors. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Without being ungrateful, you'll understand that I consider that for seniors this is very little. Can I ask the Prime Minister to have a clear response, written response, because the Bloc made very clear recommendations and proposals 2 weeks ago. And before we leave this House today, can we have an answer and perhaps a discussion with solutions that may, in the grand scheme of things, may not seem very costly based on what's already been allotted? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we continue to work on measures recommended by the members of the opposition to help our seniors through this crisis. And we are facing a challenge that particularly targets seniors. And often seniors are isolated and they're concerned about the impact of this virus on the employees that work around them in their residences. We have a lot of concerns for seniors, and we're going to continue to work together to solve these challenges. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Astunit Camille at the University of Montreal did not earn enough hours to be eligible for employment insurance, and she's not eligible for CERB. She's told us she's afraid, she's sad, and she's disappointed. Can the Prime Minister, is he ready today to say that if someone needs assistance, they can be eligible for CERB? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. We understand that this is a very stressful situation for Canadians, clearly for students as well who are in post-secondary studies. Often students who have summer jobs are alone now and they don't know what's going to happen in the coming months. We've made changes to the summer jobs program that will create opportunities for young people. It allows them to keep ties with the job market and to save for the future. And there's the wage subsidy that will allow many more employers hire students, and students who already had employment last year or who worked during the school year are eligible if they've earned more than $5,000 in income for the CERB, and many students will be. So we realize there's more to be done to help students such as Camille, and we're going to do this. Thank you.
The Député de Burnaby Sud.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
The reality is far too many Canadians are falling through the cracks. In particular, students. Summer jobs have disappeared, on-campus jobs have disappeared, and they do not qualify for the CERB. Students are just one of many examples of people who are falling through the cracks because of their criteria. So will the Prime Minister announce today that the CERB is universal, that anyone who needs access to help now can get that help? Will the Prime Minister just do that today?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Recognize the particular stresses that are on students right now who would normally be starting their summer jobs and right now have no money to pay their rents, no prospect of summer jobs to get the experience they need, and many of them are even uncertain about being able to pay next year's tuition. We understand these stresses and are looking at ways to support them. Many students do qualify for the CERB because they had a job, full-time or part-time last year, that allows them to claim the CERB with having made $5,000 in income over the past year. But many do not. That's why we've made increases to the summer jobs program. It's why we are also going to be moving forward with more initiatives to help students particularly.
Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
We know the Medical Intelligence Cell of the Department of National Defence reported on the risk of COVID-19 in early January, and Global Affairs would have been reporting on it around the same time. It's very likely that the Ministers of Defence and Global Affairs, at a minimum, would have been briefed on the detailed warnings and analysis about the emergence of the deadly potential of the coronavirus in Wuhan, China. It's even more likely that the Privy Council office would have briefed the Prime Minister on the emerging threat. On what date did the PCO prepare a briefing note for the Prime Minister?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the coronavirus is a global pandemic, and as such, it poses a profound security threat to Canada. For that reason, Canada's intelligence community has been deeply engaged in informing the government's actions. That is why, in January, the Incident Response Group was convened by the Prime Minister, where briefings were shared and discussed. Thank you.
Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Well, once again, Mr. Speaker, in early January, MEDINT, the cell of our country's military intelligence branch, began producing those detailed warnings. On January 30th, the WHO declared the outbreak a public health emergency of international concern. In the backdrop of these two warnings, our government shipped 16 tons of personal protective equipment to China in February and left Canada scrambling to find supplies to protect our frontline healthcare workers. Did the Minister of Health know about the DND report, and did she receive a briefing note from the Privy Council office on it?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, in a global pandemic, the principle is that all countries work together to defeat the virus where it is most present. In January, the outbreak in Wuhan, China was posing a significant public health threat to the entire world. As such, and as a partner country with the WHO, Canada supplied some personal protective equipment that was rapidly becoming out of date to Canada, and that could certainly be used in Wuhan's efforts to fight the virus there.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, because of the government's hesitation to close the borders of our country, it allowed thousands of people to come into the country and put Canadians at risk. After many calls from our party, Roxham Road was finally closed. But once again, many illegal crossings of the border and no security measures were taken to prevent them. My question is simple. I would like to know how many illegal migrants have come into Canada since the beginning of the pandemic.
Minister for Public Safety.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in early March, we began discussions with our allies and partners who share the Canada-U.S. border with us on how we could restrict non-essential travel. That discussion took place and culminated in an agreement between our two countries to restrict non-essential travel, but while still allowing essential workers and trade to continue to move forward. As part of that agreement, we implemented significant new restrictions on people who cross our borders irregularly as non-essential. That has been a very effective measure that has been put in place. And since the time of that agreement, now 30 days ago, there have been fewer than 10 individuals who have crossed the border and been subsequently directed back to the United States.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, our entrepreneurs are anxious. Many are not sure that they'll be able to reopen their doors. Debts are accumulating, and income, obviously, is not at the level it needs to be. When it comes to the rent assistance program for commercial businesses, isn't enough. When our small and medium businesses need details about this program to pay their commercial rents and to reopen when that will be allowed, when will this happen? The Honourable Minister for Middle Class Prosperity. Mr. Speaker, as Canadians are taking measures to fight COVID-19, we know that many businesses are afraid that they will not be able to pay their rents. Business owners in the entire country have offered a break to their renters to help them get through this difficult time, and our government welcomes their leadership. To recognize these challenges that businesses are facing, as well as Canadian owners, our government is going to implement the Canada Emergency Benefit for commercial rents. We're setting up partnerships with provincial and territorial governments, and we are working on that right now. Thank you.
Number 4, Calgary Shepherd.
Tony Garrow, Marley Gagnon, Carolyn Turner, and Paul Lederger are some of the small business health professionals in my riding who are being left behind by the gaps in the Canadian Emergency Business Account and the wage subsidy programs. These programs continue to exclude tens of thousands of small businesses from receiving help by refusing to recognize dividend income as employment income. As Conservatives, we've been calling on the government to fix the gap. Why will they not consider dividends as a form of salary for entrepreneurs so they can qualify for the emergency supports they desperately need?
The Honourable Minister for Small Businesses.
Mr. Speaker, the Canadian small businesses that the Honourable Member talks about are really important to all of our businesses in every community across the country. That's why we've made supports available through the Canada Emergency Business Account, as well as the Canadian Emergency Wage Subsidy, so that businesses all across the country can access the funds to help bridge some of the costs that they need during this period and also keep our employees. This is about saving businesses and saving employees all across the country, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Calgary Shepherd.
CFIB data suggests that 1/3 of Canadian small businesses will never open again if the government continues to drag its feet in getting financial support into their hands. Small business loan programs established through the BDC and Export Development Canada are desperately needed. But many small business owners worry that it simply won't be enough to save them. To the Minister of Finance or any minister in this government, how many small businesses have received funding from the BDC and the EDC separately reported over their regular loan volume, and what is the government doing to speed up program deployment?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are listening to small businesses all across the country. As of Friday, and today those numbers would be even higher, almost 250,000 business owners and businesses across the country have seen their loans approved. This is real help that will help all of our businesses across the country, and we will continue to help them because we've expanded the criteria so that more businesses can access our $40,000 interest-free loan. So if you're a business, $20,000 of payroll up to $1.5 million, we're going to help even more businesses in the country. Nothing is more important than helping our businesses right now.
Great answer,
Le
Mary.
député de Shefford.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, first of all, please allow me to offer my sincerest condolences to those families who have victims to COVID-19 who've lost a loved one without being able to truly say goodbye. Seniors are the most affected by COVID-19, and they have the least support. They are suffering due to the increased cost of groceries, and they're seeing their retirement funds essentially melting like snow in the sun. Will the government hear their call for help and increase their pension by $110 a month? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. We are quite concerned with what all Canadians are going through, especially seniors. Currently, for seniors who have lower modest incomes, we're offering an additional payment as part of a benefit that could go up to $4,000 for an individual. We're also offering a certain degree of flexibility for our seniors when it comes to the mandatory withdrawals from retirement income funds. We've reduced it, and we are going to continue to support seniors during this terrible pandemic. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, it would seem that, like with GST credit, that's not enough. Our seniors need support to get through this crisis, and once it's over, we're going to need them to relaunch the economy, especially in our regions. However, seniors are getting impoverished because of price increases. Increasing their pension by $100 a month is a minimum, and their retirement funds are suffering from reduced rates of return. Will the government increase pension and remove the requirement to withdraw from retirement income funds? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said previously, we will continue to support seniors with a certain degree of flexibility when it comes to the mandatory withdrawals from RIFs. We're reducing them to allow those funds to remain more stable during a period of volatility. Because of also, seniors are eligible for CERB. We will continue to support seniors during this very difficult time. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, speaking of help for seniors, all throughout Quebec, our offices are being flooded with calls from seniors who need help from the government, but Service Canada offices are closed, and there's no way to talk to a human being at Service Canada or at the Canada Revenue Agency. The government is letting seniors try to figure out internet by themselves, and help is not getting to them. What's the government doing to facilitate access to services, and will it set up a direct line for all members to be able to help our seniors? The Honourable Minister. Our government has committed to ensuring that Canadians have access to the benefits provided by Service Canada, which they need.
We are dispatching Service Canada community liaison officers to vulnerable communities, working also with intermediary trusted organizations to enable people to be aware of alternative modes of service online as well as telephone numbers. We have also increased the capacity of our phone lines and other supports to make sure that people can get the help that they need. We will ensure that even when people do not have a barrier to those services, that we make an exceptional circumstance and an appointment may be made to help them. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, public health measures are working to stop the spread of COVID-19, with the number of new cases starting to stabilize. Now is the time to begin to prepare to ensure we are ready at the earliest possible moment to restart our economy. What is the national strategy for supporting virus and antibody testing? When will widespread contact tracing be available? How will the government address critical shortages of medical items? Canadians need to see a plan. When will the Liberals provide a national plan to get this country back to work?
The Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I agree with the member opposite that this needs to be a coordinated national plan, and that's why right now we're working with provinces and territories to address the many facets that she identifies, whether it's research, whether it's support for public health, whether it's boosting up our healthcare system across the country. These are steps that we need to take together and in a coordinated fashion. We'll continue that hard work, Mr. Speaker, and we'll come back to Canadians when we have a plan that will protect their safety first and foremost and allow people to get back to work.
The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Monsieur le Président, les provinces. Mr. Speaker, frontline workers are doing amazing work to fight this virus and to keep us safe. Now, the federal government has to do its part so that Canada can go back to normal. Before raising restrictions, some conditions need to be put into place. For example, the government needs to solve the problems of lack of access to equipment and medication. When will this government give us a national plan to reopen Canada? The Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member opposite, it's extremely important that we work together with provinces and territories to ensure that we have a strong fabric to protect Canadians' health and safety while we begin the long, hard work of restarting our economy and getting Canadians back to work. This will require research. This will require evidence. This will also require investments in public health and supporting local and provincial governments to do the hard work of contact tracing and isolating close contacts. Mr. Speaker, I'm looking forward to that work with my colleagues, and we'll continue to update the House as we do it. Thank you.
The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, as Canada moves from self-isolation and closures to a gradual reopening of communities and businesses, a high level of testing for COVID-19 will be needed, especially in areas that experience a second wave. Yet concerns are increasing that the federal government has not adequately ramped up the availability of tests, as was successfully done in Taiwan and South Korea. What is the federal government's plan to initiate large-scale testing to coincide with the lifting of self-isolation, and how many test kits are needed to begin?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and I will say that Mr. Speaker, and I will say that in Canada, we have one of the highest testing rates in the world, and we're very proud of the work that's happening all across the country at all levels of government, but also from private industry who have been racing to ensure that we have new tools and new testing approaches as the science develops. We are constantly working to increase, for example, laboratory capacity, to approve testing kits. In fact, we've approved the use of 10 new testing kits across the country that will help accelerate testing and speed up results. Mr. Speaker, this is a work in progress, but we are confident we're on the right track.
The
Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, an article published on the Ricochet website revealed troubling information about gaps in our preparation. In 2003, we went through SARS, but the government does not seem to have learned its lesson. South Korea had everything it needed to test everyone and to provide masks to everyone. And here we're still chasing down equipment. That means the mortality rate in Quebec is 23 times higher than in South Korea. What measures will the government take to provide personal protective equipment to healthcare workers? The Honourable Minister for Health.
Mr. Speaker, and in fact, it's been all hands on deck to try and secure personal protective equipment for healthcare workers across the provinces and territories. In fact, the federal government has been working very closely with our counterparts to ensure that not only do we find supplies, that we place those orders together and that we're able to get those orders out of countries, but also we've been ramping up our ability to produce personal protective equipment and other medical supplies domestically, which will greatly increase our capacity to ensure an ongoing supply going forward. I will say, Mr. Speaker, it is a tragedy that so many people have lost their lives across this country, particularly in long-term care homes, which I know the province of Quebec is struggling with, and we continue to work with those with our counterparts to protect those lives.
Député de Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, sometimes the best solutions
are the simplest of ideas. We're all making an incredible collective effort to get through this crisis. We're investing billions to support people and businesses. Poland and Denmark just had a brilliant idea. Companies who are registered in tax havens won't have access to public health. Companies that don't pay their fair share will be able to receive our help. Will the government follow that example?
L'honorable ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
Monsieur le Président, en ces temps
Mr. Speaker, in these extraordinary times, no Canadian should have to be worried about paying their bills or their rent or feed their family. Our government is committed to supporting Canadians, our healthcare system, and our economy. And in the first phase of the economic intervention plan to respond to COVID-19, we're providing immediate assistance to Canadians and businesses. We will continue to do so over the next several weeks. Thank you.
Député d'Orléans.
The Honourable Member for Orleans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In a time of uncertainty like this one, we depend on the talent and ingenuity of Canadians from coast to coast. Canadians understand that we have to focus on national production for essential goods.
In Canada, not only are we supporting our healthcare and frontline workers, but also ensuring some small and medium-sized businesses can stay open across the country. Can the Minister update this House on Canadian businesses' response to the government's call to action?
The Honourable Minister for Small Businesses.
J'aimerais remercier de la députée.
I would like to thank the member for Orleans for her question. Over the last several weeks, she's worked hard to defend the interests of businesses in her riding.
Times we have seen our small businesses put up their hands and ask us what they can do to help. And because of them, our government is investing $2 billion to purchase protective personal equipment, including things like more masks, face shields, gowns, ventilators, test kits, swabs, and hand sanitizers. And we've launched Canada's plans to mobilize industry to fight COVID-19 to ensure that we can quickly produce right here in Canada the things that we need to protect the spread of the virus. And we admire the innovative of our small businesses in their trade, and this is their trademark, and this is why they are the core of our plan, and our businesses are the backbone of the economy, and they are helping us get.
The Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you, Speaker. The forestry industry was in crisis before the pandemic, with mills closing down and thousands of jobs lost. If our forestry industry is in jeopardy, the production of medical supplies, toilet paper, and other essential products are also in jeopardy. Has this government analyzed the impact of the sawmill closures on downstream production, such as toilet paper and PPE? And what specific measures will the government take to ensure the long-term viability of the forest sector?
Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with the member opposite about how important our forestry sector is, and the crisis today reminds us of how essential products of that industry are. The pulp, which is produced by Harmac on Vancouver Island, is an essential input into many of the medical goods which are saving lives today. Over the past week, I have had many discussions with leaders in our forestry sector and with the provinces about what we can do to support the industry today.
Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you, Speaker. The tourism industry has been devastated and the recovery post-COVID-19 is uncertain. Bookings have been cancelled well into 2021. Small businesses also in my riding are reeling from inconsistencies in the BDC. SMEs who took out loans just prior to the shutdown and hadn't opened are expected to pay the interest on principals they aren't yet required to pay. So 2 questions. First, will the government consider extending the wage subsidy program for tourism-based small businesses? And second, will the government consider giving SMEs struggling under COVID-19 a break on their interest payments?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We recognize that in some sectors like tourism, as well as seasonal businesses, they're facing the unique realities and the challenges of COVID-19, and that is why the Prime Minister and our Minister of Economic Development announced an investment of $675 million in our 6 regional development agencies and $287 million in the Community Futures Network. These supports and investments are going to help this very critical sector and those many, many small and medium-sized businesses across the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Carson Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 3 weeks ago, the Finance Minister said help was coming for the energy sector within hours. Then nothing, crickets. Now finally, they announced something for orphan wells. However, it is woefully inadequate for an energy sector and economy already decimated by this Liberal government. What will the Prime Minister's plan be when 7% of our GDP, hundreds of thousands of jobs, and hundreds of billions of dollars in federal and provincial tax revenues are permanently lost because of his continued indifference and hostility toward Canada's energy sector?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government is far from indifferent to Canada's oil and gas sector. We know how essential the energy sector is to our country and how the energy sector is the source of hundreds of thousands of well-paying middle-class jobs. That is why last week our government announced unprecedented support for workers in the energy sector in the form of support for orphan wells. This work is long overdue, and let me point out to the member opposite, it was welcomed by the Premier of Alberta.
Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Grain and oilseed farmers are in a cash crunch crisis as they prepare for spring seeding. They are trying to buy seed, fuel, and fertilizer. Most do not qualify for the Canada Emergency Business Account, and the funding to Farm Credit Canada only benefits existing FCC customers. According to the Canadian Federation of Agriculture, only 25% of Canadian farmers will benefit from the additional credit to FCC. Since the government has failed to account for the specific needs of farmers, when will they announce a real plan that will help feed the people who feed this country?
Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can assure you that we are with the farmers. I'm speaking to farmers, to food processors, to retailers every day. And yes, we have put in place some additional measures through FCC, and more than $2 billion have been given in terms of loan to support them with their cash flow challenges. We have also moved the stay of default to the advanced payment program. We have also invested $20 million through the CFIA to make sure that food safety was assured in Canada and that we would support our food processing plants. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable député de Joliette.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, workers and retirees are worried. They need reassurance. After the COVID-19 pandemic, we're likely to be facing a bankruptcy pandemic. Many retirement plans are in deficit because of the stock market. But in case of bankruptcy, retirees take priority after everyone else. What will the government do to protect retirement plans? Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question about retirement plans. Currently, we have implemented emergency measures, an economic plan to help Canadians during this pandemic. We're going to look at how we can continue to support Canadians and retirees over the next several weeks. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Yes, Mr. Speaker. If there's one thing that the pandemic is reminding us is that there's nothing more important than protecting our people. But workers and retirees are not well protected. If a business goes bankrupt, banks have priority over them. Even the government has priority over them, and they're likely to end up with very meager retirements, even if they've paid into it for their entire lives. Bankruptcies are going to go up, and it will be too late to act. Will the government ensure that those who have retirement plans are priority creditors? Answer. We've been working for several weeks to put forward an emergency plan, an economic plan that will help Canadian men and women and businesses to get through this crisis. We're going to continue to do so. We're going to continue to support Canadian men and women and retirees and put their needs forward.
St. Albert, Edmonton.
Speaker, the Chinese Communist regime repeatedly destroyed and falsified information about the spread of COVID-19, all the while imprisoning whistleblowers. As a result, a regional health problem became a global catastrophe. What measures is this government prepared to undertake to hold the Chinese Communist regime accountable?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this is a global pandemic. That's why international cooperation and information sharing are absolutely essential. We can all help each other and save lives by gathering and sharing the most accurate information possible. Having said that, decisions about Canada are made by Canadians based on the advice of Canada's world-renowned experts. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I think everyone in this House appreciates that democracies are transparent in a way authoritarian regimes can never be.
For Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, under normal circumstances, Commons committees have the power to summon witnesses or to send for documents. But the Liberal chair of the Health Committee has ruled that right now, when his committee needs these powers the most, these powers have been taken away under the terms of the special order adopted on April the 11th in this House. Given this interpretation, will the government amend the special order it is today imposing to allow all currently sitting committees, including Health, to have the full powers they normally enjoy?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Monsieur le Président, dans un monde...
Mr. Speaker, in an ideal world, this House would be filled with MPs, would be functioning normally. All the committees could function normally. But that's not the case right now. We are not in a normal situation. That's why we've taken responsible measures to try and sit here from time to time and to sit virtually to allow House committees to continue to work, to allow colleagues to ask questions of ministers, of health, or of finance, and we're doing everything we can to make sure those committees can continue to do their work.
The essential service personnel crossing our land borders to deliver the products we need and provide much-needed health care, including in hard-hit areas like Detroit, Michigan, make us all proud of our fellow citizens. However, Global News has reported, and the CBSA Union has confirmed that there are no health officers monitoring these borders. Testing must be done to ensure that those most vulnerable to the spread of COVID-19 have not contracted this disease. When will the Liberals send health officers to our land borders to stop the spread and protect all Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This is a very important question because the health and safety of Canadians, but also those men and women who protect our borders, is critically important to us as well. And I just want to assure the member opposite that all the steps are being taken to ensure, first of all, the protection of our border services officers, so that they have access to the equipment, to the personal protection equipment in particular, that they need to do their job safely. And at the same time, I want to assure him, for those essential workers that are crossing each and every day, we are making available to them adequate screening and support through personal protection equipment to make sure that they can do their job safely. And I take the opportunity to thank them for their dedication to serving their fellow humans. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Fleetwood, Port Kells.
Mr. Speaker, it's been over a month since the world has become deeply engaged with this global health emergency. This government has demonstrated great leadership in putting in place health measures to protect Canadians. We know, though, that these measures have been difficult on workers and have caused economic uncertainty for Canadian families across the country. Can the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development update this House on how many Canadians the Canadian Emergency Relief Benefit, CERB, has been able to help since its launch 2 weeks ago?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad to salute the work of the Member of Parliament for Fleetwood and Port Kells. As he said, millions of families and workers across Canada are feeling the pain and the suffering that this emergency situation is bringing, and that's why we have also implemented emergency measures. One of them is the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, and I'm pleased to report, Mr. Speaker, that as of today, a total of 6.7 million Canadians have applied for the Canadian Emergency Response Benefit for a total of 8.7 million applications. 8.4 million have been treated already.
The Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Mr. Speaker, businesses in the north have a very different need from the rest of the country. With shorter business season, industries like junior mining and exploration, it is clear that the government's one-size-fits-all approach to emergency business measures has sadly done little to support our northern economy. The Yukon, Northwest Territories and Nunavut Chambers of Mines, as well as other northern businesses, have said programs like the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy will not work for the north. Will the government listen to these leaders and make changes so that our businesses in the north have a fighting chance to survive?
Honourable Minister for Small Businesses.
Mr. Speaker, those businesses indeed are really important to the communities in the north and indeed to the Canadian economy. And this is why we have introduced a number of measures. And one of the measures that we have announced just the other day is support through the regional development agencies, which will help those businesses in the north and to support them during this very difficult time and get them on the road to recovery when it is safe to do so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier, the Prime Minister said that students would be eligible for CERB if they made $5,000 in the last year. However, to be eligible, they would also have had to have lost a job due to COVID. The vast majority of students had not started summer jobs when the crisis hit, and as a result are not eligible. Why did the Prime Minister say that these students would now be eligible? Can the government confirm now that it's going to expand the CERB benefit for the benefit of all students?
Well, President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to our colleague for highlighting the very difficult times that Canadians and students in particular are going through. And that's why we have reacted quickly by extending, for instance, student loans for at least 6 months, removing all interest and all capital payments. That's why we have also introduced the wage subsidies that many employers will be able to hire or rehire students. And that's why we also introduced the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, which is helping many students at this particular very difficult time. And that's why we'll continue to work very hard to support our students.
Honourable Member for Barrie Springwater Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During this difficult time, Canadians are reaching out for answers, clarity, and reassurance. My office is receiving hundreds of calls and emails daily with inquiries about government programs. Canadians are very frustrated at not being able to get through on phone lines, or if they do get through, they can be on hold for hours. With enhanced safety measures, grocery stores, pharmacies, and banks all remain open to serve Canadians. Why, during the most needed time, do Service Canada locations remain closed?
The Honourable Minister.
We took the decision to close in-person Service Canada centres for the safety of the public in the context of COVID-19 pandemic, but also for the safety of our staff. However, we have enhanced and redeployed staff to make sure that there are many alternative modes of service, including online, but also telephone. We have dispatched community liaison officers to the most vulnerable communities in Canada to assure them that we will be there to serve them through other modes of service, as well as also going through trusted intermediary organizations. And finally, for folks who are not able to fill those forms, even with phone assistance, we will set up we'll make the extraordinary attempt to have appointments in person. Thank you.
Député d'Orléans.
The Honourable Member for Orléans. Mr. Speaker, more than ever, Canadians and people from Orléans are realizing to what an extent art and culture are an inherent part of their lives. It is in moments like this one that Canadians need art and culture more than ever in their isolation. Can the Minister of Canadian Heritage tell the House about measures put forward by the government to ensure that our artists, creators, and athletes can continue to inspire us and bring us together, even from afar, during this difficult period?
L'Honorable Ministre du Patrimoine canadien.
The Honourable Minister of Heritage. I'd like to thank the member for her question. This is a time when we need to stay at a distance from one another. Canadians realize that our athletes and artists are keeping us together and in solidarity, even from home. I announced an investment of $500 million to meet the needs of organizations in the cultural and sports sectors in order to support these organizations during this difficult period. Our government will ensure that more jobs are protected and that as many people as possible will not be left behind so that these organizations can contribute after the pandemic. We will attempt to disperse these funds as quickly as possible.
Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Corey Palmer is a small business owner in London, Ontario. Cranewise Inc. is Corey's brand new business, and he employs 5 people. Through the pandemic, Corey is keeping his employees on payroll, but because of the overly restrictive rules and the Liberals' wage subsidy, Corey and his employees are being left behind. Universal benefits would help Corey, his staff, and so many others. Why would the Liberals make the CERB universal for everyone in Canada and open up the wage subsidy to help small business owners and their employees through this pandemic?
The Honourable Minister for Families.
Mr. Speaker, that's a very important question. However, we made the decision for two reasons. For the CERB, one is to get money quickly to Canadian workers, to Canadian families as they need it immediately. And second, to get more money in the hands of those who need it, as opposed to sending a small amount of money to everyone.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will this government implement an emergency guaranteed livable income so that no Canadian is left behind in this COVID-19 crisis? My inbox is full of messages from constituents who are not eligible for the programs that have been put out. So students who are not eligible for these programs, seniors and people on disability who are dealing with a spike in the increase of the cost of living, small business startups that aren't eligible for any of the business programs, farmers that aren't eligible for any of these programs, some restaurants have just started up that aren't eligible. I've got people who were on sick leave last year who are not eligible for this program because they weren't working, they didn't earn their $5,000. I have a lot of people that need help, and I'm wondering, when is the government going to help with just a flat guaranteed livable income to help all the Canadians affected by this?
Families.
Thank the honourable member for the really important question. The fact of the matter is, yes, a lot of Canadian families, workers, and students are facing difficult times in the context of COVID-19, but our government is steadfast to make sure that we deliver help to everyone who needs help in the context of COVID-19, whether it is the Canada Emergency Response Benefit that will enable many, many workers who have lost their jobs or who have been laid off as a result of COVID-19 to get the help that they need, but also the wage subsidy, which will help many, many businesses to keep and rehire laid off staff, as well as help that we've already delivered for students, but also more that we can do to fill the gaps that are necessary.
And that's all for question period for today. C'est tout pour les questions orales. Today, we grieve with the people of Portapique and Nova Scotia, and with the families of those who lost their lives so tragically through an act of senseless violence. Nous vivons tous des temps difficiles, mais aujourd'hui,
This is a difficult time for all of us, but today our thoughts are with the families that suffered the most cruel loss. We hope that they may find comfort in the shared grief of all Canadians.
Rise for a moment of silence. Order. Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on this day in this chamber as all of us and all Canadians are heartbroken. Heartbroken for the 18 people confirmed killed in a senseless act of violence in Nova Scotia. Heartbroken because the people whose lives were taken away will never be with us again. Among them was Constable Heidi Stevenson, who died in the line of duty. She was kind and she was gifted. She was great police and she was a great mom. She embodied the values that built this country, values like integrity, honesty, compassion. For her community, she paid the ultimate price, and her service will never be forgotten. Like Constable Stevenson, many of the victims were also serving their community in the best way they knew how. A teacher, a nurse, a child's grandparent, a parent's child? Who has the words to ease our sorrow? Because there are no words for the pain their families and loved ones feel today. But I want them to know that all Canadians are with them, that this senseless, evil act will not define Nova Scotia, that today all Canadians are Nova Scotian. We share their grief, we are mourning their loss, and we will be there for them in the difficult days, weeks, and months ahead. Mr. Speaker, we have 11 colleagues in this House who represent the people of Nova Scotia. They are where they need to be today, with their communities across the province, grieving and supporting them. We stand with them today and every day. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, people are having trouble believing that a tragedy like this could have happened in Port-au-Pic, in a rural region where people know each other and trust each other. The kind of place where people don't even lock their doors. As Senator Couture said this morning, in Nova Scotia, people aren't at 6 degrees of separation from each other, but only 2. Everyone knows each other. Everyone is in shock. And now the shock is giving way to grief. And for many, anger. There is anger that friends and family are grieving the loss of their near and dear. People are angry that they won't be able to gather together to celebrate the lives of those who were lost.
This has been a heartbreaking year for Canadians. From January onwards, it felt like every time we turned on the news, we'd see reports of violence that could not be stopped, of lives that could not be saved. This horrific tragedy happened at a time when Canadians from coast to coast to coast are making sacrifices to keep each other safe. At a time where they're making the right choices every single day to prevent more heartbreak and more tragedy. So when we awoke yesterday to horrific reports coming out of Nova Scotia, many of us probably asked ourselves, just how much more can we take? Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, it is in our darkest hour that in order to move forward, we need to focus together on a better future. Even the recent history of our country has examples of obstacles and mourning. 3 years ago, we grieved the loss of 6 innocents who were murdered while they were at prayer in Sainte-Foy. We did not allow this act of hate prevent us from pursuing together a better future.
We mourned a young woman, a little girl, and the many injured on Toronto's Danforth while simply enjoying a summer evening in the neighborhood. We did not let that stop us from our common pursuit of a better tomorrow. And over this past year, we've seen far too many communities shattered, far too many families torn apart by violence and by acts of hate. We will not let that stop us from our common pursuit of a better tomorrow. In our darkest hours, we have always answered hate with hope. We have chosen unity over division. Because, Mr. Speaker, no one man's actions, no matter how cruel, how destructive, or how evil, can build a wall of despair between us and that better tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, today is a heartbreaking day for all Canadians. But while we are united in our grief, we must also be united in our resolve to uphold our values, to live by the example of those who left us too soon, to let hope, love, and compassion guide us during the difficult days, weeks, and months ahead. Because our better tomorrow will come. It might not be this week or even this month, but it will come.
The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the Conservative Party of Canada, I would like to express our heartfelt condolences and deepest sympathies to the families and friends of all those who have lost their lives in a senseless attack over the weekend in Nova Scotia. Mes pensées et mes prières.
My thoughts and prayers, and those of the entire official opposition, are with their near and dear.
Stevenson, a 23-year veteran of the RCMP, a mother of two and a loving wife, killed in the line of duty. Aaron Tuck, Jolene Oliver, and Emily Tuck, a family of three. Heather O'Brien, a licensed practical nurse. Kristen Beaton, a continuing care assistant. Lisa McCulley, a teacher at DeBert Elementary School. Sean McLeod, a corrections officer at Spring Hill Institution. Alana Jenkins, a corrections officer at the Nova Institution for Women. Tom Bagley, a neighbor who reportedly died trying to help. Just a few of the Canadians killed during this most atrocious shooting in Canadian history. Mes pensées, mon cœur, et
my thoughts, heart, and hopes are with the family and friends of those who lost their lives in this hideous attack.
To wish a speedy recovery to Constable Chad Morrison, who was injured. What has unfolded is incomprehensible. Nova Scotians, and indeed all Canadians, have not only lost incredible members of their communities, but they have lost a sense of security. Face au crime immoral et vice, nous...
In the face of such a crime, we are all asking why. How could this happen? And why did it happen?
A reminder of the risk that all of our first responders take to keep Canadians safe. As they put on their uniforms and brave the unknown, Canadians rest easy, knowing that they are protected in their communities. Tous les jours, nos courageux agents d'application.
Every day, our courageous law enforcement officers put their lives on the line, and their families must bear that burden. I'd like to take a moment to thank all first responders who are responding to this difficult situation with professionalism. And I'm thinking of those who lost colleagues.
Today, our brave law enforcement officers put their lives on the line, and their families bear that burden. So I would like to take a moment to thank all of them who are professionally dealing with this difficult situation, and to send my thoughts to those who have lost a trusted colleague, and to thank them for putting their lives on the line in service for all of us. To all Nova Scotians reeling from this attack, please know that your nation stands with you in this moment of darkness. Our hearts are with you, and we will be here to support you in the difficult days, weeks, and months ahead. Even though we cannot gather in person during these difficult times, know that you are never alone. It's a wonderful truth that Nova Scotians are great storytellers. I know this will not only be a story of great loss, but a story of love and strength. Canadians are known for their resilience, for their love of country, of family, and of community. Reposons-nous sur cette communauté.
Let us rely on that community now, and in the weeks ahead, to celebrate the beautiful lives lost and give each other the strength to carry on.
Rely on that community now, and in the weeks ahead, to celebrate the beautiful lives lost and give each other much-needed strength to carry on. Let us honor the memory of those lost by sharing their stories and remembering their names. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We are experiencing a period full of sadness. But what is currently occurring in Nova Scotia has raised feelings of anger and shock. We too have experienced moments like that, for example, at Dawson Polytechnic, during the mosque shooting. Hateful acts when there was a period of increased fear of terrorist actions. Here on Parliament Hill, and on an almost daily basis, so many acts of violence, where someone with a more violent personality assaults or even murders someone else. We need to turn our backs on rhetoric that says that these acts are an isolated situation, that these people are simply not well. No. Regardless of the situation, going out to murder other people is clearly an act of folly. And each time that it happens, it's one time too many. Mr. Speaker, I think we need to change our relationship with violence. And I'm sure we'll come back to that. We need to change our relationship more specifically with the instruments of violence. Of course, that can't change what not just a few people, but everyone in Nova Scotia is experiencing. And in fact, anyone capable of compassion will be feeling that pain. To all those, and to all those who are slightly more afraid each time this happens, well, we hope that they will continue to show the greatest courage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Burnaby South.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je veux exprimer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to express the great sadness we all feel in the face of the senseless act of violence that took place yesterday in Nova Scotia. Each and every one of the victims represents an immense loss to their family and community. We remember the RCMP officer Heidi Stevenson, who lost her life while attempting to protect others. Many others were wounded, including another RCMP officer, and their families are experiencing a difficult period, which is made even more difficult by the fact that they may not be able to visit their family in the hospital because of COVID-19.
The past several weeks, we've seen the courage of first responders in the face of COVID-19, those who are running to harm's way to keep us safe. And now we've got an example of RCMP constable who did exactly that, ran towards the fire, ran towards harm to save the lives of others, and in saving the lives of others, lost hers. She was a 23-year veteran of the RCMP, a mother of 2 young children. And when we think about her sacrifice, we think about this senseless violent act and how it has hurt an entire province, I want to send a message on behalf of all of us here and all New Democrats that though Nova Scotians are grieving, you are not grieving alone. An entire nation grieves with you. And while we often look to the South and think of mass shootings as a reality for the States, but not something that happens here in Canada, we have to acknowledge that it happens here as well. École Polytechnique was an example of a mass shooting that targeted women, violence against women. And now we don't know the details, but there is clearly a problem with violence, and we have to do something about it. I agree with my colleague who raised the point that it's no longer enough to have rhetoric about the senseless violence, we have to do something about violence. We have to get at the root cause. We have to understand where the gaps occurred that allowed for this to happen and what we can do to prevent this from ever happening again in our country. And while we mourn today with our brothers and sisters from Nova Scotia, while we mourn as a nation, we also tomorrow have to talk about how we can move forward together to prevent this type of harm from ever happening. The only way to truly remember and honor the lives that were lost is to commit to changing the future so this never happens again. Thank you.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Well, thank you. On behalf of the Green Party of Canada, I would like to extend our deepest condolences. Our hearts go to each and every Nova Scotian and to all those across Canada affected by this horrific tragedy. Premier Stephen McNeil has said, "We will not be defined by this tragedy. We will be defined by how we deal with it. As Nova Scotians, as Canadians, we will reach out to each other. We will support the families of those who died. We will make muffins and say prayers. We will provide counseling. We will love and we will remember." Nova Scotia is a province where there are close connections. Everyone will be affected. I know my colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands, a former Nova Scotian resident and proud Cape Bretoner, knows a family member of one of the victims. Nova Scotians have had their sense of security and safety shattered, but they are strong and resilient and will support each other through this. In our mourning, we are united. Our hope for a brighter tomorrow is rooted in knowing that we are greater than this tragedy. Our love and prayers go to the loved ones of the 18 Nova Scotians who have died. I'm impressed with the way Nova Scotians are responding to this tragedy to show love and support even in this time of COVID-19 physical distancing. As a musician myself, I am feeling the comfort from shared music on the virtual Nova Scotia kitchen party. Citizens are lining the highway over 2 meters apart, leading to the local RCMP station. A virtual vigil is being planned for Friday. Art is being shared, and friends and loved ones are calling each other and supporting each other in so many ways. The names of the deceased so far: Lisa McCulley, a teacher; Heather O'Brien, a care aide; Kristen Beaton, a care aide; Sean McLeod and Ellen Jenkins, both corrections officers; Tom Bagley, a volunteer firefighter; Constable Heidi Stevenson of the RCMP; Emily Tuck and her parents, Jolene Oliver and Aaron Tuck; Greg and Jamie Blair. This is a poem that was written by Cherie Fitch, who lives in the area of the tragedy. Because we love, we cry. Sometimes there is no sense to things, my child. Sometimes there is no answer to the questions why. Sometimes things beyond all understanding. Sometimes people die. When it hurts like this, my child, when you are scared, suffering, confused, even if you are not together, together let us cry. Remember, there is so much love because we love and cry. Sometimes the sadness takes away your breath. Sometimes the pain seems endless, deep. Sometimes you cannot find the sun. Sometimes you wish you were asleep. When it hurts like this, my child, when you are scared, suffering, confused, even if we are not together, together let us cry. Remember, there is still so much love. Because we love, we cry. Pray that I had answers, child. Pray this wasn't so. There are impossible things, child, I cannot bear for you to know. When it hurts like this, my child, when you are scared, suffering, confused, even if we are not together, together let us cry. Yes, there is still so much love. Because we love, we cry. This will be one of the hardest days for so many. I think of the children, but we are all children. I think of how all of us are traumatized, in shock. I think of Westray, Fredericton. Let us go gentle into this day as we learn more and learn more names of loved ones and realize who we know, but we are each other. Thank you.
Rapport de délégation interparlementaire. Présentation de rapport.
Presenting reports from committees.
Dépôt de projet de loi menant des.
Introduction of private members' bills. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Loire. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very proud to be tabling a bill, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act, illness, injury, or quarantine. The House of Commons voted majoritarily on February 19, 2020, on a motion to try to expedite changes so that people with serious illnesses, for example, cancer, could receive benefits earlier and for longer. Given the crisis we're seeing now, I hope that the government will put forward the amendment tabled by the Bloc Québécois, by the member for Salaberry-sur-Loire, to help those who are sick. Ms. de Bellefeuille seconded, asks for leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Employment Insurance Act, Illness, Injury, or Quarantine. This motion is deemed to have been adopted. The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Loire has given us a short summary of what it is. Ms. Bellefeuille, seconded by Ms. Larouche, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted. When first reading of this bill, when shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Stand. Accepted. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, resuming debate on government business number 3 regarding COVID-19 et sur l'amendement de Monsieur Scheer.
And on Mr. Scheer's amendment.
I understand we've had some changes. I wish to inform the House that because of the ministerial statements, government orders will be extended by another 22 minutes. Sorry? One moment. I'm just going to push pause and confirm. Very good. Just wanted to make sure we had everything running smoothly and working well. Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. That notwithstanding any, may I dispense? Yes. Dispense. Thank you again. Mr. Scheer, seconded by Ms. Alisev, moved that the motion be amended in paragraph H. A, by replacing, shall I dispense? Thank you. The question is on the amendment. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment? Yes. Carried. Oh, sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I heard everybody say yes. Okay. I'm sorry. I heard it. No. All those in favor of the amendment, please say yay. Yay. All those opposed, please say nay. Yay. Okay, I can hear you now. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Okay, call in the members. All those in favor, I'm sorry, we're having a heck of a time here. The question is the following one. Mr. Rodriguez, seconded by Mr. Duclos, moved that, shall I dispense? Yes, thank you. Mr. Scheer, seconded by Ms. Alisev, moved the motion, may I dispense? Thank you. La mise aux voix porte sur l'amendement.
The vote is on the amendment. Will all those who support the amendment please rise?
You have to repeat.
Yep. Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Alislav.
Ms. Alislav.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Will all those against the amendment please rise?
Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Miller.
Ms. Miller.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Manley.
Mr. Manley. Yeas pour 15, 15. Nays contre 22, 22.
Je déclare l'amendement.
The amendment is not carried.
Resume debate again. If anyone wants to debate the main motion, then ask. That's ready for the question.
Oh, very good. Resuming debate, reprise du débat. The question is as follows. Mr. Rodriguez, seconded by Mr. Duclos, moved. Shall I dispense? Thank you again. Very good. We're all set. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion, please say yea. Yay. There we go. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. There you go. In my opinion, the nays have it. Call in the members. Is the following. La question est la suivante. Monsieur Rodriguez, seconded Monsieur Duclos, moved. Shall I dispense? All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh.
Ms. Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Manley.
Mr. Manley.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion.
Will all those against the motion please rise?
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Aleslev.
Ms. Aleslev.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli. Yeas pour 22, 22. Nays contre 15, 15.
I declare the motion carried. Pursuant to order made earlier today, the House will now proceed to statements by ministers. Le très honorable
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
la ministre de la Santé.
The Minister of Health. My apologies.
Speaker, and Mr. Speaker, first I'd like to start by joining my voice to that of our Prime Minister and offer my sincere condolences to the people of Nova Scotia following this weekend's horrific events. My heart goes out as well to the families, the friends and colleagues of the victims. It is beyond comprehension that the people of Nova Scotia should have to deal with this mass shooting and the loss of life while at the same time coping with the COVID-19 pandemic. This pandemic has changed how we live, how we work, and how we interact with each other. And it has created great uncertainty and hardship for many Canadians and indeed people all around the world. Over the past few months, we've seen a steady increase in the number of positive COVID-19 cases, especially amongst vulnerable Canadians, including our beloved seniors who live in long-term care homes and the workers that support them. As Dr. Tam, our Chief Public Health Officer, reported earlier today, there are now 36,216 confirmed cases in Canada and 1,611 deaths. And though these are numbers, Mr. Speaker, behind each number is a story of a life, a family, and a journey interrupted. To respond to a crisis of this magnitude, the Government of Canada has taken a whole-of-government approach that allows us to act quickly and decisively while at the same time remaining flexible so we can adapt to emerging science and the changing circumstances. So as Minister of Health, I will speak to some of the actions that we've taken from a federal health perspective. Since the onset of this pandemic, the Public Health Agency of Canada has been providing Canadians with clear, concise, and timely information about how they can protect their health and our broader healthcare systems. The agency bases its information on the latest scientific evidence, Mr. Speaker, and this advice can and does evolve as we learn more about this new coronavirus. Our dedicated website, canada.ca/coronavirus, has had more than 100 million visits since its launch, and the toll-free COVID-19 information line has fielded more than 100,000 calls. We also launched the Canada COVID-19 app, which to date has been downloaded more than 430,000 times. And this app includes a link to the recently launched Wellness Together Canada portal. And this mental health and substance use support portal provides Canadians with access to tools to support their mental health and well-being, and also obtain credible and reliable information about mental health and substance use, and even access confidential mental health and substance use support services. From the beginning, Canada has recognized the need to work closely together with our global partners and the need to support international organizations like the World Health Organization and other international bodies. And Dr. Theresa Tam, Canada's Public Health Officer, is an expert advisor to the World Health Organization Committee and is in almost daily contact with her international counterparts. I'm very grateful for her leadership, as well as that of Dr. New, the Deputy Chief Public Health Officer. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, our public health officials, including both public health officers, are working day and night, 7 days a week, and we have to be extremely proud of our public service now as they work harder than they ever have to support and serve Canadians. The federal health portfolio has also been working hand in glove with provincial and territorial governments to coordinate our response across a wide spectrum of issues, including the purchase of personal protective equipment, essential drugs and medical devices, and ventilators. To ensure that we have the right tools to fight COVID-19, Health Canada streamlined the regulatory process to expedite the review and approval of needed drugs and medical devices in Canada. If shortages do occur, these amendments give us the flexibility to quickly facilitate rapid access to an international supply of health products in exceptional circumstances. I also put into place an interim approach that allows Health Canada to facilitate access to hand sanitizers, disinfectants, and other kinds of personal protective equipment to respond to the unprecedented demand for these products. And in addition, I signed an interim order that has enabled the authorization of new diagnostic test kits. This has greatly sped up access to COVID-19 test kits, which allows the provinces and territories to identify new cases of the virus. As of today, April 20th, Canada is testing an average of 20,000 more patients per day across the country, for a total of more than 550,000 people tested to date. It's important to note that Canada's total case counts have been increasing more slowly than many other countries. Canada has had the opportunity to watch and learn from the experience of other countries and the approaches that they've taken, and the lessons that they have learned. This has allowed Canada to act early and decisively as the situation has evolved globally and at home. As the world struggles to understand and control COVID-19, it must also understand so much more about immunity, mutation, and many other scientific aspects. And in that regard, our government is investing heavily in research. More than $52 million was earmarked for the Canadian Institute of Health Research, and this money is supporting 96 projects that are working on countermeasures to COVID-19. And this is part of our $275 million commitment to enhance the capacity to advance work on antivirals, develop vaccines, and support clinical trials and manufacturing in Canada. Mr. Speaker, this is just a snapshot of some of the actions that have been taken to protect the health and safety of Canadians from COVID-19. As you can imagine, an incalculable amount of work is going on behind the scenes with our many partners across all orders of government. And all of this work will deepen our understanding of the disease and give us the scientific evidence and data that we need to inform our public health responses, decision-making, and planning at local, national, and international levels. I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, that the Government of Canada will continue to do everything in our power and jurisdiction to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic, protect the health and safety and well-being of Canadians, and help guide them through these difficult and uncertain times. It is up to all of us, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that Canadians come through this crisis healthy and strong. Thank you.
Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Un froid encore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again today, members from across the country have showed how important it is to continue to have accountability sittings in person. We have asked questions of the Prime Minister and his ministers, and even if we did not obtain all of the answers, we were able to exercise our rights as parliamentarians and our role before Canadians. Members of the opposition are not elected to blindly support the government. We play a crucial role, that is, to ensure monitoring and accountability and obtaining the best results and better results for Canadians.
Serious questions about the government's response to the pandemic thus far. My constituents were shocked to learn that the government destroyed stockpiles of medical supplies without replacing them. After all, the Prime Minister has warned of a second and third wave of this pandemic, and are we going to be ready for that? Has the government learned from their mistakes? Do they have a plan in place to get Canadians through the crisis? Canadians across the country have been following physical distancing guidelines and are trying to keep up with the government's ever-changing recommendations because They were told we needed to flatten the curve in order to give the government time. But while announcements keep getting made, this government has not been able to provide clear timelines. Provinces have received effective masks and contaminated test kits. New benefits get announced, but the eligibility criteria keeps changing. The government seems so focused on fixing their own mistakes that they don't seem to have a plan to restart our economy when the health crisis passes. The
United States has already announced a plan to reopen their economy. Other countries around the world are doing the same. Yes, we must address the very real and immediate danger of COVID-19, but not while ignoring the other impacts of this shutdown.
Already announced a plan to reopen their economy. Other countries around the world are doing the same. Yes, we must address the very real and immediate danger of COVID-19, but not while ignoring the other impacts of this shutdown, not without recognizing the impact that it's had on Canadians suffering from other serious health situations whose surgeries and treatments have been postponed. Not without recognizing the mental health toll that this is taking on Canadians across the country. Not without recognizing the long-term impacts of a historic economic recession. What is the government's plan to help Canadians who are facing bankruptcy? Because no amount of government aid can fully replace the power of the Canadian economy. And for example, the Connexus Credit Union has already received 700 applications and processed $28 million in loans for businesses. Only a quarter of that is eligible for complete forgiveness. Those businesses will need to make around $21 million collectively in profits by the end of the year in order to avoid paying interest on their loans. It's nearly May. How should they plan to do that with a government that's ordered the shutdown to continue? Will the government finally accept our proposal to rebate the GST to small businesses that it's collected in the last year so that they have the immediate cash flow to pay their workers?
Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve to know what the plan is so that the country can go back to work. Will the government continue to listen exclusively the recommendations of the World Health Organization? Or will it start looking to what other countries are doing when they listen to their own experts and come up with creative solutions to minimize infections while allowing society to continue to work much more freely?
From the beginning of this crisis, the Liberals have been slow to react, slow to close our borders, slow to put in place enhanced screening measures at airports, slow to admit that masks could prevent the spread of the disease, slow to work with Canadian companies to retool and start producing much-needed medical supplies, slow to increase the wage subsidy, and devastatingly slow to offer any help to the energy sector. The government has been consistently slow to react in the early days of the crisis, and Canadians have paid the price. It will be disastrous if they are slow to put in a plan in place for Canada to come out of this crisis. Je tiens à être clair.
Now, I want to be clear. Conservatives are not calling for a return to business as usual today. We are only seeing the first signs of hope in a few regions of this country. We must continue to help Canadians through the health impacts of this crisis. But that does not mean that the government should not be working on a plan to get the country back on its feet when the time comes.
I want to be clear that Conservatives are not calling for a return to normal business as usual today. We are only seeing the first signs of hope in a few regions of this country. We must continue to focus on helping Canadians through the health impacts of this crisis. But that doesn't mean that the government shouldn't be working on a plan to get the country back on its feet when the time comes. Government cannot revitalize the economy on its own. That, Mr. Speaker, will be up to Canadians. Business owners who are just trying to scrape by until they can reopen. employees hanging on until they can go back to work. It's hard working and innovative Canadians who will get this country and our economy back on track, and the government's job is to put them in the best possible position to do just that.
And that means listening to Canadians, working with opposition parties, implementing our constructive solutions, actually taking a Team Canada approach.
And that means listening to Canadians, working with opposition parties, implementing our constructive solutions, and actually taking a Team Canada approach. The men and women working in our healthcare system, the nurses, the doctors, suppliers, everyone working in essential services, truck drivers, pharmacists, grocery store workers, all going above and beyond to allow us to stay as safe and healthy as possible. They have bought us time, and I hope the government will use it well. Today, Mr. Speaker, is another difficult day for Canadians across this country, and they deserve a plan for a better tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, thank you. 19% of Quebecers are 65 or over. I will, of course, speak currently about those 65 and over. I don't want to create a distinction, an arbitrary one, it seems to me, between seniors who are 65 and over, or two categories, those who are 65 to 75, and another category, 75 and over. This is what the government seemed to be doing during the election campaign and even afterwards. These 19% did not get much attention. And that's going back to the beginning of this crisis. But we saw today, perhaps with uncertain enthusiasm, that there are honorable compromises that can be reached. So let's try to use this, and let's work to find a compromise, some suggestions that could support seniors.
Earlier, I reminded the Prime Minister that about 2 weeks ago, we published a set of measures. In fact, I wrote to him directly in order to support seniors in Canada and Quebec. There were 6 different types of measures. Firstly, and this was our position during the election campaign, now we are ready to say that this would be a temporary measure to include the pension by $110 a month. Then the second would be an increase to the guaranteed income supplement. And another measure that my colleague from Joliette was discussing earlier would be to protect private pension plans. There are companies that have a pension plan, but right now they are facing a period of higher vulnerability. Some companies, we hope this won't happen, but we have to be realistic, that won't make it through. And firms may become more concentrated. There will be acquisitions, not necessarily hostile takeovers, but acquisitions that may be made easier by the financial vulnerability of other companies. And during these acquisitions, when certain businesses go bankrupt, their private pension plans may not be treated as privileged debtors. And so people, or creditors rather, and so people who have been contributed for a great deal of time to these plans will not necessarily get what they are entitled to. Now, given the current level of yield of many of these plans, which in some cases is down to negative numbers, people may be forced to draw down the capital that they are using to plan for their future. There's also the issue of the price of medication, and then the matter of isolation. we all recognize that in principle, internet, which is not high-speed internet, is like trying to ride a bicycle on the highway. High-speed internet has become an essential service. Now, if it's an essential service, that means everyone needs to have it. We would never say that not everyone needs to have electricity. No, it's an essential service. Running water is an essential service. And of course, we are constantly hearing about the fact that we need to make sure that all Indigenous communities have it. And the telephone. Now, high-speed internet should also be in this category nowadays. Seniors, who more frequently are already isolated, need internet as much as anyone else. And so, we would ask the government to take measures in that direction in order to reduce seniors' isolation. And while I'm on the topic of isolation, I would like to come back to one of the main measures, the one about the old age pension. $110 a month is not that much. But that's $110 a month for each of the people who is a recipient, especially in Quebec, specifically. We know that seniors aren't able to save with what they get from the government. It's rather that what they use right away for their necessary purchases. And ultimately, it supports the region's economy. And it's a way to help seniors be less isolated, and in general, both in general and right now, for obvious reasons. Now, we might wonder whether this measure might be too expensive. The measures taken by the government to help the economy measure up now to $270 billion. And direct measures taken by the government to shore up the economy total $107 billion. On a yearly basis, an increase to the OAP for seniors over 65 throughout Canada would only total $4 billion. And if it was a temporary measure like the others, then it would only be $1 billion. Of course, that's a big number. No one's going to say that's not a lot of money. But it's $1 billion that we should put aside because we need to compare it with the $250 billion of liquidity that has been provided now for all sorts of people, but not for seniors. The government hasn't even told us what the true cost of the measures announced will be. What has been done so far to help seniors is very little. $25 a month for a senior, well, that's nothing. It may not even help them buy their vegetables for the month. We need to do more than that. I would like to invite the government to fund that in a way that was mentioned by our NDP colleagues. If the government did more to reduce tax evasion by large businesses, such as banks, well, my word, we would have funded this program many times over. Maybe, in fact, all of the measures in question, because tax evasion and tax avoidance, and some may say that tax avoidance isn't illegal, but that doesn't make it moral or right. Tax avoidance costs billions of dollars. And we could use that money to support important measures, including help for seniors. I wanted to discuss this morning, but I didn't have enough time, so I'd like to get into it now. I'd like to discuss science and research. In March, every year, there is a deadline when applications must be received. Research centers submit applications for their research projects. And ultimately, grant money is distributed to the recipients throughout Canada and Quebec. This spring, well, a lot of that money has been put off, and it's really hurting research centers. And in many cases, these organizations can't access the wage subsidy because of the nature of these organizations. So these organizations are being left behind. And we need to help innovative, cutting-edge companies. Madam Speaker, I will always revisit these topics, no matter what, because I don't understand how the government could have done this much to help the economy and yet not help certain groups, the most fragile and vulnerable groups when it comes to their health and their economic situation, seniors. I would ask our government and parliament to be sensitive to this issue, because I can see that our party will be extremely persistent on this point. Thank you.
To the honourable member for Burnaby South.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to begin by just talking about how the COVID-19 crisis has gripped this entire country, and coast to coast to coast, we are grappling with its impact. But in the face of this really difficult challenge, I have been inspired by the courage, the compassion, and kindness of Canadians. But I want to focus in on one area in particular where we need to do more than just say thank you. We've heard governments thank frontline healthcare workers, but those healthcare workers need far more than just a thank you. Expressing gratefulness for frontline workers and essential workers is important, but not nearly enough. What these workers need is to be assured that they have the equipment to stay safe during this pandemic. And I'm talking about the people that are delivering our groceries, those who are working in grocery stores, those who are in the transportation sector, those who are delivering meals, cleaners, janitors, all the people who are helping to ensure that our workplaces and places of shopping are clean and doing their part to prevent the spread of the illness. The healthcare workers in personal care homes, the workers who are providing support to those living with disabilities, all of these workers from all these sectors, healthcare, transportation, food, those who are providing janitorial services, all these workers need more than just a great thank you. They need to have the protection to stay safe while they're doing their work. They need access to personal protective equipment of the highest quality to ensure that their safety is protected. We also need the federal government to act now to provide essential workers who are on the front lines, whether they are delivering food services or those who are still providing financial services in credit unions. We need to assure that workers who are on the front lines receive a courage bonus, a top-up to acknowledge the hard work they're doing in this crisis, the risk that they are faced with, the danger that they are faced with. And so we've called for this previously, and we call for it again. We need to ensure that these workers are receiving extra support during this time. That while it is essentially important that those who cannot work receive access to financial supports like the CERB, we need to also help out these workers who are still working and helping communities in such dramatic and important ways. It's also important to note that for some of these workers, they aren't working because of choice. They have no choice. They need to they need to work to be able to provide for themselves and for their family. And so that is why it's also crucially important that they get extra financial support. Il existe de nombreuses histoires de...
We've heard many stories of these essential workers who don't have access to the necessary personal protective equipment or to health and safety measures that will protect them. Some of these workers have lost their lives because of COVID-19. They died because they went into work. This crisis shows us that the current system is not working. The most important work in our society, the work of taking care of each other, is some of the least well-protected work.
Shocking reality that we've got to come to grips with. Those who are providing some of the most essential services are amongst the lowest paid. Now, I want to point out a particular set of workers who are working very hard during this time with inadequate protections and, in some cases, very insufficient work conditions. Jeff Bezos, who we all know, the owner of Amazon, takes $215 million a day of profit. Nobody earns that much money. He takes it from the people that work for him. He is the richest person on the planet, and his workers don't have paid sick leave. He asked for public donations. Imagine the audacity to ask for public donations to cover workers who have to be isolated, while he is the richest human being on the planet Earth. Amazon workers report that they don't have protective equipment, and some have been fired for speaking out, but this is a company that the Liberal government is giving Canadian tax dollars to. Instead of using our own public service, our postal service, the government is going to this private company with a very poor track record of treating its workers unfairly. Now, I want to talk a bit about long-term care. In the face of this COVID-19 crisis, we have long-term care homes are now the center of the desperate loss that we're seeing. The impact to human lives, the loss of lives, has been concentrated in the most dire way in long-term care homes. And to think that our seniors, people who have contributed their whole life, who have sacrificed their whole life, are in homes, in long-term care homes, where they're just deplorable conditions. These are seniors who should be treated with respect and dignity and have not been treated that way. Nowhere is the desperation of this situation more clear than in long-term care homes. Les gouvernements fédéraux et provinciaux.
Federal and provincial governments have known for years that our long-term care and home care systems will not or are not able to provide proper care to our seniors, some of our most vulnerable fellow citizens who may not be able to create secure conditions for themselves end up in these long-term care facilities. Even with compassionate staff members in these facilities, well, very often they just don't have the time and resources they need.
And provincial governments across this country, particularly Liberal and Conservative, have allowed for for-profit operators. They've allowed for-profit operators to run these homes, which cut corners and put families at risk. These for-profit establishments, these for-profit businesses, have a motive of making profit. So they're not concerned with the highest quality care, they're concerned with the highest return on their investment. And that means people suffer. And we are seeing it across this country. As New Democrats, we've talked about the importance of head-to-toe healthcare coverage. And it is no more glaring and important when it comes to the treatment of seniors. And that's why we called for national standards to be established across the country. And once those national standards are established, we need to roll in long-term care homes into our Canada Health Act so that there is federal accountability on the treatment of those seniors in those homes. Coming to my conclusion, I want to point out that this crisis, this pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, has laid bare the inequalities in our society and also laid clear, the COVID-19 crisis has also made very clear the inadequate social programs. It's become very clear that Canadians want to take better care of one another, but the existing programs we have, our existing healthcare, has not been sufficient, has not been good enough. And this is not by chance, this is a decision made by governments to starve public healthcare of funding that it crucially needs. So the question that I want to ask in closing is, What type of Canada do we want to build? Let's not return to the old normal. Let's not go back to normal. Let's move forward to a new normal. And let's ask ourselves, what does that new normal look like? Well, it looks like healthcare that's well funded, that covers people from head to toe. It means social programs that take care of each other, and that we take better care of each other by expanding EI to something broader and more universal. It means making sure paid sick leave is not a luxury, but a right that all workers enjoy. It means better wages for the essential services and those working on the front lines to ensure they get paid in a dignified manner with a good salary which allows them to earn a good life. I believe we can come out of this crisis stronger than before. We need to take care of each other. That's what Canadians have told us. That is our job. And if we make the right choices, we can build a brighter future and more justice and equality for all Canadians. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is indeed a very surreal time here in the House of Commons with just a few members. I had a very strange trip across the country to get here. I had a choice of taking a 16-hour red-eye trip overnight, sleeping on the plane, or dividing it into 2 days and going through airports that were empty. The GPC, the Green Party, represents 1.1 million voters. So it's important that I'm here to represent those voters. On average, 387,000 voters voted for one MP. You break down those numbers to other parties, you'll see 38,000 for your average Liberal, 50,000 for your average Conservative. I have a lot of people to speak for, so I'm here to speak for those that voted Green. We need to respect the directives of the health authorities, and we need to respect our healthcare workers, our frontline workers who are risking their lives to fight this disease, to fight this pandemic. We've been working with this government behind the scenes, not making playing politics during this pandemic, but contacting ministers and parliamentary secretaries and bringing forward issues. You know, we've seen some of these programs come forward, and we've put forward ideas about how they need to change, where they're missing the mark. And we've seen those changes coming, sometimes not as quickly as we like, and sometimes not all the changes that we want. But we are working together. We're all in this together working. Grocery store workers, frontline healthcare workers, nursing home workers, all do essential work that cannot be done remotely. In addition to that, none of those workers have to go through 2 or 3 airports to get to work, like I did. Corporations all over the world, including some of the biggest in the world, are working remotely. Classrooms are holding meetings on Zoom, and teachers are able to give their students a chance to speak and interact. We should be able to work remotely as well. MPs who have limited access to the internet can work remotely from a hotel or motel close to where they live and cut down on their travel across the country. We're going to save some money as well. MPs have worked effectively to this point to provide oversight. Some of the members of this House are trying to instill fear and create a problem that doesn't exist. We have a way to hold the government to account, and all you need to do is watch the videos of the Finance Committee meetings to see that. This pandemic has laid bare many of the problems that we have in this country. And I've spoken about the conditions in seniors' homes in my own community at the Nanaimo Seniors Village. Thankfully, that operation was taken over by Vancouver Island Health Authority. So they were able to fix the problem before this pandemic happened. But that seniors' home was flipped 4 times multiple times by private operators. And every time they did, they laid off the workers, they decertified the union, and then they hired back the workers at lower pay for part-time jobs with no benefits. And those workers had to go and work at multiple care homes. And we're seeing this situation play out in different places across the country. And now what has happened is those workers are spreading COVID-19 from one senior's home to another, creating a tragedy that was completely avoidable. Students are falling between the cracks. Students who didn't have work, who were hoping to work this summer, who were graduating, who had jobs lined up, they're not eligible for any programs. Seniors and people with disabilities are facing higher costs due to COVID-19 and aren't receiving the help that they need. Micro businesses and new businesses are falling between the cracks. I have a microbrewery in my community that started up in November. They don't meet the $20,000 payroll requirement for last year, but they paid $13,000 in payroll in December. They paid $13,000 in January, and they paid $13,000 in February. And these people are going to lose their life savings and their hard work, all of their commitment, because there's nothing there to help them. I have a constituent in my riding who is a senior who has worked her entire life. Last year, she was off work for 8 months due to an operation. She got back to work in January, but she doesn't qualify for the CERB because she didn't make $5,000 last year, even though she earned more than $5,000 every other year of her life and paid taxes. Now she needs support, but there's nothing there for her. We have a solution to that. And what we're seeing is the glaring inequality in our communities. We have a crisis of homelessness in my community and in communities across the country. And a guaranteed livable income is a way that would help to make sure that no Canadian ever falls below a standard of living that gives them a place to live, good nutritious food to eat, and a quality of life. We could do an emergency guaranteed livable income and send a check to every Canadian and use it like reverse billing, where those that don't need it return it. And in the end, next year in tax season, those that didn't need it and didn't return it would get taxed back on it. That would mean that we don't miss these people. I could give a long list of people who've been missed by these programs. We need to get our economy up and running again, and we need to do it safely. We should be looking at the example of Taiwan. My brother lives and works in Taiwan. They were in the top 10 countries affected by COVID-19 in February. They had the first presumptive case the same day that Canada did in January. When they saw that virus starting in Wuhan, they ramped up production at their factories. They used the military to help ramp up production of PPE in their factories. They stockpiled personal protective equipment. My brother missed 2 weeks of teaching at school. His wife missed no work at all. So 2 weeks after the winter break, the students all went back to school with masks on. My brother teaches the class with a mask on. He goes to the pharmacy every week and he gets 3 masks as his ration. They banned hoarding. They made it, people who were price gouging could face 7 years in jail or a $700,000 fine. They took it seriously. Taiwan is now 106 on the list of countries affected by COVID-19. They've had 422 cases and 6 deaths. Canada is number 13. We have 3,600 cases and 1,600 deaths. There will certainly be time at the end of this crisis for analysis and lessons learned, but the government has been humble in acknowledging that their original response was not perfect and solicited advice from opposition MPs to make the programs better. There are still many Canadians and individuals and businesses that are falling between the cracks. Now is not the time for finger-pointing and partisan bickering. We need to continue to focus on flagging the groups of individuals and businesses that are not covered by the COVID-19 assistance programs and make sure they get help. We face an even larger crisis, the climate emergency. We've all acknowledged that. Scientists and epidemiologists have warned for years that climate change will create the conditions for pandemics. Wildfire season has already begun in BC. Flood preparations are happening around the country. We need to listen to the scientists in this case as well and take action to avert disaster. The COVID-19 crisis has shown us that we can do that. We can all work together. We can act. Our future and the future of our children and grandchildren is dependent on our action. We've also seen that funding in healthcare is important. It's very important. We need to make sure that our healthcare system is robust and that our infrastructure for healthcare is robust. It's important. There are many lessons that we can learn from this difficult situation. And right now, those are lessons that we should not forget. As we navigate our way through this crisis and hold fast to the belief that we can emerge from it better together. Together we can do this. Thank you.
Conformément à l'ordre adopté plus tôt aujourd'hui, la Chambre...
Pursuant to order made earlier today, the House shall now resolve itself into a committee of the whole to consider matters related to the COVID-19 pandemic.
Do I stand? Before we begin this debate, I would like to remind honourable members of how the proceedings will unfold. Pursuant to order made earlier today, during the proceedings of the committee, no member will be recognised for more than 5 minutes at a time, which may be used for posing questions to a Minister of the Crown or a Parliamentary Secretary acting on behalf of the Minister. And les députés peuvent partager leur temps.
Members are permitted to split their time with one or more members by so indicating to the chair. In addition, given the rapid exchanges during Committee of the Whole, we will suspend the proceedings every 45 minutes in order to allow employees who provide support for the sitting to substitute each other safely.
The debate will end after 27 interventions on when no member rises to speak. We will now begin the debate. I invite the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I wanted to point out several shortcomings in the government's wage subsidy program. There are many reports from small businesses across the country, family businesses who receive dividends, self-employed, people who own and operate businesses, seasonal businesses, project companies that receive lump sum payments. So I'd like to ask the Prime Minister, is he going to continue to broaden the eligibility criteria to look at other measures so that these struggling businesses will not have to lay off Canadian workers? I'd like to point out a very specific example. Brant Tractor is a company in my riding, a great Canadian success story. They purchased another business in October of 2019. So they are not able to show a 30% drop in revenue, specifically because they now have on their books the operations from the company that they purchased. But if you take all of the activity together, it is far beyond a 30% drop. Yet because of the eligibility criteria, they will be unable to keep hundreds of workers on the job. So will the Prime Minister continue to look at these types of cases to make sure this program catches as many people as it possibly can?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, when this pandemic crisis hit, we realized we had to move extremely quickly to get help out to Canadians so that they would be able to take the actions necessary to isolate themselves, to stay at home, and to prevent the spread of this virus. But in order to do that, we needed to make sure we sent supports to Canadians so that they could do that and not have to go and work in risky positions if they didn't absolutely have to in order to be able to buy groceries and pay their rents. We also recognize, however, that this slowdown or almost stoppage of the Canadian economy would need to end, and we would need to come back as quickly as possible. And that's why we made the decision to keep people tied to their jobs as much as possible with the wage subsidy. Allow employers to keep people on the payroll so that when they come back, when we come back and restart and reopen, they will be able to get to work almost right away. We moved very quickly and we moved very broadly. But in both the CERB and the wage subsidy, we recognize that there is a need to improve, to tweak, to fill gaps, even though we help the vast majority of companies and individuals right away, we do realize we need to keep refining and improving and making sure that everyone who needs it gets these programs, and that's why I thank all members for making suggestions as we improve the programs.
Leader of the Opposition.
I hope the Prime Minister will look at the situation that I've raised and address it, because hundreds of employees across the country will be able to continue to work if Brant Tractor is able to specifically enroll in the program. Now, when the government talks about making changes to programs that have already been announced, I'd like to draw the Prime Minister's attention to the disincentive that is built into the emergency response benefit. By bringing in the ceiling at 10 hours a week, there are many examples where people have a barrier to taking available work. We believe that the CERB should be designed in such a way that there's a gradual elimination of the benefit as people work more and more, so that Canadians are always better off taking available jobs. Will the Prime Minister, now that the program has been designed and help has gotten out the door, will the Prime Minister look at making this program more flexible so that Canadians can work more hours while receiving this benefit?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes, Madam Speaker, we will. Indeed, we already expanded from the proposed 10 hours a week, which was about $500 a month, to $1,000 a month. $1,000 a month that would be eligible for someone to work at while still collecting the CERB. This was because we recognize that many jobs are in situations of reduced hours. Many people work in a gig economy where they want to be able to continue to work a little bit, but need the reliability of the CERB because so much else has shut down. So that's an example where we did hear the concerns that people have, and now they can earn up to $1,000 a month and still collect the CERB, because I entirely agree. The more we keep people connected to the workforce, connected to their professional obligations and responsibilities, the quicker and the better we will come back after this challenge.
Very short question, Leader of the Opposition.
This afternoon, I asked the Prime Minister whether or not he could confirm that 3 planes that were sent to China to pick up medical equipment were forced to return empty last night. He seemed to indicate that was the case. I'd like to find out if he can explicitly confirm that, and if he can inform the House as to whether or not the reason why the planes were forced to return to Canada empty was because of the actions of the Chinese government, or if he could provide the House with any other explanation as to why Canada was not able to procure the equipment that the planes were sent to obtain.
Prime Minister.
Over the past many weeks, there have been significant challenges with disrupted supply chains around the world. We remember the 3M issue with the United States. There have been other issues in procuring necessary equipment from China, delays, shipments that got detoured. We know that there are going to continue to be challenges, but at the same time, we have been able to procure enough PPE for the provinces up till this time, and we are now seeing Canadian companies go online. So yes, there have been disruptions in the supply chain because of global competition, because of actions of different people and countries. But at the same time, we are ensuring that we are doing everything we can to get necessary equipment to our frontline workers. And so far, we've been able to manage it.
L'honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Madam Speaker, thank you. We've all heard what some leaders in various sectors have as a habit, that is, telling people not to go see them with a problem, but with a solution to the problem. So that's what I'm going to try to do. On a number of occasions, I raised the problem of what's happening with seniors who, up to this point, have received very, very little attention from the government. The cost associated to doing something, that what we're asking for is about $1 billion, while the government has spent over $25 billion and much more in other measures. But there are also other measures adopted in Poland and the UK, for example, within their own fiscal framework that would allow or that do not allow businesses that are registered outside of the country to be eligible for the assistance measures within those countries. That would free up a lot of money that could then be put where it's needed. The numbers are so huge. We're talking about billions of dollars that legally do not arrive here in Canada because there's tax avoidance. The Prime Minister has the ability, of course, to spend tens of billions of dollars of taxpayer money. Can the government also say all of our measures are not available to businesses registered outside the country that engage in tax avoidance? The Right Honourable Prime Minister, in every step of our thinking process, we have put our emphasis and our focus on the families, on workers, on those who will see a drop in income because of COVID-19. We haven't looked at whether these people worked for big businesses or small businesses, local or multinational businesses. We didn't judge Canadians based or triage Canadians based on what we think is morally right or not. For example, businesses that sell or companies that make tobacco products and so on, we're not judging anybody. We're simply saying if you've lost your job because of COVID-19, we will help you. It is that approach that has allowed us to deliver the emergency response benefit and the wage subsidy throughout the country to give Canadians the ability to stay home, support their families, do their groceries. That was our priority from the beginning. Of course, tax avoidance and tax evasion is a huge challenge. That's why we have invested billions in the Canada Revenue Agency so that it can try to improve measures and bring forward better measures to counter these problems. But in each step of the COVID-19 crisis, we have focused on help for workers no matter the work they do. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, Madam Speaker, I reached out with this huge solution. You know, all he had to do was reach out and grab it. And I'm so surprised to hear that there will be no examination of whether the businesses we're going to help are morally sound or not. Of course, some of the help needs to go to businesses, but there are different kinds of businesses. There are some that are SMEs, small businesses, medium-sized businesses that are fighting every day to stay open, but that are going through tough times. And then there are big corporations who pay almost nothing because they're based elsewhere. They don't need the help. Can we stop giving those businesses money because they don't need it? And are we going to ask Canadians and Quebecers who pay their taxes to pay more because some businesses don't pay their fair share? I mean, that's ethically a problem. That's scandalous. It's legal in our tax system for tax avoidance to happen. And now, when we're going to see billions of dollars missing because of this crisis, we're going to see that money end up in tax havens. I mean, is it not irresponsible to go get that money from where it is? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The reality is that we made a choice to focus first and foremost on workers who lost their jobs, no matter where they worked. But I have been very clear. If people abuse the system, if they try to obtain money when they don't deserve it, they will be held to account and see strict measures imposed on them. However, I do not believe the Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly is suggesting that we should not help workers if, unfortunately, they work for a business that doesn't always work ethically while it is legal. We do not want to punish workers based on which business or corporation they work for. They have families and communities that depend on them. We will replace some of their wages, and our emphasis, our focus is on the workers themselves, not the businesses. Of course, there are businesses that don't do things properly, and we have measures that deal with them. But right now, during this crisis, our priority, our focus has been on helping all Canadians who have lost income because of the COVID-19 crisis, no matter the type of business they work for. That is our priority.
Burnaby South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. New Democrats have been calling on this government to help families that are struggling with paying their rent, as well as for small businesses that are unable to pay their rent. Now, it's encouraging to hear that the government's working with the province to deliver some relief for rent for commercial companies, and we'll wait to see the details. But will the Prime Minister commit today to including residential rent in addition to commercial rent, because so many people are struggling, whether it's businesses or families, with paying their rent?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
We recognize the challenges that far too many Canadians are going through right now. That is why we put in place historic measures around a wage subsidy, around the Canada Emergency Response Benefit that gives $2,000 a month to people who've lost their paychecks because of COVID-19. And we recognize that there is more to do. We recognize that there are challenges that people are facing. But we also are a government that respects provincial jurisdiction. And we see that in certain areas of jurisdiction, including the relationships between renters and landlords, the province has far more tools and far more responsibility directly over what we're doing. We have made a proposal to the provinces to work with them on helping with commercial rent, because we recognize the impact on the economy, and that is a significant weight for the provinces in a very uneven way. But many, many provinces are directly stepping up on support for renters in a way that is appropriate for their jurisdiction. The federal government is there to support in a broad range of ways, but I can also highlight with tremendous pride to say that provincial governments are doing their part as well, and we look forward to continuing to work in a historic level of cooperation, collegiality with all provincial governments across the country as we look to plug gaps and challenges faced by Canadians through this unprecedented crisis. We will continue to work with the provinces in order to make sure that we get through this right and come back roaring strong.
Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Speaker, I'm going to keep this question short, so I'd ask that the Prime Minister also keep the response short, respectfully. 81% of Canadians believe, because they are struggling as a result of COVID-19, that banks should be forced to lower their interest rate. I'm asking the Prime Minister, there's powers that we have at the federal level that have expressed jurisdiction over banks. Is the Prime Minister prepared to use those powers to waive interest rates on credit cards and personal loans, use that power to put a pause on mortgage, and negotiate to get a pause on rent as well?
Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, we've been in close contact with the banks to coordinate a response to COVID-19. They've committed to working with Canadians to find solutions, including up to a 6-month mortgage deferral, reduction in credit card rates for impacted customers, and the Minister of Finance will continue to engage with the banks. Our goal is to make sure that the banks and Canadians have the flexibility needed to get through this time. We've seen leadership from the banks. We need to see more, but we are working with them to get that.
Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
With all due respect, we have significant federal powers, and asking nicely simply is not working. Will the Prime Minister commit to using the powers we have to force banks to stop charging exorbitant interest rates on credit cards and personal loans? And will the Prime Minister ensure we use our powers federally to get a pause on mortgages so we can get a pause on rent and help families out?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, the Big Six banks announced that they would temporarily reduce credit card rates for Canadians in need. And the Canadian Bankers Association said COVID-related mortgage deferral is available for an indefinite period, and customers do not have to face a deadline for having to seek relief.
Right Honourable Member, the Honourable Member from Burnaby South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
There's not a day that goes by where I don't hear a tragic story from a Canadian saying that they can't pay their rent or their mortgage. a certain amount of support is available, but that's not enough for many Canadians. At the Finance Committee last week, the experts were clear. The government needs to do more to help people with their rent. Will the Prime Minister commit to expanding the program to cover all Canadians who need it? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Madam Speaker, we have taken measures to help workers who've lost income with the emergency response benefit, and we've also helped businesses and also Canadians to maintain 75% of their income up to nearly $900 per month. And this will help them through this crisis, but we recognize that there are other challenges Canadians face, including paying rent. But at this party, we respect provincial jurisdiction. We recognize that rent falls under provincial jurisdictions, and the provinces are taking measures, and we will be there to support them, but we respect provincial jurisdiction. The Honourable
Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to start by thanking the Minister of Foreign Affairs for all of the work that he has done in repatriating the Canadians who have been stranded abroad as a result of this crisis. And toward that end, we know that there are significant challenges in India with bringing people back. Violence is increasing, and people are finding themselves in really dire situations, not only in the major cities, but in the countryside as well. And so it's been a challenging situation to get those people back. I'm wondering if the members opposite could provide some insight on what additional flights there will be and what kinds of things we can do to get those still stranded in India back as soon as possible. Thank you.
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
I'd like to thank the member opposite for the question. As the member knows, this is the largest and most complex repatriation effort that Canada has undertaken in recent history. To date, working, I would say, with all members of this House, because all of us have constituents who have been touched by this, we have facilitated the repatriation of over 19,000 Canadians on 144 flights from 72 countries. We continue to work with our international partners to get as many Canadians home as we can. And I do want to emphasize one thing to all of those Canadians who are able to come home, and that is that everyone is subject to a mandatory quarantine order for 14 days upon return home. We want those Canadians to come home. As Canadians, we all have a right to return to our country, but we have to be very careful that those returns don't compromise the health of Canadians.
Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Madam Speaker, though, I wonder if the Deputy Prime Minister could speak directly to the increase in number of flights that are on the priority list for India and how many people that she thinks will be able to come back from India in the near term.
Deputy Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I am not going to offer precise numbers of how many people will come back from India. As the member opposite knows, it is a very difficult situation in the country there. It is difficult for Canadians. It is difficult for Indians. We are very aware of the situation of Canadians there and are working to safely return people who we can. I want to really emphasize, though, how important it is that anyone who comes back must obey quarantine orders.
Member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the cases, the new cases of coronavirus are beginning to stabilize, Canadians are looking to the next step. The government has outlined that they do, in fact, need a national plan to outline what those reopening steps might be. I'm wondering if the government could identify when that national plan will be coming forth.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and we share the member opposite's vision of getting Canadians back to work, but we will obviously say that it has to be done with the health and safety of all Canadians at the base and the foundation of that work. Obviously, it's not a decision that the federal government makes alone. There are components of that plan that obviously are within our jurisdiction, but it's important that we work with our provincial and territorial counterparts to make sure that whatever plan it is, it ensures that we truly have safely passed this first wave of COVID-19 and that we have the foundation of safety available to manage future waves or future outbreaks.
Honourable Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hills.
We recognize that we need to put many things in place, but we need to know when there will be a plan and what the criteria for that plan are. And the sooner that we understand what those criteria are and what the plan is, the higher success rate we'll have. When will there be a plan?
Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will say that when will all this end is a question that I hear almost every day and from multiple partners and constituents and friends and family, and certainly we are working very diligently with our provincial and provincial and territorial counterparts to make sure that whatever plan we put into place, it is actionable, it is feasible, and that it has at its foundation the health and safety of all Canadians. Only then will we be able to assure that our economy is strong and can survive future potential outbreaks of COVID-19.
For Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hills.
Asked when there will be a plan. Many other jurisdictions have a plan, and they're further behind the curve than we are. We are late to need on having a plan. Will the plan include testing? They say we need more testing, so how will the government have more testing?
Very short answer from the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And yes, absolutely, the plan will include increasing the ramping up of testing. As you know, Canada is one of the leading countries in terms of our testing per capita, but so much more needs to be done. We've been approving new testing options for provinces and territories and local governments, but it will also include future research on serology so that we understand this virus and we understand the questions around immunity that it poses. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier.
The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Madam Speaker. This afternoon, during the question period, the Prime Minister talked about the summer jobs program, where there are 70,000 new jobs. Madam Speaker, I'd like to ask this question of the government. I mean, how can we explain that there are more jobs created through this program, while when I got the documentation from Service Canada, apparently I had lost 50 jobs. I'll give you some hints. They went from 50% to 100% of paid jobs for municipalities, and the budget has not increased. So supposedly there are many new jobs, but that's not really the case. So I'd like some explanations, Madam Speaker.
For families, childhood and social development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I really want to thank the honourable member for the important question. We've made a number of changes to support students through the Canada Summer Jobs Program at this time. We understand the difficulties that they're facing with respect to the economic challenge of COVID-19. We want to make sure that we support them adequate, and that is why we have increased the wage subsidy through the Canada Summer Jobs Program to enable students to access 100% wage subsidy, but while working for private businesses in the context of the Canada Summer Jobs Program. And we expect that through that measure, the Canada Summer Jobs Program will be taken up by more employers, and they'll be able to honor their commitments to provide even more support for students at this time.
Honorable député de...
The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Madam Speaker, I appreciate my colleague's response, except that it doesn't answer my question. There are not more jobs. There are fewer jobs. The envelope hasn't changed. Perhaps it's because we're in the opposition that we've got the same envelope as last year. So this is my question to my colleague. Are there more jobs, more money through the Canada Summer Jobs Program?
For families, childhood and social development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, I want to thank the honourable member for his focus on this issue and his approach to students. I want to assure the honourable member that by increasing the wage subsidy from 50% to 100% for employers, That will certainly ensure that more employers are able to take advantage of that opportunity to bring on their employee list more students, more summer students, and enable them to offer them employment in a way that is easier for them to do that as we are subsidizing those wages. And we expect that through that measure, through the measure of increasing that wage subsidy, more and more employers will look at that as a viable option and hire more students.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Madam Speaker, I do have other questions I want to get to, but so there are not more jobs, or there's not more money. All right. Now, regarding the emergency response benefit, I know that a program was created quickly under the circumstances, but the program is that there are many businesses that are falling through the cracks. Last week, for example, there was the opening of garage stations, car garages to change tires. So last Wednesday, those businesses were opened last Wednesday, and we also opened gardening centers, and this morning some of the construction sector. The problem is that the CERB means that many people don't want to go to work. Does the government have a solution for that to help our businesses? They are providers of jobs. However, unfortunately, some workers, because there's a program in place, low-wage workers are not motivated to go to work and contribute.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Another important question from the Honourable Member. I want to assure him that the Canada Emergency Response Benefit was meant exactly to provide support to workers who are laid off, or to even workers who are non-EI eligible who've seen their jobs literally disappear, to be able to find the support that they need at this difficult time. In addition to that, we have gotten feedback from Canadians who felt that they couldn't qualify for the CERB, either because their EI benefits ran out in January, or they were working but were actually making less than what they would make if they were on the CERB. And we've responded. We've said, okay, we need to do more to include those folks, and we have. We've taken those steps, and we'll continue to listen to Canadians and take that input.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton, sorry? Haliburton, Kawarta, Lakes, Brock, sorry. I jumped one line. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Of the $305 million that was announced for the Indigenous Community Support Fund, $15 million, or less than 5%, were allocated to urban Indigenous organizations. With over 60% of Indigenous people in Canada living in urban centres, can the government explain the split?
Honourable Minister for Indigenous Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank the member for his question. Indeed, $15 million of the Community Support Fund was reserved for urban Indigenous initiatives. The first initial set of fund intended to go out to First Nations, Inuit, and Métis in the most expeditious manner that we have at Indigenous Services Canada. We have therefore asked in a call for submissions for amounts to be put forth to our department so that we can do an immediate triage and attempt to push out as much money as we can to urban initiatives. 15 million will not be enough, Madam Speaker, and we'll be moving even quicker to look at do a triage of the other initiatives in order to move quickly with further funded to those initiatives that have been put forward to our department. Thank you.
Member for Haliburton, Kawarta Lakes, Brock.
Speaker, thank you. It's our understanding that funding for off-reserve and non-status Indigenous groups have not been approved for release by Indigenous Services Canada. When will this money flow?
The Honourable Minister for Indigenous Services.
Madam Speaker, these are initiatives that are part of a number of ministries across our government, and we are working as part of the call for submissions for urban Indigenous off-reserves and off-reserve groups to put forward those submissions. We work with them on a case-by-case basis, and we'll be moving quite quickly to get those initiatives out. We'll work specifically to prepare and deal with the COVID outbreak, particularly in urban settings, but also for off-reserve communities. Again, they don't naturally fit into the funding models that we have within Indigenous Services Canada. I've asked my team to be flexible because we are talking about dealing with an epidemic, and it does not discriminate as to whether an Indigenous group is on or off reserve. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawarta Lakes, Brock.
Speaker, through you to the Minister, which off-reserve and non-status Indigenous groups are at the table making the decisions on how to best allocate those $15 million?
The Honourable Minister for Indigenous Services.
Madam Speaker, this is not a question of being at a table. This is a question about engaging with my ministry, engaging with our staff to express need and to let us know what communities need. Again, these are emergency funds that we are pushing out, emergency resources, and also resources that money can't necessarily buy: deployment, surge capacity, a number of multifaceted elements that we deal with as we look at the epidemic curve if and when it hits an Indigenous community. So it is really done on a distinctions basis, and as a community expresses need, we will deal with it as quickly as we can.
The Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Thank you, Speaker, and through you to the Minister. Just to clarify, did the government consult at all with the 3 First Nations Fiscal Management Act institutions prior to designing the $306 million Indigenous Business Fund?
Minister of Indigenous Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Indigenous businesses are the backbone of Indigenous communities and their economy. Indeed, they are the backbone of the Canadian economy. We came forth on the weekend. The Prime Minister announced $306 million in support to Indigenous businesses in forms of loans, repayable loans, emergency support. These are initiatives that fill a gap that the announcements that we have made before have not necessarily been able to address. Indigenous communities, particularly Indigenous businesses in particular, I would note a number of them are run by women. They are smaller in nature and they are in need of the support of the Government of Canada. We will not leave them behind. I'd like to thank NACA for their support. The 59 Aboriginal financial institutions that we will flow these funds principally through will be the principal administrators of them, and if the member opposite has a particular group that he would like to see funding or a particular group that is in need, I would ask him to contact my office. But more importantly, the Aboriginal financial institutions that serve these businesses so well.
The Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Thank you, Speaker. The Indigenous Services Minister stated that his department sent packages of PPE supplies to First Nations across Canada. However, there are still First Nations communities that are reporting little access to these life-saving equipment. Can the Minister report on how many First Nations communities are still waiting for their PPE?
The Honourable Minister for Indigenous Services.
Speaker, I'd like to thank the member opposite for that question. It's a very important question because we need to frame the premise. Indigenous Services Canada has said that it will leave no community behind. To date, we have delivered over 550 PPE orders and equipment into community, ones that come principally on demand from those communities. They are in supplement to and additional to any equipment, PPE, that is provided by the provinces or the territories, or in the case of British Columbia, FNHA. So it's not an absolute number, but it is a very important indication of the amounts that we have deployed into community. We have limited appreciation of knowing what the burn rate is on those personal protective equipment, so communities are engaged with my staff, and indeed my staff is working around the clock to get that equipment out as quickly as it can. Again, if a community needs PPE, it should engage directly with me if it does not feel it's getting it from other sources. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yesterday, the Government of Australia joined with the United States in calling for an independent international investigation into China's handling of COVID-19. Does the government support such an investigation, and if not, why not?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, excuse me. Let me start by pointing out that the coronavirus is a global pandemic. It is a pandemic which knows no ideology, and in order to best fight that pandemic and to best protect Canadians, it is essential to work with and share information with all countries where that pandemic exists. Having said that, it is also very important for all of us as members of the international community to share as much information and information which is as accurate as possible in order to protect our own people and also in order to protect the rest of the world. And let me also say, and I hope that all members of this House would agree with this statement, that I believe very firmly that it is in the DNA of democracies to be far more transparent than any authoritarian regime can ever be. That is one of the reasons that I believe so strongly in democracy, and I think that's why we're here in this House this afternoon.
St. Albert, Edmonton.
Madam Speaker, is the government satisfied with the WHO's response to COVID-19?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, we remain firmly confident in the advice of the officials that have served us so well during this time of pandemic here in Canada. And of course, we engage closely with the World Health Organization. Dr. Theresa Tam is a special advisor to the Special Committee on COVID. It's really important, Madam Speaker, that for any outbreak, we have an international global response. In fact, the World Health Organization has helped to coordinate that response for other infectious diseases that have recently threatened global health. And so we continue to work with the organization to ensure that we combine the research and evidence and data that we are collecting as Canadians with that of the world so that we come to a conclusion of this particular illness. Thank you.
Honourable Member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Speaker, the Deputy Prime Minister is quite correct about the importance of sharing information as we fight COVID-19. And yet, the jurisdiction that has been really the gold standard in terms of fighting COVID-19 has been Taiwan, and it has been shut out of the WHO. Now, at the end of January, I posed a question to the Prime Minister asking whether the government supported Taiwan's inclusion in international discussions at the WHO about COVID-19. The Prime Minister answered in the affirmative. So I would ask the government, when will the government put those words into action and formally request Taiwan's participation?
Mr. Speaker?
Yeah, the Honourable Minister of Health.
I too need to acknowledge who's sitting in that chair, Madam Speaker. Listen, we have over and over discussed the importance of ensuring that no country is left behind in the response to COVID-19. Yes, the Prime Minister was affirmative in his response to that question. I remember it well, that all countries should have a voice with the WHO and that we will need to work together as a world. As long as there is one case, Madam Speaker, of COVID-19 in any country, none of us are safe, and that's why it's so important that we have a collaborative approach through international bodies like the World Health Organization and through strong partnerships like the G20 and G7, many other organizations such as CEPI and Gavi. These are international organizations that work on infectious disease protocols and vaccine production. These are really important international bodies, Madam Speaker, because they help our world coordinate responses to illness, which, as we can see, know no borders. Thank you very much.
For St. Albert Edmonton.
Well, Madam Speaker, the WHO in March issued a statement indicating that it was up to members' states to determine the status of Taiwan. So again, I repeat, why won't the government put its words into action and formally request Taiwan's participation?
And evidence that's informed by the research that's being coordinated through the Solidarity Trials of the World Health Organization. We are a partner in those trials, as you know, which is seeking vaccines and other antidotes to COVID-19. It's very important, Madam Speaker, that the world work together and that all countries have an opportunity to participate, not only in the research, but the benefits of that research. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The government announced for the energy sector $1.72 billion for orphan well remediation, an emissions reduction fund, a business credit availability program. The first idea actually comes from C221, which is the MP for Lakeland. A Conservative MP suggested this. The problem is the PBO's costing for that original private members bill was $30 billion, upwards of private sector investment. And seeing that WTI is trading today as low as minus $40.32, when can Albertans expect the rest of the energy subsidy help?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister, and I'll just remind to keep the answer short so we can have as many questions as possible.
Okay, Madam Speaker. So let me just say that the long-awaited announcement of $1.7 billion for inactive well cleanup and $750 million for methane reduction are a very positive step for the energy sector, for Alberta, Saskatchewan, BC, and you don't need to take my word for it. I'm going to quote Premier Jason Kenney, who said, "Thank you to the Prime Minister for announcing $1.7 billion to accelerate cleanup of orphaned and abandoned wells in Canada's energy sector. This is critical to getting thousands of people in the energy sector back to work immediately." The Premier is right, and we are glad to be contributing to that.
Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
let me finish the quote. He also said that was a good first step. And to paraphrase Minister Sonia Savage, the Alberta Energy Minister, who said on CTV News, I'd like to see the rest of the package now, please, as well. Like I said, WTI is trading at minus $40.32. That was the bottom. This will reset tomorrow, which means May futures prices will be around $20 starting tomorrow. So to ask, one of the things the energy industry and workers are expecting and have heard from the Prime Minister and his ministers is on the liquidity program provided through the BDC. It says it's aimed at small and medium businesses, but the BDC doesn't list criteria size on their website or anywhere else. So what are the parameters to ensure that outcome, that small and medium-sized oil and gas companies can access the help that they need?
The Honourable Minister for Small Businesses.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much, and I thank the honourable member for the question. The program that we have put forth, the BCAP program, that provides government guarantees to Canada's financial institutions, banks and credit unions, are absolutely available to Canadian small and medium-sized businesses of all sectors. These are not only the $40,000 interest-free loans that are available, but indeed loans that go up to $12.5 million that are available to Canada's small and medium-sized businesses, including those in the oil and gas sector. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
So with all due respect to the minister, she didn't quite answer my question. I was asking the criteria size. The American payroll wage subsidy program lists a small business as 500 employees or less. Everything's bigger in America, it seems. So to the minister, again, for these BDC loans for small and medium businesses that small and medium oil and gas companies want to access, what is the criteria for size? Is it wages? Is it revenue? Is it an FTE count? I'd like to know the number, please.
The Minister for Small Business.
Madam Speaker, thank you again to the honourable member for that question. Of course, the small business loan, $40,000, you already know, it's a payroll size of $20,000 to $1.5 million. That is the eligibility criteria for that category of loans. And for other loans that are available, there are up to $12.5 million. You can go to the financial institution and get access to that funding. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Well, another part of the announcements was the BDC said it will only issue loans to operators that were financially viable prior to the current economic environment. So I'd like to know from the government, which day did they use to determine that prior financial viability with minus $40 for WTI and the expectation of price will continue to slide? And just to remind the government, Premier Jason Kenney, the Alberta Premier, did mention that this year there was a full expectation of a negative price for Western Canadian Select. If you have negative pricing for WTI, you'll have negative pricing for Western Canadian Select. So when does financial viability determine? On what days is that being determined on?
The Honourable Minister for Small Business.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's really important for us to support all small businesses across the country, including those very important businesses in Alberta in the oil and gas sector. We want to make sure that those businesses are absolutely supported through the lending program. We have unleashed enormous liquidity into the marketplace, and we want to make sure that those businesses also get access to that lending.
The Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Got it. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our Canadian North has had many challenges, and we've heard over the last number of months promises made by the government that they're going to help our northern communities, but it simply hasn't been the case. For example, many of these businesses that operate in the north do this solely by hiring contractors for their labor. Can the minister tell me if the Canada Emergency Business Account will be modified to take the special needs that businesses in the north have into account?
Minister for Small Business.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the honourable member for that question. Absolutely, we are continuing to do the work. We're hearing and listening to businesses all over the country, particularly the businesses who are in the north, and we are continuing to do this work. The work isn't done yet to make sure that businesses get that cash flow support that they need during this difficult period. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker. Many businesses across the north have very different needs than the rest of the country, from short seasonal work to exploration work that doesn't always generate revenue right away. We have made the Minister of Finance aware of these concerns, and now my question, when will the Canadian Emergency Wage Subsidy be amended to consider the needs of the North?
The Honourable Minister of Small Business.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Canadian Emergency Wage Subsidy is, of course, available so that we can help keep our businesses and save our jobs. We know that businesses are much better primed for recovery when the business together with their employees are together, which is why we have implemented a program to provide 75% wage subsidy. I want to remind everyone that the wage subsidy is there to help those businesses who have seen a loss in revenue. And for businesses in March, 15%, April and May, a decrease in revenue will mean that you can get access to the emergency wage subsidy.
Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you to the Minister for just highlighting the very reason that I'm asking her to fix it, is because our companies don't qualify based on that reason. Airlines in the North are critical for essential needs like food and medications. Can the Minister please tell me what special considerations are being taken to ensure that these Northern airlines are able to continue their important work that is specific to so many of these remote communities who rely on them for their very survival?
All business. Oh, the Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Thank you very much. The member opposite is quite right, and in our conversations with the premiers of the Yukon, the Northwest Territories, and Nunavut, the need to support small northern airlines has absolutely been emphasized. As the member opposite knows, some of thase communities are fly-in, fly-out communities and are dependent on airlines for their food. Some of the business operations of those airlines are compromised because of travel restrictions, including the very tight and I would say very admirable restrictions these northern communities have introduced to protect themselves. For that reason, last week we announced a significant support package for the North, in part specifically to support airlines.
The Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River, and Northern Rockies.
Yeah, you're going to have it by the end of the day for sure. That's okay. It's a long day.
Use the initials.
The U.S. on softwood lumber, but cannot spend or disperse those duties because they are under dispute, as you know. This only creates billions in held-up capital. It also makes it harder for lumber companies to operate, especially in this current situation. If lumber companies fail, then pulp mills will close access to chips at a time when pulp products are needed for both PPE and consumer paper products like toilet paper. Has the government approached the U.S. about releasing this money?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
I'd like to start by thanking the member for Peace River, Prince George, Northern Rockies for the question. Those duties are indeed a real issue for the industry, and the softwood lumber industry is going through a very difficult time. You're right to point out how much we need it for raw materials for PPE, for toilet paper. It's great Canada produces it. We are in, I would say, very, very regular discussion with the U.S. about our trade dispute, and we continue to win cases. And we are also talking with leaders in the industry about ways that we can support the industry.
Very last question from the member from Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our defences in the North need to be upgraded, and they need to be upgraded now. The North warning system is an outdated and experts are also reporting that our long and short-range radars are essentially obsolete. Can the government tell Canadians if there are any plans to modernize this important defence system?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
That is another excellent question, and one of the things that I would say has been happening in the recent days and weeks as we have been working with our North American partners on the border relationship has been a heightened appreciation on both sides of the border of the extent to which the security of Canada and the United States is dependent on our working together and on our NORAD relationship. So I would say that question is very much on the agenda and is being discussed very positively with our neighbours.
We will suspend the sitting for 1 minute in order to allow for the employees who provide support for the sitting to replace each other safely. That was less than a minute. The honourable member for l'honorable député de Rosemont, la petite patrie. Oh, non, je n'ai pas là. Oh my God. No, l'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm aware of the difficulty of managing this crisis, and I do welcome the government measures that have been implemented to support the population. However, I would like to discuss some of the gray areas in these measures which are making life hard for many of my fellow citizens in Shefford. For self-employed workers who are often left behind from the CRB, I heard from an individual who was going to give dance classes this summer, but then everything was canceled. She hadn't made $5,000 in the last year and wasn't eligible for the CRB. How is she supposed to survive? The Honourable Minister of Families.
Question. We are always taking feedback on the CERB. We've already heard from folks who are working but not making as much as they would make under the CERB. So we've expanded eligibility to include folks who are working but earning less than $1,000. We also have included folks who had their EI run out in January, and we will continue to listen to Canadians to include as many people as possible and get the help that Canadians need at this difficult time.
Deputy Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Another case. I heard from a retiree who gets such a small pension that he has to increase it by a part-time job. He lost his job, but he hadn't made $5,000 over the course of the last year. So now he's seeing his income go down sharply, and he's having trouble making ends meet. We were talking about increasing seniors' buying power. That's an example of that. What should we do for people in that situation?
L'honorable ministre de la Prospérité de la classe moyenne.
Merci, Madame. The Honourable Minister. Thank you very much for the question. We know that this is very important, and we want to communicate to seniors that they're not alone. We need to help them in these emergency programs that we've brought forward. In order to help them, our government has adopted several new measures, such as a GST credit payment of about $400 per individual and $600 per couple for those with low incomes, a 25% decrease on withdrawals from retirement accounts in order to better preserve securities during this period of market volatility, and the deferral of income tax, as well as investments we've made in United Way and food banks to help seniors in order to help them buy more products that they need, such as groceries. We know that there's still more to do, and we will be working with all members here and various seniors group to help support seniors. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Here's another situation, this time in the tourism sector. There's a business called Manoir Maplewood in Waterloo with an employer and 2 employees. Now, of course, everything that this resort had for the summer has been cancelled. They don't want to take on a loan because they don't think they'll be able to pay it back. The CRB won't help their business. And ultimately, this resort is seen as a gem in the Eastern Townships. What should be done? The Honourable Minister of Small Business.
Thank you for that good question. We know that sectors such as tourism, as well as seasonal businesses, are facing the unique realities and challenges of COVID-19. It is why our government just last week announced additional supports through our regional development agencies, as well as through the Community Futures Network, so that we can help our these businesses in that sector, as well as some of these businesses businesses who operate in rural Canada. So these are targeted measures that's going to protect Canadian jobs and support these very important small and medium-sized businesses who play such a key role in the local economies, and we want to make sure that these businesses in the tourism sector are indeed supported.
L'honorable député de Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you. I'm here now. During a period of crisis like this one, we also see an opportunity for transformation. We know that everyone's working very hard right now in order to try to work together to improve the situation. People in the health, food, agriculture, trucking sectors, everyone's trying very hard. Except for some big businesses, which are cheating and aren't doing their fair share and are ultimately hiding their profits in tax havens. We're losing billions of dollars to this. At a time when we really need those resources. We really need these services in order to fund these new programs. And yet, these big companies are still finding a way to avoid paying taxes in Canada. 2 countries in the world, Denmark and Poland, have just passed measures to avoid having companies hide their income in tax havens. I find that extremely sound. It's a good idea. If Denmark and Poland can do that, why can't Canada? The Honourable Minister for Middle Class Prosperity. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. This government has invested a great deal of money in order to fight tax evasion and tax havens, and we will continue to do so. The reality is that right now, we had to make choices. We developed an emergency economic plan to help Canadians and workers in this crisis situation. And we have developed several programs. In fact, we created them from whole cloth, and we will continue to improve them to ensure that we prioritize workers and Canadians. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Ultimately, what I'm hearing is that we're turning our backs on what's happening in this illegal system, and that even though we could do something about it to shut it down, and even though there are international examples of what could be done, there's another group that's being forgotten right now. Students. The NDP talks a lot about that. And the needs of students are becoming extremely urgent. Many of them are having trouble paying their bills. If the CRB had been universal, this problem would not have arisen. But unfortunately, that's not the case. One of the criteria to receive the CRB is to have made $5,000 minimum in the last 12 months. But what if scholarships and loans, student loans, were considered as counting towards that total? Well then, a lot of these students would be eligible for the CRB. Has the government considered the solution?
For families, childhood, and social development.
I want to thank the honourable member for highlighting the plight of students in the context of COVID-19. We want to make sure that we support students at this difficult time. A number of students, a substantial number, would actually be eligible for the CERB, having made a minimum of $5,000 last year in employment income. However, we've already taken steps to ensure that the ones who are not eligible for CERB are supported in another way through the enhancement to the Canada Summer Jobs Program, increasing the subsidy for employers in the business community to consider hiring Canada Summer Job students by increasing that subsidy to 100%, lengthening the time period for the Canada Summer Jobs Program itself, and also continuing to listen to students to find other ways to support them. Madam Speaker.
Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Yes, I heard recently that somebody was not meeting the CRB criteria, lost their jobs, is not eligible for EI either, gets $700 a month, and his rent is $600, $100 to live per month. I mean, thankfully, this person has friends and family, but if the measure had been universal, this person would not be in this predicament. The other thing we're asking for is that the federal government intervene to ensure that mortgages, that there be a relief for mortgages and also rent, that for a certain amount of time people not have to pay rent so they can buy groceries instead. The Honourable Minister.
Another important question around protecting homeowners and protecting renters at this difficult time. We moved very quickly, and in fact on March 15th, effective March 15th, we made sure that we rolled out through the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation supports for homeowners in the form of an option to defer mortgages. We've also supported Canadians to be able to pay the rent and put food on the table through measures like the Canada Emergency Response Benefit and increasing the Canada Child Benefit.
The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfield.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I was very interested in what the Deputy Prime Minister had to say as we started this session earlier about sharing information and the fact that transparency is the DNA of any democracy, including ours. So I want to go back to a question that I asked earlier today in question period regarding the medical intelligence, MedItCell, of our country's military intelligence when it recognized in early January that the deadly novel coronavirus was in China and that it had the potential to spread across the world. And presumably, when that report was written, it would have gone to the Chief of Defense Staff, it would have gone to the Minister of National Defense, and I expect that the Privy Council office would have briefed the Prime Minister. What date was the Prime Minister briefed by the Privy Council office with respect to this report?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, Madam Speaker, I just want the member opposite to know that since December 31st, we have been aware of the outbreak from Wuhan, China. In fact, December 31st, Dr. Tam was alerted of the outbreak of illnesses at that time, still unknown in terms of what we were dealing with in terms of a new virus on the scene. By December 31st, Dr. Tam began notifying members of the Canadian Council of Medical Officers of Health. By January 2nd, all members of the CCMOH are advised of the outbreak of illnesses by Dr. Tam, and by early January myself, I was briefed by officials on the status of this new virus. So I will say to the member opposite that we have been aware of this virus very early on and have been actively working on Canada's response to it.
For Barrie Innisfield.
My question wasn't about Mrs. Tam, Dr. Tam. My question was about the Privy Council office notifying and briefing the Prime Minister that this report exists within DND. When did that happen?
The Honourable Minister, the Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
So, Madam Speaker, as my colleague has said, the government has been closely tracking the incidence of the novel coronavirus and its spread. The Public Health Agency of Canada alerted all provincial health authorities on January 2nd. But on the 14th of January, the Public Health Agency convened a meeting of the Canadian Council of Medical Health Officers. And to the member's point, in January, the first meeting of the Incident Response Group was convened by the Prime Minister. That is an emergency incident response group, and of course, intelligence information is shared there. Beyond that, the confidentiality of our intelligence sharing prevents me from going into detail.
Barrie Innisfield.
Madam Speaker, businesses across this country are reeling and they are anxious to see the emergency wage subsidy. When will that hit their bank accounts so that employees can come back to work?
Oh, Minister of Small Business. Oh, just a moment, Okay.
We're working very hard to get this out as soon as we possibly can because we know how urgent, how important it is for businesses to see this support for their employees.
Member for Barrie Innisfield.
Madam Speaker, many municipal councillors and band councillors across this country are business owners. Many of them have had to shut down their business, and yet they continue in their role as band and municipal councillors, including in the town of Innisfil that I represent. But many of them don't qualify for the emergency benefits from their businesses that they've had to close. So I'm wondering if the government is considering extending some of these benefits to those band councillors and municipal councillors who are working so hard in their communities to look after them during this COVID-19 crisis, but can't run their businesses right now.
Minister of Small Business.
Madam Speaker, that's a really good question, and I want the honourable member to know that we are listening intently and that we are working on that very issue and hope to be able to share information very shortly.
Honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Madam Speaker, my last question is to the Deputy Prime Minister. Has she been happy with the Team Canada approach that not only Parliament but the opposition parties have utilized during this emergency crisis? Thank you.
Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I have been very happy with the Team Canada approach of all Canadians. And I would like to particularly single out actually the premiers. Healthcare is first and foremost a provincial responsibility. The premiers, the provincial and territorial governments have had that first line responsibility to deal with this crisis. As the member opposite knows, most of the premiers are not members of my party, and I think that they have worked extremely collaboratively with one another and with the federal government. I commend them for that.
Honourable member for Medicine Hat.
Madam Speaker, thousands of Canadians, including Clarence, Diane, Megan, and many others from our riding, don't qualify for any of the supports currently offered by this government. They're self-employed, too small to qualify for the wage subsidy, and don't qualify for CERB or CEBA. How long before these business owners can access support?
The Honourable Minister for Small Business.
I want to thank the honourable member for that question. All of our businesses across the country and our entrepreneurs and our business owners are really important, and it's really essential that we are supporting them through this period, and that's why we launch many of the measures to help them through this difficult period. But as I have said before, the work is not done. We continue to listen, we continue to work on this so that we don't leave anybody behind and that we continue to support our businesses and our entrepreneurs in this country.
Member for Medicine Hat.
Madam Speaker, cyber attacks have risen nearly 500% globally and are a threat to collect information and extort ransoms from our own health system, corporations, and of course individual Canadians. We know at least one Canadian hospital and thousands of our Canadian healthcare workers, their information has been compromised. What I want to know from the government is what resources has this government put forward to stop these hackers and to protect our country's information systems and our citizens?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
I'd like to thank the member opposite for the very important question. And indeed, as all of us are rightly focused on the frontline healthcare battle against coronavirus, we do have to remember that this is a time when our information systems are particularly important and are vulnerable. Our government is very focused on that. Both the Ministers of Defence and the Ministers of Public Safety are working with the provinces, very aware of the fact that we need to monitor our cybersecurity. And one other security threat I would share with all of us here is the danger of scamming. People are afraid and vulnerable, and that's something that we're very focused on too.
The Honourable Member for Medicine Hat.
Madam Speaker, weeks ago the government announced that they would look into the release of offenders to ease the burden on the system and prevent the spread of the coronavirus in our prisons. But this has only shifted the problem from prisons to the police and then to the public safety concerns in our communities, not to mention the increased risk of spreading the virus to the general public. What orders has the government, through the Minister of Public Safety, given to the Commissioner of Corrections, and what steps have been taken already to deal with this issue?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
The issue of federal correctional institutions and the coronavirus is another really important one. We have seen some worrying outbreaks in federal correctional institutions and have been working particularly closely with the province of BC on institutions there. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Bonnie Henry for the very good advice she has been giving us about those institutions. When it comes to inmates, let me just emphasize that nothing is more important than the safety of Canadians, and that is the first and foremost concern that the Minister of Public Safety has in mind.
Member for Medicine Hat.
Madam Speaker, the Public Safety Minister promised that only non-violent criminals would be placed on parole to minimize the virus outbreak in penitentiaries, as the Deputy Government Deputy Prime Minister, has indicated, but we have media reports recently confirming that violent offenders are being released, and I'm wondering why that's occurring.
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Let me say to the member opposite that I do aspire to be Deputy House Leader and work closely with our House Leader on managing questions on this side of the House. See, he's laughing. It shows that it's true. And let me ask the member opposite to please share those reports with me and the Minister for Public Safety. The situation with regard to the coronavirus in federal correctional institutions is one we do need to watch closely. There have been outbreaks there. At the same time, it is absolutely essential to protect the safety of Canadians.
For Medicine Hat.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This one may be more in the Deputy Prime Minister's bailiwick. Canada and the U.S. recently came to an agreement to extend the prohibition on all non-essential cross-border travel. Did this new agreement change any of the previous conditions, yes or no? And what criteria is the government considering that has to be met in order to reopen the border?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
The agreement did not in any way change the original agreement. It was simply rolling it over for 30 days. As we approach the end of those 30 days, and indeed every day, we will continue to have our very friendly, very neighbourly conversation with our American neighbours about what to do next.
From the member of Medicine Hat.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The RCMP Training Centre has been closed, and cadets were sent home in mid-March, of course, with full pay. The RCMP also has thousands of federally funded members that are fully trained. Has the government asked the RCMP to reassign the 400 recruits? And tell us how the federally funded RCMP members are helping Canadians on the front lines during this crisis.
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister, 5 seconds.
Well, let's just say that today, of all days, is a day when we should all be very grateful for the service of the RCMP across the country, and I'll leave it at that.
The Honourable Member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. COVID-19 is having immediate and devastating impacts on the tourism sector across Canada. My community of Niagara Falls has been hit particularly hard, with over 16,000 hotel rooms, employing almost 40,000 workers, and generating over $2.4 billion in receipts. Niagara's hotels and accommodations, restaurants, resorts, and other small business operations have all been devastated by this terrible virus. Minister, this is the third time we have now had to ask, when will the government announce an economic aid package to support Canada's tourism and hospitality sector?
The Honourable Ministre de Patrimoine.
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Madam President, the health and safety of Canadians is our top priority at all times. We know that the tourism industry is hard hit by COVID-19, and we are working tirelessly to mitigate its impact on the Canadian economy. As a first step, we are providing immediate help to those Canadians and businesses that are most in need, including those who are without pay because of COVID-19, whether they are sick, caring for a loved one, unemployed, or sent home. We remain in communication with our colleagues in the provinces and territories, as well as Indigenous leaders and communities, to ensure that we have a coordinated Canada-wide approach so we face this and recover from this together. Our tourism sector is strong and resilient, and we will always be there to support it.
Honourable Member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On April 8th, the Finance Committee met to examine issues related to Canadian tourism and how COVID-19 was negatively impacting this important economic sector. As part of the hearings, the Hotel Association of Canada put forward some immediate solutions which would help support tourism. One recommendation would allow for the sector to submit now their loss carryover for the financial year, which would provide businesses with much-needed financial liquidity. We have also suggested the government examine rebating the HST payments made by businesses in 2019, again with the purpose of providing them with much-needed financial liquidity, and quickly. Minister, will the government support these proposals?
L'Honourable Ministre.
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Madame la Présidente, thank you. I think if there's one thing that people recognize is that our government has acted swiftly to help a number of Canadians, a number of businesses, small, medium, and large across the country. We are working every day, morning, day, and often night, to do even more for them, and we will continue to do so until together as Canadians we make it through this crisis. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Niagara Falls.
Madam Speaker, COVID-19 has heavily impacted the greenhouse sector this year. Greenhouse operators have already invested tremendously in input costs to grow their product for market. But these markets have now instantaneously disappeared because of the virus. The next 8 weeks are critical for greenhouse operators to cover their costs and make their profits. However, the future looks bleak. Will the government consider supporting the Canadian greenhouse sector by providing operational cost coverage for the fiscal year?
L'Honorable Ministre de l'Agriculture et de la...
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I can assure you that we are working closely with producers generally in all sectors, including greenhouse operators, as well as food processors, and we're looking at various options to support them based on the challenges they are facing. As you know, we have already put together some means through Agriculture Canada programs and other programs as well. We also helped the Canadian Food Inspection Agency. But there are a number of measures in place, but we are very aware of the challenges faced by the greenhouse sector. The Honourable Member from Niagara Falls.
The Canadian Federation of Agriculture has recommended the federal government restore the agri-stability coverage rate to 85% and remove the reference margin limit for the 2020 program year and the remainder of the Canadian Agricultural Partnership. Over the last few weeks, we have now heard how much COVID-19 is impacting our Canadian agricultural sector and how this can impact future food security throughout our country. Minister, will the federal government commit to these agricultural supports?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Once again, I'm in contact with producers, processors, and others. I'm very well informed of the situation. We have some working groups as well that have been formed, but we're looking with them to try to find the best options to support them. Of course, there are a number of programs in place already to help them. I'm thinking of the SMEs, the emergency program for the SMEs, and access to funding through Agricultural and Agri-Food Canada. So there are loans and other measures in place to try to help them manage their cash flow. And we are continuing to look at a number of programs, including agri-stability. Thank you.
Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on February the 26th, the Standing Committee on Health passed a motion stating the following, that pursuant to Standing Order 1081A, the committee order all documents, including briefing notes, memos, and emails from senior officials prepared for the Minister of Health, Transportation, Public Safety, Foreign Affairs, and National Defence regarding the outbreak of coronavirus, no later than March 15, 2020. That matters of cabinet confidence and national security be excluded from their request, and that any redactions to protect the privacy of Canadian citizens and permanent residents whose names and personal information may be included in the documents, as well as public servants who have been providing assistance in this matter, be made by the Office of the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Counsel of the House of Commons. So the documents were provided, Madam Speaker, but they were redacted by the government in advance, and as a result, the Parliamentary Council has written complaining about this action. My question is, will the government reverse its course and allow the Parliamentary Council Law Clerk to do the redactions rather than redacting proactively?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And yes, during the course of the outbreak as it began, in fact, the HESA committee did compel over, it turned out to be well over 1,000 documents, and our officials also appeared in front of the committee a number of times, and I also appeared in front of the committee. We've spared no effort to try and ensure that the HESA committee has access to the professionals that it is compelling from the Government of Canada, as well as political leaders such as myself, as well as providing documentation, even as those officials were working day and night to try and ensure that our response was strong and robust to protect Canadians' lives. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac,
they were not so busy,
Kingston.
Madam Speaker, that they couldn't busy themselves with redacting documents, something that it ought to be left. It was specifically in the committee's motion, a task to be left to Parliamentary Council. So I ask again, will the government submit the same documents unredacted so that Parliamentary Council can make those decisions as is appropriate under the privileges of the House?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, we will always comply with the Health Committee's request for appearances of officials, appearances of ministers, and of documentation that is required for them to complete their studies.
The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Part of that request was that all such redactions, quote, be made by the Office of the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Counsel of the House of Commons. Will the Minister and her government respond and respect that request?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Madam Speaker, since the beginning of the outbreak, in fact, we have appeared in front of HESA, my department, and me numerous times to answer questions to their fullest, to provide technical briefings to the committee, to ensure that they have the information they need to study Canada's response and Canada's next steps. We continue to provide documentation that is requested. We completely value the work of HESA in examining the response of Canada, but also in looking for the next steps ahead.
Honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
One gets the impression the answer to that is no. Well, the minister is certainly reluctant to say so. Madam Speaker, it's worth noting that in the special order that was adopted by the House on April 11th, the Health Committee is set up to proceed, but only to receive evidence. It is not permitted to pass motions. If it could do so, it would, of course, pass a motion demanding that these documents be submitted to the right, and perhaps chastising the minister for her actions. I want to ask why it is that the ability of this committee to pass motions and to make reports has been taken away from it.
The Honourable Leader du Gouvernement.
The Honourable House Leader.
The Health Committee has met, I think, 5 times. Finance Committee has met around 5 or 6 times. Also, other committees are meeting, Madam Speaker. And I know the people in the House are working really hard. The people on the committees are working really hard. And we have to make ways find ways to make those committees work. And they're working, actually, Madam Speaker. So the members of the committee can ask questions, invite people, and get the answers. And that's what they're doing, Madam Speaker.
Member for Larnac, Frontenac, Kingston.
The Health Committee and also all the other committees, including the Indigenous Affairs Committee set up today, do not have the ability to make reports. They do not have the ability to pass motions. And there is no reason in the world why they should not be able to do so. I note that on the April 11th motion, the Procedure and Affairs Committee was specifically mandated to adopt motions and reports. Why is this being withheld from the Health Committee and from the other committees that are sitting right now? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable House Leader, Government House Leader, very short answer.
Speaker, the committees are working on the basis of what has been approved by all parties in different motions, and everybody is working extremely hard to be able to answer the questions of parliamentarians, and that's what the committees are doing now.
Le député de
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In my riding, I have a business person who opened a restaurant 1 year ago and decided to cash in his RSPs for his restaurant's first year. And for the past month, day after day, we have been asking the question every day to the Minister of Finance, will this person, to avoid having to pay himself so that he could take pressure off his new business, will this person be eligible for the CRB? The Honourable Minister for Small Business.
The Honourable Member for that question. And that business, like so many of our businesses across the country, is absolutely so important to all of our communities. That's why we have been listening so intently to their concerns and made available the many measures to help them keep their employees, to help them with the cash flow that is needed during this difficult period, and to help them keep their costs low by deferring the GST and HST and customs duties. All of these measures in an effort to help our Canadian small businesses. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Député de Salaberry.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Madam Speaker, I think the answer is clear. The crisis has made it very clear that high-speed internet services are seen as an essential service the way electricity was 100 years ago. In my riding, many areas do not have high-speed internet. For example, the Domaine Relais for example, and other areas don't have high-speed internet, despite the mayors of Rivière-Baudette. Despite all his efforts, nothing has been done to ensure that the citizens there, the residents, have access to high-speed internet. We know that in the government's plan, there are promises to ensure that by 2028, everybody will have high-speed internet access. Now, given the crisis we're seeing now, is the government realizing that it needs to have a much shorter deadline to ensure that it can reach all of the people living everywhere, and that people, as well as Saint-Justine-de-Newton, Rivière-Baudette, Ancient Brook, in my riding as well, that unfortunately have not been able to work from home efficiently because they don't have enough access to internet. I'd like to hear what the minister has to say regarding shortening the deadline to allow all people who need, and municipalities who need high-speed access, internet access, to get it. The Deputy Prime Minister. Thank you for your question. Even before the coronavirus crisis, we understood how important high-speed internet was, especially for rural communities. However, I believe that everybody and all members here are aware that the coronavirus crisis has changed and will change the economy completely. One of the changes, as the member has underlined, is that telework will become more important. I completely agree that high-speed internet access for all Canadians, including Canadians living in rural areas, must be a significant priority for our government when we start to reopen the economy after this crisis. Of course, at this time today, it's too early to start that work because of the measures we've taken to preserve health. But I completely agree that this needs to be done, and it will be one of the priorities. The member for Saddleberry-sur-Roi. I'd like to, Madam Speaker, there are currently projects on the minister's desk related to these requests. For example, certain co-ops. There's one in my riding, 4 projects. That co-op provided 4 ideas for projects to try to connect 400 or 500 residents. And now they're waiting for a response from the federal government. Now they're falling on tough times. I'd like to understand whether this is a priority. If it is, why is there such a tardy response? Or has there been such a tardy response when people are trying to get connected? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. I'd like to highlight the fact that, or rather, I'd like to congratulate the member for saying that in her riding, people have understood that this is a priority. We have invested millions of dollars to ensure that people in the member's riding try to get more access. The fact that the people of her riding have made requests and submitted proposals is a step in the right direction, but I agree that the coronavirus has changed much in our economy and must change what we will do in the future. One of the things that will be absolutely necessary is to further underline how important high-speed internet access is, even more than we did before.
Burnaby South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My question to the government is concerning long-term care homes. We have seen really deplorable conditions in long-term care homes. These are seniors who are often the most vulnerable in society, people who are not able to defend themselves, and they're faced with just horrible conditions. And right now, long-term care homes are ground zero for the number of deaths. The highest number of deaths reported are concentrated in long-term care homes. Will the federal government commit to implementing national standards around long-term care homes, and then putting those into our Canada Health Act to ensure that there's accountability.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will say that I share the members' dismay at the treatment of seniors in some long-term care homes across the country that are clearly paying the price of a decade or more of neglect of a system that is meant to provide people dignity and safety in their senior years. And I have been working with the Minister of Seniors to ensure that our government provides guidance for provinces and territories and how they ameliorate the situation in this urgent setting. We have a lot of work to do, Madam Speaker, at all levels of government to fix this deplorable situation.
Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Malgré le travail qu'on...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Despite the hard work we've done as New Democrats to ensure that there are guarantees for people who currently don't have access to the CERB, despite our efforts, and the government has said it will make changes, well, there would have been a simpler solution, and there is a simpler solution. The government could abolish all criteria and make an announcement right now saying that if someone needs the CERB, they can simply apply right now and have access to those resources.
The member for Burnaby South for that important question. The key difference between the approach that the honourable member is suggesting and our approach is that we felt that it was important to provide a lot of support to those who need it now in the context of the economic dislocation of COVID-19. As opposed to sending a small amount of money to everyone, we focused our attention on workers and those who've seen their jobs disappear, those who've been laid off, or those who have to be home to take care of their kids who are not going to school or take care of their loved one who is experiencing quarantine or COVID-19. That's the focus that we've had, as well as delivering, of course, more money under the Canada Child Benefit and the GST tax credit and other supports to Canadians.
Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Madam President, that's not at all my question. I'm saying the current program as it exists has a whole list of criteria that are limiting people who need help right now. I've not asked at all to reduce the sum. I'm saying with the existing program, will the government commit to getting rid of their criteria so that everyone who needs help can simply apply for that help and get it? Again, my question is not about reducing that help, it's about reducing the barriers to accessing that help.
The Honourable Minister for Families, Childhood and Social Development.
Madam Speaker, and again, through you to the honourable member, the CERB is there to help workers who've seen their jobs disappear or who've been laid off as a result of COVID-19. The fact of the matter is we are getting help to families through increasing the Canada Child Benefit. Between the CERB and the wage subsidy of up to 75%, that covers a lot of folks, a lot of workers in Canada. In addition to that, we've listened to feedback from Canadians on those who've been left behind by the CERB, including those who've seen their EI run out in January, as well as those who are actually working, those Canadians who are working now, who are making less money than they would be under the CERB. We've heard that concern and we've addressed it by expanding the eligibility of the CERB for those folks who are making $1,000 or less.
Member for Burnaby South.
My question now is about touching on Indigenous services and communities. We have heard a lot of concerns from Indigenous communities about their lack of basic infrastructure, lack of basic human rights like clean drinking water and housing. On top of that, we are fast approaching the flood season, which means many people, many Indigenous communities will have to be evacuated. There does not seem to be a very good plan in place to ensure that communities can be evacuated safely and in a way where they're not going to be exposed to additional risk with COVID-19. What is the plan to make sure communities have the resources and the proper plan in place to protect them?
The Honourable Minister for Indigenous Services.
Madam Speaker, as the member notes, indeed the historical vulnerabilities of Indigenous communities compound the risk and exposure and potential consequences that Indigenous communities may face. This is something that my department and other Indigenous Affairs departments, the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations is seized of. We have invested resources, physical resources into surge capacity, into ensuring that those communities are not left behind. When it comes to the flood season and even the fire season, these are issues that do, again, compound the risk. Should the member want a full briefing, for example, on the efforts that we are deploying into Kasheshuan to address the complexity that COVID-19 poses to those communities, that community in particular, and to other communities that are at risk, I'd be glad to brief them, and my department would do so readily. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. On April the 11th, I asked the government in the chamber when a plan would be forthcoming for Canada's decimated international seafood market. The Deputy Prime Minister responded that the Minister was working on such a plan. The Minister of Fisheries issued a statement on April the 17th, 6 days later, stating she was still working on it and proceeded to go through some of the benefits under the emergency response plan that provides help to out-of-work Canadians. Yet the minister has not surfaced. We have not heard details about this plan. When is that plan forthcoming?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I was due to speak with the minister today about these issues, but she is understandably very much engaged in her response to the tragedy in Nova Scotia. I do also want to take this opportunity. I was looking forward to a chance to answer a question from the member from New Brunswick, because I wanted to take this opportunity to highlight a remarkable thing that a New Brunswick company, Lumen Ultra, is doing. Lumen Ultra in New Brunswick has taken on at very short notice the production of reagent. This reagent had been very hard for us to get, and Lumen Ultra is now, you could say, the engine powering coronavirus testing across the country. On the fisheries, I'm happy to answer if you have another question about that.
The Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
I'll come back to the fisheries. How does that sound? We'll give the minister another couple of days. On the emergency response benefit, we've had some direction. It now applies to individuals who earn $1,000 more a month. But what about incorporated businesses? I'm thinking now the fishing boat, for example, or a small farm, where these companies, these incorporated businesses are bringing in revenue, but they're losing money. Their expenses are higher than their revenues, and the individuals that work for these incorporated businesses, the owners, are not taking an income. So the income is zero, but they have revenue coming in. Would these businesses qualify for the CERB benefit?
L'Honorable Ministre de l'Agriculture et de l'Agroalimentaire.
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. For small businesses in agriculture or fisheries, there are indeed situations where owners don't take an income and instead they take their dividends. It's a case-by-case thing, but the rules are clear for the CERB. The individual needs to have declared an income of more than $5,000 in the preceding year in order to be able to receive the CERB. Thank you.
Southwest.
I want to be really, really clear on this, because we're getting calls from not only these businesses but also accountants who are unclear how to proceed. And I think I heard the minister say that if they have no income, zero income, but have a revenue stream, but they're underwater, they're operating in the red, they would qualify for the CERB. They would be able to qualify for this while they're working, bringing in revenue, but their expenses are higher.
The Honourable Minister for Small Business.
I want to thank the honourable member for that question. In fact, one of the examples I have shared recently is about exactly an example like the one you just provided, which is a company that has been able to take advantage of the wage subsidy to keep their employees on staff, have been able to take advantage of the loan because they qualify, but that employer has seen no revenue, no payroll, sort of their paycheck now is gone, and because of that has been able to take advantage of the CERB. Thank you.
The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest, a very short question, yes.
Thank you. Are there other parameters on these incorporated businesses? Do they, for example, have to show a loss for the year? I ask this because, of course, a business could be in a short-term situation where there's no income coming in, or no revenue, or no income coming in. Is there a requirement the business has to show a loss for the year, the incorporated business?
Minister for Small Business, very short answer.
Thank you for that question. My department does a call every day with literally over 1,000 businesses and associations, and very specific questions like that are coming up. So I would like to follow up with the honourable member and provide you with the information to help you with your businesses in your area. Thank you.
Honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Speaker. These are difficult days for all, and today I learned of the passing of a great Barrie resident, and I will use my first valuable moments of my time to regretfully inform you of the passing of the Honourable Eileen Carroll. Eileen started in politics as a Barrie City Councillor in 1995 and rose in politics to become a federal cabinet minister in 2003. Eileen later served in the Ontario legislature. Eileen leaves behind her husband Kevin of 52 years, her children Danielle and Joanna, and her grandchildren. My thoughts go out to Eileen's family at this time. Eileen, you will be greatly missed by all who knew her. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I would like to remind everyone of the words parliamentary cooperation and collaboration. We all use these buzzwords many times. In the tone of these phrases, I would like to ask the government, how can we, the opposition, help the government during this crisis, and what resources do you need from us? We are all in this together.
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, first of all, thank you for paying that moving tribute. I think that all members in this House join you in the sorrow. I think that many of the questions that I have heard today have been very helpful. I have particularly been grateful for the questions where people have asked about specific issues, either in their ridings or specific issues in the areas where they are a critic. And please know that ministers have been listening carefully, and we will get back to you on each of those specific things. That's not the only thing that has been helpful, but that's one of them, and thank you everyone who has been drawing attention to those specific areas.
The Honourable Member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, and I have a specific question then. During the pandemic crisis, one of the disgusting sides that has arisen from this is the rise in frauds. It's hard to believe that criminals are out there taking advantage of people in this time of need. Has the government considered providing tougher sentences for individuals found committing frauds against individuals during these pandemic times?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, perhaps in the bipartisan spirit of the Eileen Carroll tribute we have just heard, let me quote the Premier of Ontario, who was rightfully very passionate in denouncing anyone who would seek to price gouge, who would seek to be fraudulent, who would seek to profit off of the pain and suffering of Canadians today. So let me just begin by denouncing that kind of selfish behavior in the strongest possible terms. And as a society, we just have to not tolerate anyone behaving that way.
Honourable Member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Thank you. And further to that question, many police services across Canada are scrambling right now to find the resources to cover their day-to-day business. Now they've been added with this extra increase of frauds across Canada. Will the federal government be able to help any of the police services across Canada with some extra resources to fight this battle?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
As the member opposite knows, policing is done by principally by the provinces, although of course the RCMP plays an essential role. We are very aware of the fiscal strain that provinces and municipalities are facing, and that is something that we are discussing with our provincial partners.
The Honourable Member for Barrie Springwater Oromodonte, short question.
Thank you. Before I came today, I asked residents to give me some specific questions, and I have some here. Sue from my riding asks, studio businesses like Pilates and yoga instructors, physiotherapists, chiropractors, massage therapists, and many others are falling through the cracks. They do not qualify for CEBA. Why is the government allowing these businesses to fail while propping up other businesses? What will the government do to fix this?
The Honourable Minister for Small Business.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for that very good question. Know that those businesses, we're listening to them, and we are working our way through it, and we want to see all of our businesses, particularly those ones that you just described, be supported through this very difficult time, because they are at the very heart of our communities, and really, really important that we support them during COVID-19. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Essex.
So short. I think the day's been long. I'm trying to help you. Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. And I really wanted to share here with the House. The riding of Essex truly has world-class manufacturing, but equaled with world-class generosity. And the moment that COVID-19 hit, when so many manufacturing businesses shut down, community came together. And I know this because I've sat on numerous Zoom calls along with them. They've created test kits, they've created ventilators, they've created face masks, hand sanitizer, galore. The hiccup that they're having is they cannot get approval from Health Canada. I'm wondering, please, a two-pronged question. Number one is, how long is the wait time to get approval from Health Canada currently? And secondly, how long will it take to clear that backlog?
Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I share the member opposite's true gratitude, in fact, to the many companies that have come forward, not just from Essex, but all across the country, either retooling their ability to manufacture personal protective equipment or other medical devices, diagnostic testings, all kinds of things. In fact, over 5,000 companies have stepped up to offer their capacity and expertise. We've actually ramped up the ability to approve very quickly, but I will remind the member opposite that there is still a process where companies have to work closely with Health Canada to ensure that that the product that they're marketing is in fact safe, that it does what it promises to do, and that we don't have equipment or product on the market that could in any way hamper our attempts to fight this pandemic. If the member opposite knows of a particular company that is struggling to get Health Canada approval, please send to me through my email. I'm more than happy to ensure that we take a closer look. In some cases, it is just a matter of more information that needs to be transmitted to Health Canada, but it's always valuable to take a look if there is a particular company that's struggling to get that approval.
Member for Essex.
Thank you very much, Minister. I certainly appreciate that help, as will my constituents. Madam Speaker, the government sent PPE to China right before this crisis began. Later, the government trumpeted the fact that China had sent PPE to Canada. However, other countries have reported serious problems with PPE sent from China. Is the government confident that there are no defects with personal protective equipment imported from China?
Honourable Minister of Health.
And yes, in fact, all equipment that we either receive in donation or that we purchase, no matter which country of origin, unless it's a supplier that we've ordered from before, for example, 3M, we put through a quality test and ensure that it is safe, in fact, to distribute and that it meets requirements as set by Health Canada. The last thing we want to do, Madam Speaker, is distribute PPE that in any way endangers the lives of people who are using it and depending on it.
Honourable Member for Essex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, given that other countries have reported problems with PPE from China, is Canada experiencing the same problem?
Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, some of the equipment that we received was not suitable for medical care workers, and we are looking at that equipment to see if it can be repurposed for other kinds of workers that do not need the same level of protection.
Honourable Member for Essex. Thank you to the Minister for the answer. The Liberals shipped 16 tons of PPE to China in February. Did the government verify if Canada indeed had enough PPE for our own needs before sending it off to China? The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll remind the member opposite that the National Emergency Stockpile was never designed to have PPE for all workers, all health workers in the case of a global pandemic. In fact, it supplies primarily antivirals for the experience of a pandemic influenza with the capacity to support provinces and territories for particular surges. Having said that, yes, in fact, our contribution of nearly expired equipment to China, and in particular to go to the city of Wuhan, was part of a global effort to try and contain the virus in China and provide protection for those healthcare workers. It's based on the principle that countries come together to support a country that's experiencing outbreaks so they have the best chance of success at containing that outbreak. Unfortunately, as the world knows now, that was not the case, and we now have a pandemic here in Canada. But we have been able to complete all 33 of the current requests to provinces and territories for equipment from the National Emergency Stockpile.
For Essex, one last question.
Thank you. I will be brief. I'm wondering, can you tell me how many ventilators do we expect we're going to need in the next month from now on, based on the current projections where we sit today? And if so, do we have enough ventilators to meet that projection? Thank you.
Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a difficult question to answer. If we continue to flatten the curve as Canada, it appears as Canada is having some success to do so, then the number of ventilators that we currently have might meet our needs. In fact, that's why we've worked so hard as Canadians all across the country to flatten the curve. In fact, it's not just to protect lives, of course, that's the primary purpose, but it's also to protect the healthcare system so that we don't experience a surge and so that we don't have doctors in the unfortunate position of many doctors around the world who have had to decide who needs a ventilator or not. Having said that, we have secured additional ventilators. We have companies who are producing ventilators here domestically, and we are certain that even if we don't need all of the ventilators that we procure, that we will be able to share them with other countries who are behind us in this crisis. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For weeks, there have been growing concerns about maintaining our food processing capacity during a pandemic. There are emerging gaps in staffing and running processing plants. We are already at a critical junction, particularly here in Ontario. Ranchers and farmers have been asking for a temporary cattle set-aside program to effectively maintain marketing and feeding cattle. It worked during the BSE crisis. Now, Cargill just announced today that their facility in High River will be temporarily closing down because of a recent outbreak among their employees. They're responsible for 36% of Canada's beef processing on their own. It's an enormous strain all down the line for producers, feeders, and processors. This urgently reinforces the need for a set-aside program that producers and feeders have been calling for. Will the Minister of Agriculture institute a temporary set-aside program for Canadian cattle producers?
The L'Honorable Ministre de l'Agriculture et de l'Agroalimentaire.
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our government is committed to making sure that the food chain is secure. That's a challenge right now. Some food processing plants, for example, slaughterhouses, have seen a reduction in their capacity, a significant reduction, and in some cases they even need to suspend operations for up to 14 days in order to isolate workers. We are following the situation with great attention, both in Alberta and Ontario and elsewhere in the country. We are working with these facilities to find ways to help them in pork, poultry, and beef. Thank you.
Grasslands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At $40,000, the Canadian Emergency Business Account is proving insufficient for livestock producers. For example, one pork farmer told me even if he could qualify for CEBA, it would buy him feed for his hogs for maybe 2 days. Hog prices themselves have crashed by 20% since March 25th, as COVID-19 is disrupting supply chains and the risk of a supply chain failure increases as this pandemic drags on. Is the government going to announce a program geared specifically to agriculture?
Honorable Ministre de l'Agriculture et de l'Agroalimentaire.
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are fully aware of the challenges facing the agricultural sector. Producers, ranchers, processors. And so we have created additional funds, $5 billion, and more than $2 billion have been granted up until now to help these producers with liquidity and cash flow, and we are continuing to explore funding options for them. Thank you.
Member for Cypress Hill Grasslands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, quite often we hear, again, about the CEBA program. Again, we're hearing that farmers do not qualify because they do not earn a salary. The Agriculture Minister has also stated changes to business risk management programs to assist farmers are still on the table. Will the Minister tell us if enhancements to BRM programs are being discussed, and when can we expect an announcement?
L'Honorable Ministre de l'Agriculture et de l'Agroalimentaire.
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture. Thank you very much. I can assure you that this is being discussed with the provinces, and I'm speaking with my provincial counterparts at least once a week. And we are, of course, discussing risk management. These programs do exist. I know that producers hope that these programs will become more flexible and generous. But they do exist, and I would recommend that they benefit from them and apply for them as of now. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just another question here. Medical professionals and researchers across Canada are actively calling on the government to test for antibodies so that we can figure out where we're at in terms of our herd immunity. When will Canadians start getting tested for antibodies?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, the whole field of serology testing is a complex one. We're lucky to have many professionals and academics that actually study virology and serology in this country. We're working with them now to design a national serology strategy. I will say, though, it's a caution to Canadians and to the member opposite that this is the silver bullet out of our situation in COVID-19. Very little is still known about the immunity and what demonstrates immunity in a particular person's blood. However, we are very excited to get started with this, and we'll have more to say about that in the near future.
The Honourable Member, very, very short question. The Honourable Member for Cypress.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, there's somewhere, I think, about 53 to 55 different tests waiting for approval through Health Canada in regards to testing for antibodies. Just wondering where we're at with the approval process on those particular tests.
10 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Health Canada approval process is expedited, but as I said, we are focused on making sure that nothing is approved that would give false positives or negatives to Canadians. As you can imagine, that would be extremely dangerous.
Honourable Député de Joliette.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Denmark and other countries have chosen not to help companies that use tax havens. We see that the House here is taking unprecedented measures to support Canadians and businesses, and we support that. And we are very pleased to suggest measures or ways to improve those measures. But we expect everyone to do their share. And some big businesses, such as some big Toronto banks, who are not doing their share because they're not paying the taxes that they should by using tax havens. And unfortunately, they're able to do that legally. I would like to ask the government whether they are planning to make the use of tax havens illegal. I would have asked that, but there has just been a briefing with the Minister of Finance, and he seems to be saying that that will not be done. Why? The Honourable Minister of Middle Class Prosperity. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my parliamentary colleague for this question and for bringing forward these important ideas. As you know, the government is currently investing billions of dollars to counter tax avoidance and tax havens. Over the last few weeks, we have decided to focus on workers and Canadians. With our economic response plan, we will continue to do so and improve this plan. And we will continue to speak and communicate with our honourable colleagues in order to find more solutions. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to remind the Minister that the sums and questions are to fight tax evasion. That's the illegal part. But I'm talking about the tax avoidance policies that are legally used by the big banks. Some numbers from 2007. With the 5 big banks, $2.7 billion just in 2007 were not paid in taxes due to the illegal use of tax havens. And that's still going on, but we don't have the numbers anymore. Why? Because at the time, they had to disclose information. The banks had to disclose it. But after the crisis in 2008, well, they were no longer forced to disclose. Tax avoidance through tax havens is now legal under the Income Tax Act. Or rather, regulations, not even legislation passed in this House. There's a regulation in Article 59.07, and it clearly goes against the spirit of the Act to use tax havens in this way. In order to correct the situation, the government doesn't need to even inform this House. It would just need to change the regulations to make the situation more fair.
We know that Ottawa is helping the banks a lot. We can think about billions in liquidity or buying back certain bonds. And so why does the government not tell them not to use tax havens and therefore engage in tax evasion? The Honourable Minister. Once again, Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his suggestions. And I believe that at this time, we really put the focus on developing an economic response plan to help workers, Canadians, in this crisis situation. I will be holding a discussion with the Minister of Finance to have this conversation as well, so that we can find solutions as the situation progresses. The member for Joliette. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the Minister for her response. It's very important for millions of taxpayers that there be some fairness. Now, there will be a huge deficit. It's important for people who can work, do so without opting for a golden parachute, as we say. Now, a question on a completely different topic regarding the agreement on housing. It still hasn't been signed. Could the government accept to water things down a little bit, sign it, the agreement, so that Quebec has access to those funds? The Honourable Minister of Families, Childhood and Social Development.
Madam Speaker, and really want to thank the Honourable Member for the really important question with respect to the bilateral housing agreement between Canada and Quebec. We're working very hard through our officials and making sure that we strike an agreement that, of course, reflects the unique desires and structure and the formula that Quebec has asked us to consider, and finding ways to do that while also remaining true to the National Housing Strategy and the National Housing Act.
Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The government announced last week that it would implement a rent abatement program for small, medium-sized enterprises, ones that the NDP were actually calling for, but that was last week, and there still are no details. I know a lot of the businesses that I share a plaza with, where my constituency office is we have a gym, we have a hairdresser studio, we have a clothing store, and they cannot meet the rent. And it doesn't matter, the landlord is demanding it. So for my neighbors, for people in my riding, for those small businesses who are suffering, they're scared that they're going to lose everything. Small businesses are the heart of our economy, and we know this. Will the government roll out their offer to small businesses to save these key enterprises?
The Honourable Minister for Small Business.
Thank you so much, and through you, Madam Speaker, responding to the honourable member. It's a really important question. She's absolutely right. Small and medium-sized businesses are really the heart of our communities, and one of the most significant expenses that they take on is that rent expense. And we've announced that we are going to provide assistance, but this is an area of responsibility with our territorial and provincial partners. So we are in active discussions, and we want to make sure that this important support goes out to our small businesses across the country. Thank you.
Well, member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you. I've also heard from a lot of seniors in my riding, and I know that my honourable colleague from Hamilton Mountain has been working with the minister, asking for supports for seniors to come through. They are facing increased costs for groceries, for delivery, for their prescription drugs, and they're on fixed incomes. Now, this government has said that that's it. They're getting the GST, and that we have done enough for seniors because they're receiving their money. But the constituents in my riding are saying that they are not, that they are suffering, and that they need help right now. Will the government use the existing OAS GIS benefit structure or the CRB to provide additional supports and benefits to seniors in most need?
The Honourable Minister for Middle Class Prosperity.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member for her questions and the fact that we do care about seniors and we want them to know that they are not alone during this very unprecedented times. As you know, to help protect seniors' financial security, our government passed several new measures, including providing a supplementary payment under the GST credit for those with low and modest incomes of close to $400 per adult and $600 per couple. We also reduced mandatory withdrawals from registered retirement income funds by 25%, and this will help preserve RIF's assets during this volatile market. Allowing any new taxes owing to be deferred until August 31st and extending the deadline to file your income taxes to June 1st is another measure. We will continue to work towards helping seniors during this very difficult time.
Member for London Fanshawe.
I'm also hearing from the mayors, the local councillors in London, the City of London. Their municipal budgets are under immense strain, and they've been doing amazing outreach work on phone calls several times a week. They're talking to small businesses, they're talking to not-for-profit sector, then charities, and all those amazing people that are doing incredible work in our municipalities. But if they don't get financial help soon, they are really going to suffer. And we know that these municipal governments cannot run deficits. They can't just go forward. So without the assistance that municipalities across Canada will get, they are going to have to start to cut those vital services. And that's the last thing that people in the City of London or across this country need. Will the government give immediate help for transit agencies and offer a financial backstop to municipalities to make them eligible for the wage subsidy?
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
Madam Speaker, we understand how challenging the situation is right now with municipalities, including transit authorities. Public transit is incredibly important, and we know that because so many of our essential workers rely on public transit to get to their jobs. I've spoken with many mayors, with heads of transit authorities, also with the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, and we understand their concerns. We do need the provinces also to be part of these conversations, but we're working to support them, and of course infrastructure investment is part of that. It's incredibly important that we continue to build good public transit.
Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So my questions are to the Minister of Small Business and Export Promotion. I just want to return to a question I asked during question period regarding Business Development Bank of Canada and Export Development Canada. I would like to know again the total loan value as of yesterday or the last few days for both of those institutions, and what is that year to year against how many loans they would have given out? And Madam Speaker, I will say that the BDC on their website now notes it's between 15 million and 60 million. So I'm hoping an intrepid exempt staffer may have emailed the minister with that answer.
The Honourable Minister for Small Business.
Madam Speaker, I thank the honourable member for that question again, and I will have to commit to returning with more details. But what I can say to you as part of COVID-19, the billions of dollars that we've unleashed in capital, while guaranteed by BDC and EDC, are actually provided directly through financial institutions like the banks and credit unions, because they exist all across the country, and the speedy nature and the vastness to which that network can get money out to our businesses was essential. So the role for BDC and EDC during COVID-19 is to provide those guarantees, but the delivery of the loans themselves are through the financial institutions.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister for being so gracious. She extended that courtesy to the member for New Brunswick Southwest, so I was hoping she would extend it as well to me, so I'll expect it in the next few days. To return now, because the CEBA has a different metric, it's a 0% commercial loans that are being provided, while the ones provided to the BDC are actually commercial rate loans for some of the larger producers in Alberta. We're already seeing a 400,000 barrel per day reduction in production, and there are some forecasts that say that production in Alberta and Western Canada will go down by 1 million barrels per day in production. We see the incredible drop in price of WTI today. The expected issue is that tomorrow it will bounce back just a little bit. I would like to know for the BDC and the EDC, what are the definitions and timelines that will be used to determine which businesses and operators will qualify for the loans?
Honourable Minister for Small Business.
I want to thank the Honourable Member for the question. For COVID-19, there's vast liquidity that has been put out into the marketplace. Those loans can be available through financial institutions. The larger loans that are not the $40,000 interest-free loans are available at commercial rates. And the purpose here is so that the companies themselves who have the working relationship with their financial institutions, those financial institutions are best capable to serve their clients, to be able to provide them with that lending support, and that lending support is significantly guaranteed by the Government of Canada, which makes them more available.
For Calgary-Shepherd.
So as I'm sure the Minister knows, a lot of those commercial arrangements that the banks have with medium to large producers especially have lending covenants on them. And what will happen in certain situations will be that these companies will become insolvent because the product they're selling is selling at a negative price. In fact, right now, I could go purchase, if grocery stores were open, I could go purchase a pallet of water, bottled water, and it'd be cheaper for me to do that than to try. The barrel of oil is free right now, essentially, and refineries all over North America don't want them. So those lending covenants is where I am concerned, because BDC and EDC are taking too much time to get what the Minister called a large volume of cash, billions of dollars, because of these criteria and eligibility rules. By the time they get around to obtaining the loan, many of these companies will have banks move in on them and claim that lending covenant against them and start making business decisions for those companies in Western Canada. Will the Minister commit to ensure that doesn't happen, and that those chartered banks are kept aside so that the people who own the businesses and who have been running them can continue to do so until they can get more liquidity?
Honourable Minister of Small Business.
The issue raised by the Honourable Member is exactly what we are trying to do here during the COVID-19 period, which is to help save our businesses, provide them with the liquidity support that is needed during this difficult time. And it is why the Government of Canada has provided the guarantees to the financial institutions. So it is the financial institutions. So in fact, the decision maker, if you will, on the loan will be that financial institution, the bank or the credit union, to the customer. And I would encourage businesses to go to their financial institution to see if they are able to get that support. Thank you.
Very short and last question from the member from Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On top of the viral pandemic, of course, we see this precipitous drop in oil prices. Is the government planning an extra series of programs of supports for energy workers in order to get through this time that is unprecedented in the history of oil pricing since at least the 1940s, since WTI was established? Is the government planning a second round of support programs for businesses?
The Deputy Prime Minister, very short answer, please.
The Orphan Wells was specifically focused on workers because we are so aware of the concerns of energy workers. I, however, absolutely share the member opposite's concern of the particular challenges the energy sector is facing, and that is something the government is focused on.
L'honorable député de Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier.
The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We have been able to have some improvements made to certain programs, and I'd like to highlight how the ministers on the other side are listening to us. Thank you for listening to us and having participated in improving the programs to work in the interest of Canadians and businesses. My question is, in terms of tourism, currently we have a problem where the hotel chains in Canada see a very bleak future. That is, their economy is falling apart, and we know that they have done a lot of work to get to this point. Also, competition is international. So I'd like to know what the government will do to protect that industry. If it is not protected, we will be swallowed whole by multinational corporations. The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague, the Tourism Minister, has been working tirelessly with the industry and various partners to try to find the right way to support that sector. The tourism sector has had a huge impact because of COVID-19. That is the same with other sectors, for example, sports, arts, and culture, which I represent. We are all working with our partners in our sectors to try to find the right solutions to help set these businesses up for success after this crisis. The Honourable Member. Thank you. I'd like to thank my minister, and I'd like to tell him that he can contact us if he wants any ideas. Now, Madam Speaker, in terms of small and medium businesses, the Conservative Party has made some suggestions. For example, rebating the GST for SMEs. I think that's a useful tool. This economic sector is a very important one. Some specialists are telling us that between 1/3 and 50% of businesses will not make it through this crisis. Madam Speaker, we made some suggestions. They have been very open to listening to our suggestions. I'd like to know when they will put forward a program to rebate the GST to small, medium-sized enterprises. The Honourable Minister of Prosperity and the Middle Class. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his question. We know that many small businesses are worried about paying rent, their providers, and keeping their employees at work. Our government, as you mentioned, is working 24/7 to support the businesses in the way they need to be supported. That's why, for example, we have put forward the various programs. For example, the Emergency Fund for Canadian Businesses. We're working with provinces and territories to provide support for commercial rent in Canada. We know that there's much more to do, and we'll continue to work with all of parliamentarians to ensure that we can help Canadians in the right way. The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Inaudible for the interpreter. We are always available if the government needs ideas. Now, in terms of the internet, Canada is a vast country. There are still areas where the internet connection is not great. Soon we'll see that Parliament will become a virtual parliament in part. I hope that this will work out in the interest of democracy. Even if we would have preferred to be here in person, we will respect the democratic decision that was made today. Now, is the government aware of this problem, and has it factored it in? Because access to internet is an essential service for our young people, but especially our seniors. In Quebec, we bought iPads to put in long-term care homes so that the impact of isolation measures would be lessened for our seniors, and so they could have contact with their families. What will the government do to ensure that the internet system is even more efficient? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. Speaker, rather, and I'd like to thank my colleague for this question. I completely agree. I believe that the coronavirus crisis has really highlighted how important high-speed internet access is throughout the country, especially in regions where it is not available. I also agree with my colleague when he says that it's important not just for young people, not only for workers, but also for our seniors. For example, I believe that everybody celebrated Easter over the internet with our seniors. And even before the crisis, this was a priority for our government, that is high-speed internet access. And we announced an investment of $500 million, but I believe we need to do more. Thank you. The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to continue with my questions around the critical shortage of medical supplies. The government consistently says that we don't have a problem and that we are meeting all the needs, and yet the emails and phone calls that I receive in my office from around the country are saying that we still have a shortage. We've asked the government for a list of all the critical medical supplies that we need to fight this COVID-19 pandemic. Will the government provide us with a comprehensive list of all the medical supplies needed?
Well, Minister of Health.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I will say that we have been working incredibly well with provinces and territories on the need of personal protective equipment, but also medical supplies that are needed to respond to this COVID-19 crisis. We have obviously supported provinces and territories to procure equipment that they struggled to do so on their own, amplifying their own work to make sure that they can distribute it to the various networks in their provinces and territories that require the personal protective equipment. We've also worked with the provinces and territories on guidance to make sure that we're using the right equipment for the right level of protection. Thank you.
For Aurora, Oak Ridges,
Speaker,
Richmond Hill.
My question was not around the working relationship. I'm sure that it is very good. The question is around what are the actual tactics? What are the quantitative results? What is the list and where are the shortfalls?
Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure the member opposite knows that the provinces and territories have a network of distribution that they control as the deliverers of health care. Our job at the federal level is not to usurp their role to distribute personal protective equipment and medical devices in a way that's appropriate for their own particular needs and their own surge, but rather to respond to their requests for additional support for either equipment or for personal protective devices that protect their frontline staff. That's exactly what we've been doing, Mr. Speaker, is taking our lead from provinces and territories, making sure that we can support them in their work to distribute this equipment where it's needed most.
Well, member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, we now understand that there is a looming critical shortage of drugs and active pharmaceutical ingredients, as well as the supplies and components that going into testing equipment. And other countries are taking active measures to be able to ensure that they have those ingredients. What is this government doing to ensure that we have those?
Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In fact, we've recently received shipment of one of the critical ingredients for testing that will support initiatives to ramp up testing across Canada, and we continue to have more shipments on the way. Obviously, we also have homegrown test solutions like the Spartan kit that was just approved recently that will allow for point-of-care testing all across the country. There are about 13 test kits that have been approved in Canada to be used by provinces and territories for specific needs, and I will also conclude with saying that it is really important that we understand that provincial governments, territorial governments deliver health care, but the federal government is a trusted ally and supportive partner to make sure that happens.
Well, member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to understand if the seasonal workers who did not claim EI last year and who are not EI eligible are covered under CERB.
The Honourable Minister for l'Honorable, I've got two. Okay, l'Honorable Président
The Honourable President of Treasury Board. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I will try to avoid taking away my colleague's spot. He knows his files very well and is working very hard on this. He's trying very hard on this issue. But I do want to say that we have put in place the emergency response benefit very quickly to try to support workers from across the country. And last week, we added the possibility of adding everybody who lost their employment as of December 29 to also be eligible.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tillicum Lalum Aboriginal Friendship Centre in my riding serves 12,000 urban Indigenous people. And they run on a meager $139,000 core funding for the programs that they run. They're still running programs during this crisis, including a health center, a youth safe house, youth and elder housing, a home for single moms, a food hamper for 150 families, family violence counseling, and addiction counseling. During normal times, they also run employment programs, adult basic education, daycare, youth programs, family programs, and meal programs, all with just $139,000 of core funding. They're an integral part of our local Indigenous community, and they're seriously struggling through this crisis. They are now one of the frontline organizations dealing with the COVID-19 crisis in my community. The government has allocated $15 million to friendship centers of the $305 million of relief funding allocated to First Nations, Métis, Inuit, and Indigenous organizations. This is out of a total of $180 billion relief fund. $180 billion, $305 million to Indigenous organizations. Will the government increase the relief funding and core funding, the relief funding and the core funding for the Aboriginal Friendship Centres serving the urban Indigenous populations across this country?
The Honourable Minister for Indigenous Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do want to highlight the incredible work that the member opposite has highlighted with respect to the Friendship Centre in his riding, and indeed the ones across Canada. They do amazing work with very limited funds. This is why, in part, in Budget 2019, this government invested $60 million in infrastructure supports over 5 years for these friendship centres that, again, do critical work for the vulnerable of the most vulnerable Indigenous communities in urban settings. And given that urban settings are at the core and are the target of the COVID-19 epidemic, these supports are incredibly needed right now. We have indeed received a submission from the National Friendship Centre Network. This is something we are working on at this time, and we will endeavour to get those funds out as quickly as possible because we know the need is real. We know they do so much with so little, and that need needs to be supported on a constant basis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very appreciative of the government for listening to the members of Parliament who have brought forward issues related to what they're hearing, from their constituents. And so I'm glad to hear that the rules for the loan program for small business have changed, but there's still some people that are missing in this program. And I have a family business, a father and son who've poured their life into setting up a microbrewery. They opened in November. They paid $13,000 in wages in December, $13,000 in January, $13,000 in February, but they're not eligible for the small loan. And I'm hearing from other small businesses in this same vein, startups that need help now. And I'm wondering if there's a way that we can be more flexible for these programs so that we're not so rigid on these rules, because people need help and they're going to lose their business.
The Honourable Minister for Small Businesses.
And I want to thank the member for his advocacy, for the work that he highlights to me directly about what our programs are, how they're helping businesses, and where more needs to be done. So I really want to thank the honourable member through you, Mr. Speaker, for his hard and tireless work. Just like the examples that he has shared with us just right now. I want to assure the member that we are listening, and we will continue to take his feedback and that of many businesses across the country so that we don't see businesses falling behind, and that we indeed are supporting them through the many measures that we have put in place. But the work isn't done yet, and we will continue to work together to help our businesses across the country, particularly those very small businesses. Thank you.
Pursuant to order made earlier today, the committee will rise. Conformément à l'ordre adopté plus tôt aujourd'hui.
Pursuant to the order of earlier today, the motion that the House take note of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic is deemed proposed.
Recognized party and a member of the Green Party may speak to the motion for not more than 10 minutes, followed by 5 minutes for questions and comments. Members may split their time with another member. Debate. The Honourable Minister of Small Business and Export Promotions and Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to begin by joining my colleagues in offering my condolences to all of those touched by the senseless act of violence in Nova Scotia yesterday. Thank you to Constable Heidi Stevenson for her bravery and dedication in serving her community and country so well, and to all of the first responders who are on the front lines every day to keep us safe. We join the people of Nova Scotia mourning in this devastating loss, finding strength in each other and offering our support together as we all heal from this tragedy. Mr. Speaker, I also want to take an opportunity to pay tribute to a wonderful Canadian and a former Member of Parliament who sadly passed away this weekend, the Honourable Aileen Carroll. I had the pleasure of knowing Aileen and always greatly admired her dedication to public service. She represented the people of Barrie with tremendous energy and was deeply committed to contributing to the local community, having started her career as a small business owner and a city councillor. She went on to win 3 successive elections and served as the MP for 9 years, serving as Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs and then as Minister of International Cooperation, representing Canada on the world stage. And in 2011, Aileen resigned from public life and dedicated her focus to her family, her grandchildren, and her friends, but she remained committed to serving her community through charitable causes. We're grateful for the many years of public service. Her impact will extend right across the country and her legacy will live on. Our thoughts are with her family, her friends, and all of her colleagues through this difficult time who are mourning her passing. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to highlight the contribution of all community leaders and other stakeholders who have helped us to flatten the curve by staying home. And who have closed their doors temporarily. I know that business owners and entrepreneurs in Canada are concerned. They have worked hard to transform their ideas into prosperous businesses, which support communities throughout the country, and which ultimately are the support of our national economy.
Successful businesses that are at the heart of communities across the country and the backbone of our national economy. To all of them, let me be clear. We will do whatever it takes to support you through this. Our goal is to save jobs and to save businesses. We're taking immediate, significant, and decisive action to help Canadians facing hardship as a result of COVID-19. Through the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy, we will keep more Canadians employed in businesses of any sizes and in any sector, covering 75% of their wages. And we're helping businesses keep their costs low by allowing businesses to defer GST, HST, and customs duties payments, while also extending the tax filing deadline to June the 1st and allowing businesses to defer any payments owing until August the 31st. This measure will help over 3.2 million businesses and self-employed Canadians. We're also helping businesses keep up with their operating costs and cash flow through the Canada Emergency Business Account, an interest-free $40,000 loan guaranteed by the Government of Canada with up to $10,000 forgivable if you pay it back before the end of 2022. These loans are available through your bank or credit union now. When we heard that many small businesses weren't able to access the emergency business account because of the requirement that they have a payroll of at least $50,000, we lowered that threshold to $20,000. Nearly 250,000 businesses have, have already had their loans approved, and our government's recent announcement to expand the eligibility criteria for this program will mean that even more businesses will qualify. This means the small furniture store that usually relies on foot traffic to stay afloat can continue paying the costs of upkeeping their warehouse space. This means that the physiotherapist practice can access the funds to rehire their employees even while they've seen their revenue drop and everyone is working from home. And for those businesses with larger operational needs, we have made loans available of up to $12.5 million, which are also available through your local bank or credit union. We have also heard from businesses that they need help with paying their rent, and that's exactly what we intend to do. As the Prime Minister announced last week, we will introduce a Canada Emergency Rent Assistance Program for small businesses. And this program will seek to provide loans and forgivable loans to commercial property owners who in turn will lower the rent for small businesses. Rent is an issue that falls under the jurisdiction of provinces and territories, and we will continue to work closely with them on this important issue, and we will have more details to share soon. Our government also recognizes that businesses in different parts of the country may face unique realities and challenges in the face of COVID-19. In order to give equivalent financing support to these small and medium-sized businesses, our government is investing $675 million in Canada's regional development agencies, and at the same time, we will ensure that rural businesses and communities have access to much-needed capital by investing $287 million in the Community Futures Network to support small businesses in rural communities. This new financing will help support businesses and their communities so that they can be strong through this crisis. Together, these measures alleviate enormous expenses and pressure on businesses and on those business owners, and we will help prime them for recovery when it is safe to do so, to ensure that they can regain ground much more quickly. Everything we have done, Mr. Speaker, to date is to respond to what we have heard directly from businesses from across the country, from helping them keep their employees on staff, supporting them with the funds and cash flow to operate and pay their bills, and to keeping their costs low. Our government will remain unwavering in our support for Canadians, our healthcare system, our economy, and our work is not yet done. No measure is off the table. Canadians are innovative, we are strong, and we are resilient. In the face of COVID-19, our government recognizes the need to help the innovative early-stage companies and young entrepreneurs. To better support these businesses and entrepreneurs, we are investing $250 million through the National Research Council of Canada's Industrial Research Assistance Program, also known as IRAP, and $20 million for Futurepreneur Canada, to continue to support young entrepreneurs across Canada who are facing challenges due to COVID-19. Through this crisis, it has been so inspiring to see Canadians come together in new and amazing ways. In fact, since the Prime Minister announced Canada's plan to mobilize industry to fight COVID-19 a couple of weeks ago, about 5,000 innovative Canadian businesses have answered our call, working to provide our frontline workers with the gear that they're going to need to fight this pandemic together. Mr. Speaker, these are unprecedented times, and I know that Canadian business owners and entrepreneurs are worried. But we are all in this together, and we are all helping each other as Team Canada. This is who we are as Canadians, and we can all take pride in that. Thank you. Merci.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two specific questions for the Minister that reflect concerns I'm hearing directly from business owners in my riding. The first is about the payroll requirements associated with the loan to businesses. I'm hearing from businesses that many may operate on a dividend basis where they pay the owner-operator through dividends. There may be cases of family-run businesses where there isn't much of a payroll because everybody's kind of chipping in and doing the work together. So is the Minister open open to ensuring that those who are paid through dividends or those kind of family-run businesses can access the business account as well. The second question is concerns are being raised by businesses about a situation, about what will happen to the wage subsidy when that is scheduled to sunset. Businesses are thinking in advance, what is going to happen if they are forced to lay people off because they're not in a position where they're able to retain them after the period set for the wage subsidy ends. Businesses are looking for clarity so that they can plan and make decisions now. They have to know what will happen at that point of sunset. So I'd appreciate if the Minister can answer those two specific questions. Thank you.
Well, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member for the question. As I said, the work is not done. And nothing is off the table. We continue to listen to businesses, particularly small businesses with a range of circumstances, to make sure that we are providing the support and continue to provide them the support so that they can weather through this difficult period of COVID-19. And that work will continue. With respect to the wage subsidy, the program right now, of course, provides 75% wage subsidy support for employers for April, May, and June. And we have been very focused at ensuring that we are providing those supports, whether it's cash flow or whether it's paying employees for those employers during this time. And we want to make sure that that support got out quickly. And I want to remind everyone that this is indeed the largest economic measures package that our country has seen. And we're going to continue to work with businesses across the country to make sure that they're supported through this period. And thank you so much to the honourable member for raising these questions.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Joliette.
The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start by thanking the Minister for her speech and for all of the measures implemented by the government. I have a question about the order of priorities regarding pension plans in private businesses. Would the Minister be ready to make that more of a priority to help workers and retirees, to help them guarantee their pension fund in the case of bankruptcy of the firm? Thank you.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you so much to the honourable member for the work that you do so tirelessly for those that you represent. And workers are indeed important, and they are at the very heart of what we are doing. We want to make sure that during this very difficult period and time that they are getting the support. One of the things that we of course are doing is making sure that that employers, that the workers and their companies, their employers are staying together so that they have the greatest opportunity of recovery when it's safe to do so. But workers are absolutely important, and the various measures that we have put in place have put workers and Canadians at the very heart of what we are doing during this crisis. Thank you.
Questions and comments. We have time for a very short question. The honourable member for London Fanshawe, a 30-second question and hopefully a 30-second answer.
Well, it can be very simple. Will you extend your negotiations on commercial rent to expand it to residential rent as well, so that people aren't forced or faced with the scary prospect of losing their homes?
The Honourable Minister.
Very important question, and we want to make sure that all Canadians are supported through this difficult time. So whether it is adding to the Canada Child Benefit or creating the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, many of the measures are there to help our Canadians through this very difficult period. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to talk about the importance of this institution and why we are here and should continue to serve. But before I do, I'd like to send my heartfelt and sincere condolences to all the families and friends of the victims of the horrible tragedy that unfolded in Nova Scotia this past weekend. I think I, like my colleagues in this House, pray for the speedy recovery as well as of the RCMP officer in hospital. A nation mourns with Nova Scotia. Every Nova Scotian is in our hearts at this moment. So, Speaker, bringing important matters that happen in our own constituencies to the attention of all parliamentarians is one of our jobs while in Ottawa. And typically, when I rise in this place to speak about the village of Bobcaygeon and the amazing people who call it home, many Ontarians will know it as the home of Kawartha Dairy, or for its beautiful rivers, lakes, outdoor activities, cafes, restaurants, and boutique shops. Those living outside of Ontario will most likely recall Bobcaygeon from the Tragically Hip, who in the year 2000 won a Juno for the Song of the Year named after that village. This song, Speaker, was about the stressful life of a Toronto police officer who found the job getting harder and often contemplated quitting. But it was the village of Bobcaygeon where that officer came to unwind, relax, and put life into perspective. And unfortunately, Speaker, as we are all aware, many nursing homes throughout Canada have been affected by COVID-19. And sadly, today I mentioned Bobcaygeon as part of a growing list of nursing homes throughout Canada affected by the virus. We have all suffered terribly with the heartbreaking news coming out of the Pinecrest nursing home. My thoughts and prayers continue to be with the residents, the staff, their families, as they cope with this tragedy. But out of this darkest situation, Speaker, there have been so many bright lights that demonstrated the kindness, generosity, compassion, and sense of good that comes with living in a small community. The staff at Pinecrest, knowing the risks, were not deterred in their duty to care for the residents of that home. Their courage and self-sacrifice are an example to all parliamentarians, illustrating the importance for us to do our duty. To the volunteers and the community of Bobcaygeon, where I actually grew up, your strong spirit and resolve to help those in need is example for all. Those who line the highway to honk in support of those inside Pinecrest. Those who made signs to encourage those fighting and serving. The musicians who decided to hold impromptu concerts, providing entertainment and reminding everybody that the small community of about 3,000 people are behind them. While the deaths surrounding Pinecrest are tragic, I am encouraged this week with news that one resident, 91-year-old Lorraine Lester, has recovered from her positive COVID-19 diagnosis, and she even took a lap around the facility to celebrate. There are many other stories, Speaker, of volunteers and service groups around my riding banding together to deliver groceries to those living in isolation, running errands and helping those with minor repairs, especially those who are elderly, and doing it in a safe manner. The number of companies, though, Speaker, stepping up to retool their operations to meet a new demand for medical supplies and equipment. Divine Industries in Lindsay producing hand sanitizer. Tech Rider near Minden now making personal protective equipment. They used to make snowmobile equipment. Rockwood Forest Nurseries in Cameron working to increase their supply of locally grown food and then donating that food to local food banks. These are just a small number of humbling examples to all parliamentarians in this place that this is the resolve we need to demonstrate here in Ottawa. And one of the things I could be doing as an MP, I cannot think of a more important one than representing my constituents in this place and advocating for the resources they need. I don't think we can ask frontline workers, healthcare professionals, grocery clerks, and many other essential service providers to do what we, members of Parliament, are not prepared to do in this painful time. Speaker, Canada's Parliament has three functions: making laws, overseeing the government, and most importantly, representing the electorate. Parliament, by its nature, is an essential service. It was illustrated quite clearly by all parties on the side of the House in question period today. There are many more questions we, as opposition members, can ask the government, and it was a great debate today, Speaker, there's no doubt. But meeting once in a while is not good enough. Canadians need accountability, particularly now with the government pushing billions and billions of dollars out the door. Money that Canadians and small businesses are having a hard time accessing. I believe that frequent accountability sessions in Parliament will get better results for Canadians. We have repeatedly demonstrated how debate and discussion in this House of Commons improves government. Canadians' lives and livelihoods literally depend on this government getting their response to the pandemic right. The history of Canada's democratic institution is based on the right of representatives to gather and discuss and debate. There is a litany of uprisings that underscore this very important and hard-fought-for right. Indeed, these rights were forged in rebellion and war through executions and acts of despotism. The evolution of our modern parliament is long and storied and heralds directly from the long tradition of having a body of people who would assist and advise the king on important matters to where we are now today. It is here today where Canada's modern government, the parliament, the higher courts of law, the Privy Council and Cabinet find their origins. You might recall, Speaker, just a few weeks ago while Parliament was suspended, this government took it upon itself to write a whole host of new powers that would have circumvented the authority of the House of Commons if it wasn't for the opposition parties pushing back against it. If there was ever an instance of the circumvention of the freedom of the individual against the arbitrary authority of the despot, that was it, Speaker. You see, Canada's parliamentary democracy is modelled on the Westminster system created many years ago in England. Much of it developed against the wishes of the ruling king and other monarchs. And over time, the power of Parliament increased considerably and ensured unprecedented ability and stability, including moving the monarch to more of a ceremonial role. More stability, in turn, Speaker, helped ensure more effective management, organization, and efficiency. The rise of Parliament, Speaker, proved especially important in the sense that it limited the repercussions of dynastic complications that had so often plunged England into civil war. Parliament still ran the country, even in the absence of suitable heirs to the throne, and its legitimacy as a decision-making body reduced the royal prerogatives of kings. An important liberty for Parliament was its freedom of speech, one that I'm actually practicing right now, and one that I'm not sure will extend if we have virtual sittings. As I stated earlier, Speaker, Parliament's role in the government is significantly, and it has changed over the years. There has been a number of conflicts and even the creation of the Commonwealth to where we are now. But we have seen throughout history that pandemics have led to an expansion of the power of the state. As the Black Death spread across Europe in 1348, the authorities in Venice closed the city's port to vessels coming from plague-infested areas and forced all travelers into 30 days of isolation. That eventually became 40 days, hence the word quarantine. A couple of centuries later, we've had the plague in England, which allowed authorities to shut individuals in their house for up to 6 weeks. The Plague Act of 1604 made criticizing those measures imposed by the government illegal. So there are countries, Speaker, right around the world where democratically elected opposition parties are being shut out of debate and governments are seizing unprecedented power. A simple Google search and you can read articles about this very thing. People are scared, Speaker. They're looking to their representatives to protect their hard-fought democratic rights inherited over centuries of parliamentary traditions. There is also precedent for Parliament sitting through difficult times. Through the history of representative democracies, parliaments have continued to sit no matter what crisis confronted their nations, whether war, natural disaster, social tragedy, or economic upheaval. At the peak of the Spanish influenza epidemic in 1920, the House of Representatives sat for 114 days, and the Senate sat for 76. That is more for either chamber during each of the last 3 years of World War I from 1916 to 1918. During the Second World War, Speaker, the Parliament of the United Kingdom, while being bombed, Speaker, not only continued to sit, but the contest of parliamentary democracy remained vigorous. It is at these times that the representation of the most vulnerable in our society is the most important. It is at these times, Speaker, that civil and industrial rights need to be protected. It is at these times, Speaker, that the governance of this country be scrutinized and the accidental or intentional encroachment on civil liberties be halted. Speaker, a very famous quote, if we don't know where we've been, we cannot know where we're going. So make no mistake, Speaker, COVID-19 is serious and Conservatives take it very seriously. I look forward to the questions. Thank you, Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Rocky, having a hard time here. Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for that question, for the speech, actually. And I think what highlights what we all experienced today was even with a session that was a lot more reduced than the normal 338 members of Parliament, we still saw democracy happen. I traveled from Fort St. John, northern BC. I drove out 4,200 kilometers to get here. I think it's important that it matters that much to some of us to be here in this place. And I think the member's speech highlights that for all Canadians. And I guess I'd rather ask the question of everybody else, but I just would like to ask the member, did he find the session valuable today? Did he think it was really important to do what we did today? Does he see it something that we want to continue in this particular setting with all safeguards in place? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and I hope my friend enjoyed his tour through Northern Ontario as he drove from British Columbia to Ottawa, and glad to see he safely did that. For me personally, I found this day quite an experience, given the fact that we had very good debate back and forth. It was point, counterpoint. We built on a number of initiatives. We talked about some of the concerns we were hearing from our constituents, and we're able to give that directly to the government, and they, to their credit, even said that they will get back to us on a number of files. So I think that was very, very well done. I think we have all maintained social distancing, a safe distance apart. We have all got here safely. And so I think it's only incumbent upon us as parliamentarians to do the work that needs to be done here, asking questions of the government, having debate, and ensuring that those individuals who are falling through the cracks, those businesses, and I explained a few of them, that we start to deal with them, because it is a complex issue.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Joliette.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
The honourable member for Joliette. My concern about this is that there might be infection, and it might take up to 2 weeks until this becomes known. And ultimately, this could lead to the spread of COVID. We're all touching door handles and so on. My question for my colleague concerns senior care. In his opinion, should the government do more to support seniors' buying power, for example, by increasing old age security? Thank you.
Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Well, Speaker, that's exactly my point, what I was talking about. That's why we need to be here, to have these discussions. It's great for me to answer, and I'm happy to do that. And I apologize that my French is not good enough to answer, so I do apologize for the English. But this is exactly why we need to have these sittings, and I think we have demonstrated today that it can be done in a safe manner, and we are asking individuals in retail, in trucking, for Uber Eats, for example, all pharmacists to show up and do their job. And I think it's only incumbent upon us to be here to do our job, to have that discussion, that debate with the government, and help improve some of the plans that they have put out very quickly, and to their credit have done so. Some of these programs take months or years to put out. So to put something out so quickly is great, but this is where we work to start filling those cracks and helping those those businesses who are falling through, like my friend has mentioned, with seniors.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Niagara Falls in about a 35-second question and a 35-second answer, please.
Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Winston Churchill once was quoted as saying, the House of Commons is the shrine of the world's liberties. I was wondering if the member just had a comment on his concerns possibly with the notion of the virtual parliament and the rights and privileges that MPs have and the difficulties that we can have, because we're hearing several concerns about broadband and difficulties for some members in getting that, and how that touches upon a member's privilege and rights to be here.
For Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock, in 45 seconds or less, please.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. I'll try to be quick. Thanks to my friend from Niagara Falls. Actually, that was one of the things I was going to bring up, and I ran out of time in my speech, was the ability to do virtual parliaments. I know PROC, the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, is going to be seized with the issue. They are just starting to get this up and running. I have no doubt there will be challenges, especially from someone who comes from a rural area where access to reliable high-speed internet and cellular service is not that great in a lot of areas. So I think we need to deal with that issue. We have to deal with security. We have to deal with translation. There are a lot of issues that I can get started on, but I don't have much time, that have to be worked out to make this work. But in the meantime, we should have this debate in Parliament.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député de La Prairie.
The honourable member for La Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are going through an exceptional situation, unimaginable just a few weeks ago. And this brings exceptional measures. Just to come back to that, Mr. Speaker, because I mentioned this 8 days ago, but to see a government arrive here in the House, propose a bill to subsidize 75% of some businesses that are going through difficult times. $73 billion, that's what it's going to cost just with one bill. How surprising. The situation is so exceptional that everybody agreed with that. That shows you how dire the situation is. $73 billion. I'm not even mentioning the rest here. The bad news is that the government is using public money, so we need to go find this money somewhere. How can the government function? Very simple. Of course, it can go into debt, but we hope that it will use its own revenues, and those are taxes and income taxes. Who likes paying income tax? Aside from you and me, of course, Mr. Speaker. Very few people. A lot of people say, well, there are two things we know will happen for sure in life: death and taxes. What do we always try to avoid? Dying and taxes. That's reality. So you see, we're forcing people to, or people have to pay income tax. But for them to be able to do so, there has to be tax equality or justice. What does that mean? We all have to be equal before the tax law. We're talking about vertical and horizontal fairness. That means all of those who are in the same financial situation or situation simply need to be treated the same way. That's horizontal. Vertical, people who are in different situations will have various differences in the regime imposed on them. Unfortunately, there's a catch. There's often a catch, and that is tax havens. There are businesses, especially large corporations, banks, that use that stratagem. Why? To avoid paying taxes. They'll tell you that they're using fiscal and tax optimization, or they're simply going to say they are going through tax avoidance. And they're going to look you in the eye the way I'm looking at you and say it's legal. Nobody's going to tell me it's wrong. Why not? Well, there's a problem. It's because everybody pays taxes. It's not because they don't have profits or they don't have money. These corporations, they have so much of it. It's that they can use some of it to try to squirrel more funds away. And that's problematic for our society. Those people are asking us for help today. Are we against supporting businesses? No, we voted for. Everybody here voted for that. But is there a moral to the story I'm telling you? Is that moral? People who have so much money, they are using all kinds of tax havens and strategies to try to avoid paying taxes, and now they're asking the state for help, for assistance, and they're getting it. In addition to not paying their fair share, they're using our taxes, and they're using it for their own business. Do we agree with that? Of course not. Of course not. Who would be okay with that? If I asked each and every person here and I said, do you agree with this? They would say, no, I'm convinced on that. It makes no sense, they would say. Well, it's being done. It's being done because we don't have a choice. Because the government... Is it that we don't have a choice because it's already a fait accompli and the government can't do anything? That's not the case. There's many ways that the government could intervene, but it takes guts, as we would say in my region. It takes political will. That's what it takes. Through their major financial interventions, the government has an additional tool to say, you want support? Well, pay your taxes. Bring your money out of the tax havens, bring it back here, do your part, we'll do ours. Why doesn't the government do that? people say, oh, it's legal. It's immoral, Mr. Speaker. So if they don't agree with that, well, I say there's another tool they could use. 5907, in a change in regulations, they could ensure that tax havens are no longer legal to use. Look at the government members in the eye. I mean, tell me that they aren't for the idea of making sure everybody pays their fair share. But these businesses can't be deprived of money because they're hiring Canadians, they're giving jobs to Quebecers, and we can't have these people lose their jobs. That's what the Prime Minister said earlier. That's false. They have money in their tax havens. That means they have the means to get through this crisis. Well, and if that's not enough, if they don't have enough money in their tax havens, then they can bring their money back and then we'll help them for the rest. And that would be tax justice and tax fairness. Impossible. Nobody can do that. That's not true either. It's currently being done. Denmark and Poland are doing it right now. Denmark is saying you have money in tax havens, you paying yourself dividends, no support in either case. Are you going to buy your own shares? And are you going on the markets and profiting from the fact that the markets have fallen to buy back your own shares? No support. That's what they're saying, those countries. All it takes is will. There's many ways to make sure that these people pay taxes. For example, you could tax not on profit, but on business numbers. You could do that. The OECD does that. European countries are doing it as well. That's important. They made a move. Or rather, they're looking like they don't know what we're talking about. But it's quite clear. We're speaking of values. You understand what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker. I know you do. My second point. The member opposite is laughing because he knows I'm right. Second point. Seniors. We're asking for $110 per month right away for seniors. But it's too much, apparently, even if it would only cost $1 billion a year. Oh, we've already helped them. Hey, they took $73 billion and they paid they subsidized some of the wages of businesses. And they're not going to take $1 billion to help a population, a segment of the population who is vulnerable, who is going through a very difficult time. They can't even take $1 billion, even though they were ready to do this before the crisis. And they were going to help people starting at age 75. They were ready. And now that the situation is critical, we're saying, let's start at 65. And now they're looking at EDT and they're saying, oh, what are you talking about? I'm talking to you about people who are the biggest victims of this very extremely difficult situation. Seniors, it's time they wake up, that the government wakes up, because we've been talking about that for over a week. And now we're being looked at as if we're aliens. We're not aliens. We are connected to the people who are in our ridings, and they know because they've been listening to us. Well, we have to continue in that same vein, $1 billion to help our seniors in a very difficult situation. That's one aspect. Now look at the list of other measures we're proposing. There's nothing very difficult for any of them. They just have to listen. And we have to listen to those who came before us, those who built this country, such an extraordinary country. I'm talking about Quebec here. Those who came before us to build this country. We need to help those people. And I want the government to understand the Bloc Québécois message. We've driven it home again and again. Often they say, well, you have to repeat your message. We've repeated it enough. It's time to move and to make a move to help our seniors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to just ask my colleague here if he's concerned at all that with all the money that's been handed out to businesses and individuals, if small businesses will be the ones who will be unfairly targeted by the CRA for audits in the aftermath of this crisis.
L'honorable député de La
The honourable member for La Prairie. Well, the support that's being provided to businesses, small and medium businesses, we really focused on that because they're often the ones that are going through rough times, not always, but they're the ones who are going through the roughest times right now. At the Bloc, we are saying that we have to find other means to help them as well. We're talking about 75% as a wage subsidy. That's great, but we also need to provide funding for part of fixed costs. And I know that in the motion from April 11th, and the leader in the House knows this very well, we said that the government had to fund part of the fixed costs for businesses. We're still waiting on that. I hope that will be done quickly, and I'm waiting for more support for businesses. We've had a good start, but we can't have business falling through the cracks. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Gatineau. Inaudible for the interpreter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague who talked about some of the conditions that allow us to help Canadians by providing various supports, wage subsidies, subsidies to businesses, and support to businesses, and so on. One of the other interesting points is how the good cooperation we have seen and the good function of the Canadian Federation, whether that is from the support we get for our cousins in Alberta who are providing us with some medical equipment, whether it's the expertise from Quebec and various procurement services and the sharing spirit that reigns within the Canadian Federation. I think my colleague has missed an opportunity to highlight that good functioning, that cooperation. So I'm giving him that opportunity to highlight how well the Canadian Federation is working together so that we can support people the way we are. The honourable member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, Quebecers are paying a large part of their income taxes and the taxes that come to Ottawa. It's just normal that we get our fair share. If the Federation had worked as well as my colleague said, we would not see such a terrible situation in our hospitals and long-term care homes because there would have been more money for health because historically we have seen the support and the part provided by the federal government fall to crumbs. And we have had to do so much to try to provide proper services to our population, and that's a proof that our federalism is not working. Questions and comments? Don't remember for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. A very quick question, please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to get my colleagues' attention for a moment. I very much appreciated what he said against tax havens, and I believe we share that notion of social justice, but I'd like to hear more about help to small and medium businesses. We want the government to be more insistent with the banks instead of saying, oh, could you be kind and perhaps, defer mortgages because, commercial rents are kind of a problem, because we see that that's a big problem in his writing. Will he push for that as well? The honourable member for La Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Well, I think we're on the same wavelength here. That's why at the Bloc we had this idea. This could support banks or big corporations, people with higher incomes as well, but to make sure that they can help, that they provide a portion of that to help, that they use a portion to help Canadians and Quebecers. That is, for example, with rent. We have to do something to help small and medium-sized businesses because they are the ones that will get us through resuming the economy.
Or London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin, I would like to inform you that I will be splitting my time with my honourable colleague, the member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Today, I want to also begin by sharing my deepest sympathies and condolences with the families and the friends and loved ones of RCMP Commissioner Heidi Stevenson and her fellow Nova Scotians who lost their lives this past weekend. This is a tragedy, and I'm truly devastated by that act of meaningless violence. But so too am I devastated and mourn the loss of the 1,647 Canadians to date who have lost their lives to COVID-19. I'm so proud that many of our neighbors, our co-workers, our friends and families are doing what they can to ensure that this virus is contained to the best of their ability. Every day, people in my riding in London Fanshawe, they contact me and they tell me what they've lost, though, because of COVID. They've lost their livelihoods, their jobs, their freedoms, their times with loved ones, their family businesses, and from us, from their members of parliament, they expect and they deserve leadership. I was in this House during the past 2 sittings, and I was so honored to do that work because we were here, we were putting forward emergency legislation that was meant to help millions of Canadians impacted by COVID-19. And although it's not entirely what I and my NDP colleagues know would fully help as many people as we should, we passed the CERB and the wage subsidy benefits. I was proud because New Democrats pushed hard to make these benefits available to more Canadians. Now, is it enough? Simply put, no. The CERB should be universal. We've said that many times, and we'll continue to say it until it is. All parents should also receive an additional $250 per child per month. And we also need to address all the holes and the cracks that people are falling through. People who are living on fixed income, seniors and persons with disabilities who find their grocery bills and prescription drug dispensing fees soaring. The government has decided that those people have had enough and that they don't need to provide additional assistance. But interestingly, my constituents disagree. New Democrats will continue to push for a truly universal income security program, which would allow the government to immediately issue payments to Canadians who filed their taxes last year without the need for time-consuming application processes. The government could take the time it needs to then design a way to reclaim those payments through the tax system from people who did not need it. The approach the government has selected requires a lot of upfront administration at a time where every day matters. Daily, I hear from my constituents how they are not eligible for help. The government has left them behind, and they're turning to me for assistance. And what am I supposed to tell someone who's $50 short of the $5,000 CERB criteria? Literally $50, Mr. Speaker. I also hear from countless business owners who cannot meet the minimum payroll requirements for the wage subsidy. What should I tell someone who's put everything they have into their business venture and who sees it slipping away because the government won't help them too, because they have put the limits on those supports? I am proud to stand in this House to fight for people in London Fanshawe and across the country for a meaningful outcome. I'm relieved to see that our plan for the one in-person sitting and the 2 additional virtual question sessions was passed today. The back-and-forth style of questions and answers has worked well, and I think it's gotten a lot of answers for Canadians. It's really important that MPs from across Canada be able to bring their concerns and questions to their constituents from the government. We need to continue to bring the stories of Canadians who need help, however, because there are those too many holes in the system. Many seniors, persons with disabilities, people living on fixed incomes, veterans, students, small business owners, employees, family members, they all continue to reach out to me in my office. They are facing increased costs for food and medications. They are unable to pay their rent. They are literally sitting at their dining room tables, looking at bills and expenses, and trying to figure out which ones they can pay this month. That's the reality for people in my riding and across this country. It's our duty to help them. Mr. Speaker, when so many Canadians are sacrificing so much staying at home, keeping their businesses closed, or still going to work, ensuring that our supply chains are maintained, our food prescriptions and basic needs are available, our garbage is collected, our airports and train stations, methods of transportation are open, our emergency services are available, our hospital and long-term care facilities stay open and are fully staffed, we must work responsibly to keep this virus from spreading. We need to abide by public health recommendations. We need to physically distance. But we can do this together. We can do it better. We have to do it better. And we can do it together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know how we can fight this virus because we've seen places like Taiwan, like South Korea, do it effectively. And their approach has emphasized high levels of testing and very effective tracing. People have compared the fight against this virus to a war. You can't fight a war unless you know where the enemy is. And knowing where the enemy is means having effective testing and tracing. And it seems to me that we're not going to get on top of this until we put the systems in place to do that. And we haven't seen nearly enough progress from the government in terms of putting the systems in place that we need for effective testing and tracing. So I wonder if the member could speak to that proposal, that we need to move forward dramatically, learning from what's been done in South Korea and in Taiwan, to have these systems in place that allow us to know where the enemy is and therefore fight the enemy effectively.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
To my honourable colleague for his question. Absolutely, we can always do better. And we know that the government didn't learn everything that it should have learned when SARS was an issue. We have heard horrible stories about a lot of PPE being thrown away because they didn't have those systems in place. And so absolutely we can always do better. I was just talking about how we can do a lot better in terms of the benefits and supports that people need across this country as well. We can learn globally from the countries that the member talked about. We can learn globally from what the previous speaker was talking about in terms of tax loopholes. There are countries that are doing amazing things that we can learn from, that we can do better, and I hope that our government continues to learn and do better.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During this exceptional crisis that we are all living through together, I believe that each party has different ways of playing a role. And at the NDP, we've already said that we are the opposition, but we also have proposals. We are never always completely satisfied. Of course, there's too many people still suffering and not receiving the help they need. But we have made suggestions that have been heard. For example, 75% wage subsidy, $2,000 per month, and also that community groups be included in the support systems as well. There are some ideas that we put forward that allow us to help people, and even more people. We propose that independent workers and part-time workers have access to some of the funding, even if they work part-time. That's the case now. So I'd like to draw the government's attention to two more proposals that could make a difference in many people's lives. I know that the Minister of Heritage announced targeted investments for the cultural sector for artists. I'd like to take this opportunity to tell him not to forget all the groups and artists who for months and years have invested thinking that they would go on tour, that they would get out a new disc, have an exhibition, prepare a festival. Everything has been canceled through the summer and probably into the fall. So all of that investment has been lost. And we believe that all of these people should be included in our vision to support the cultural sector. I wanted to put that forward. Also, in terms of community groups, they do have access to the 75% wage subsidy, which is good. But for community groups, it can be difficult to prove that they have suffered a loss in revenue because they don't work the same way that as a SME. This is especially true in a crisis situation. They get more donations than usual, more government support and subsidies. In those terms, and then in those cases, they may be excluded from the wage subsidy because they can't show that there's been a revenue loss, and they can't show it as easily as a private company could, even though they still need a huge amount of help. I think we should be careful of that because we have community groups in our communities that are providing such essential help. For example, food banks that are delivering food supplies to people who are isolated or to our seniors. Those are two measures that are small, but that could make a huge difference to people in our communities. And I know I don't have much time, so a last point. Something else I want to put forward is the impact year after year of cuts to the transfers to the provinces, that is the Canada Health transfers. That has caused not enough funding and a lack of funding for our health systems, too much pressure on the provinces, this tendency towards privatization, all the cuts, not being thorough, trying to find a way to make people work more for less, and nurses having to do overtime, and these orderlies doing 2 floors instead of 1. And so our health system has been stretched, and when we are going through a crisis, we see that, well, that just blows up in our faces. So I just want to establish some facts. The federal transfers were supposed to increase by 6% for about 10 years when there was an agreement with the provinces. Under the last government, the Conservative government, that was reduced with difficult calculations. But I think that's of about an increase of maybe about 3%, and we assess that that's $36 billion less to provinces in 10 years to be able to provide proper services to their people. Unfortunately, the Liberal government has continued that previous Conservative policy. One of the lessons we're going to have to draw from this crisis that we cannot leave the provinces to be alone in assuming all of the costs for the health services. The federal government has to be there as well. It used to be 50-50 within the Federation. Now it's completely unbalanced. We have to listen to the provinces and come back to bigger health transfers to the provinces. Questions and comments?
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park Fort, Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, and the member spoke about funding for health care. Of course, ideally, we'd always like to see more money go to these things. There's also a question of how the money is used, because we had a case that where under this government, a vast stockpile of PPE was destroyed and not replaced. We had a case that was reported where the public health agency that was supposed to be responsible for pandemic preparedness used money to fund climate change programs, which you normally think of as falling under the umbrella of Environment Canada. But they had climate change programs funded through our public health agency, and yet the health minister has admitted that we weren't prepared for this situation. So would the member agree that we should also be having a discussion about how the federal government could be planning ahead and using the resources we have effectively, such as, for instance, not destroying vital PPE equipment, or also using money intended for public health purposes?
The
honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
Colleague for his question. I'm just not sure if I will describe the healthcare system as these things. It's much more important than that. Mais il soulève un point important.
But he is bringing up an important point. Effectively, as he says, compared to many other countries, for example, South Korea, we have the impression that we have not learned the lessons from SARS. There was a monitoring fund, that was recommended after 2003, and that fund was never fully put forward by his government, I'd like to say, since, I'd like to point out, since they were in power at the time. Yes, we do need to do better to be able to produce our own medical equipment and to have enough to ensure that we can properly protect our healthcare workers. We will come to a day of reckoning fairly quickly, but it's pretty clear today already that our levels of preparation were not enough over the past few years. Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Canadian Emergency Response Benefit alleviated financial hardship to many Canadians. Unfortunately, too many are still without emergency relief. I have a long list of constituents and businesses that are currently missed by all of the relief programs that have been announced. I have a constituent in my riding who is working part-time and taking care of an elderly parent at home. In December, her father was hospitalized with congenital heart failure. When he came back home, she quit her job to care for him full-time. By March, her father's condition had improved enough that she was able to start looking for part-time work again. Then the pandemic hit. She is viewed simply as someone who quit her job. So she's not eligible for help and is now struggling to pay her bills. I have another constituent who is working 2 jobs. She lost the income from her main job, and since her secondary job brings in slightly more than $1,000 per month, she is ineligible for assistance. I've been contacted by students, some in the middle of their studies and some about to graduate. Students in the middle of their programs rely on summer jobs to pay their living expenses and to save for the school year ahead. Without those jobs, they don't know how they're going to pay their rent and grocery bills for the coming months. Some are uncertain if they're able to go back to school in the fall and continue their studies. Graduating students are in a very tough spot as well. They're coming out of years of school and they're looking forward to entering the workplace. Instead, they're facing a bleak reality and have nowhere to turn for help. I've heard from seniors and people with disabilities, these Canadians surviving on fixed incomes without any buffer for increased costs related to the pandemic. They are experiencing stress and anxiety and insecurity over being unable to cover their basic needs. With each passing day, too many Canadians are getting closer to losing their businesses, their homes, and their dreams. The stress and sense of hopelessness is taking a serious toll on mental health. Individuals, communities, cities, regions, and our national economy will all be severely negatively affected if we allow these people and businesses to fall through the cracks. What our current crisis has revealed, more clearly and urgently than ever, is that Canada needs a guaranteed livable income. A GLI is not a radical idea. It's an idea whose time has come. Imagine a safety net that catches everyone. For both social and financial reasons, Greens have been advocating for a GLI for years, and the Green Party caucus has been working to advance the national conversation on a guaranteed livable income. My honourable colleague from Fredericton spoke about the need for a GLI in her speech in the House of Commons during the emergency session a month ago. My honourable colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands brought it up again in the House a week and a half ago. A guaranteed livable income is an idea that the Green Party has been promoting since long before any Greens achieved the honour of taking a seat in this place. It's an idea that has gained support across the political spectrum because it is a sound and sensible thing to do. A guaranteed livable income is a fair system that alleviates financial hardship and rewards work. It would replace our patchwork of federal and provincial programs with a single, universal, unconditional cash benefit. The principle is to establish an income floor below which no Canadian could fall. The amount would be based on the cost of living in each region, the same way a living wage is calculated. The benefit would be progressively taxed back according to income. Allowing low-income workers to retain full benefit is a strong incentive to continue working. There are no big clawbacks that create disincentives. A GLI would eliminate extreme poverty and free up our social services to focus on our mental health crisis and addiction crisis. An emergency guaranteed livable income could be set up to automatically make a payment to every Canadian with a social insurance number. Those that don't need the payment would have it taxed back by the CRA in the next tax season. A guaranteed livable income in normal times would replace federal transfers for social assistance, disability supports, the old age supplement, the guaranteed income supplement for the elderly, the Canadian Child Benefit for parents with children, and the Canadian Workers Benefit for the poor, all of which are very guaranteed livable income-like programs. Because it's a benefit that all Canadians would receive, a guaranteed livable income would eliminate the social stigma associated with needing income assistance. And we would no longer have to pick apart people's lives to ensure that they are eligible. A GLI would make it possible for more people to upgrade their education and skills, increasing employability and wage earning capacity. Studies and pilot programs have shown that a guaranteed livable income or universal basic income improves the health outcomes of low-income people. They can afford nutritious food, a place to live, and long-term stress associated with poverty is decreased. These are just the broad strokes. The benefits of a GLI are many, but right now, in the midst of an unprecedented public health crisis, there is one potential benefit that stands out. Delivering a single, universal, unconditional cash benefit to every Canadian would be simple. And because a GLI would replace our current patchwork of benefit programs, it dramatically simplifies the administration required and would save money there as well. Everyone receives a monthly payment. Most of the time, most people won't really need it, and the funds will flow back to the government through taxes. But when circumstances change, whether it's one person that loses a job or millions, having a guaranteed livable income in place will help us weather the storms ahead. And there are other storms coming. We know that we are in a climate crisis. Epidemiologists and scientists have told us that we can expect more pandemics. We can expect more emergencies. We can expect more situations where people will lose their jobs and lose their homes as we struggle to deal with this climate crisis. The GLI, the Guaranteed Livable Income, will allow us to navigate future challenges without the stress, anxiety, and hopelessness that too many Canadians are enduring now. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just, the member opposite quite often has brought up the topic of the guaranteed livable wage, and even long before the pandemic has set in, right? So this isn't necessarily talking about in the pandemic here. So I'm just wondering, would he be willing to scrap EI, OAS, all these other programs that are ran by the government in favor of his proposed guaranteed livable income?
The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
That is the idea. Right now we have a patchwork of different systems that people have to apply to, whether it's welfare provincially or disability. You would have top-ups for people who have no ability to work, seniors or people with disabilities. And that way you eliminate the bureaucracy of picking through people's lives to determine whether they are eligible for social assistance or whether they're eligible for a Canadian emergency response benefit when we have another crisis. So yes, I think it's an overarching program that would work with the provinces and the federal government, and we would need to negotiate it between the provinces and the federal government to make it work.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. Honorable député de Joliette.
The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. My question is, what is his party's position on the government's intention to support the oil and gas industry with credit measures, as well as the program to restore orphan wells? Thank you.
L'honorable député de Nanaimo.
The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Well, I think it's really important to support the workers in the oil and gas industry. And the oil and gas industry has been dining out on Canadian resources and skipping out on the bill and leaving these orphan wells, taking their profits and then declaring bankruptcy and leaving orphan wells. We have a huge mess in the oil sands that is going to need to be cleaned up. And this is work that needs to be done. And we have oil and gas workers that can do that work. There's also lots of potential with oil wells. About 10% of them are good for geothermal energy creation. And that's been studied, and that's something that can be done to actually create revenue from some of these orphan wells. We're also seeing that as the price of oil drops, these folks that have the expertise in drilling are going to be able to create geothermal wells as well. That we're going to be able to start moving towards renewable because, face it, we're not going to be able to compete with Saudi Arabia when they decide that they want to drop the price of oil the way that they have. We're dealing with geopolitical strife on the oil front.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies. About 60 seconds for a question, 60 seconds for an answer.
I'll try and be quick. Yeah, thank you to the member for his speech. And I just would like to say, highlighting, I think, the privilege in this place, the fact that he's been a part of the process all day long. And Canadians wouldn't have even heard that today had this day not happened. So I think he's appreciated it too, just like what we are suggesting. To be in this place is an important part of our democracy. That said, I was part of the Human Resource Committee, and the basic income guarantee, whatever name it's called, is a great idea in theory, but there's a huge cost to it. And it's not just the cost in terms of money, but all other social aspects to that particular cost. We estimate at $100 billion per year to run the program. And with the decline, you even talked about, I'm glad you're supporting oil and gas workers too. That's great to hear. The Green Party actually supporting oil and gas workers. My workers in my neck of the woods at our Oil and Gas Central in British Columbia will appreciate your comments. But the big question I have for you is, how are you going to pay for a $100 billion program with such a decline in natural resource development that your party helped happen?
Just want to remind the honourable members to place their questions through the speaker, not directly across. The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith in 35 seconds or less, please.
Well, I don't think I can take any credit for the drop in oil prices and what's happened in the oil field. I'm sorry. But it would be great if I could. I imagine a better world. I imagine a cleaner world and dealing with climate change and the climate crisis. We already pay $173 billion between the federal government and the provinces for the network of social programs that we use. So we would just tweak that money and get rid of the welfare programs and all these additional little programs and create one large program that works between the provinces and the federal government and make it fair and have a system where people get taxed back when they don't need it. Then we don't have to worry about bailing people out.
It being 8:10 p.m., it is my duty to inform the House that the time provided for debate on the motion has ended today. Now, I'm now prepared to rule on the question of privilege raised earlier today by the member for Nanaimo Ladysmith concerning sitting of the House during COVID-19 pandemic, as the question raised by the honourable member deals with the manner in which the House will conduct business involving all members in the coming weeks, and as the country continues to be confronted by a crisis which is without precedent in recent history. I thought it important to return to the House with a ruling very quickly. During his intervention, the member alleged that the rights and privileges of several members would be violated by any motion to proceed with the business of the House while the COVID-19 pandemic is still ongoing. According to the member, many of his colleagues are unable to physically be in Ottawa to participate in debate because of their obligation to follow quarantine orders when they return to their respective province. In response to the exceptional circumstances we are facing, the member requested that the chair postpone the resumption of House business to a later date in accordance with public health guidelines. Bien qu'elle comprend très bien les sentiments.
The Speaker understands the feelings expressed by the member for Nanaimo Ladysmith. However, we must recall that the Speakership is bound by the standing orders and House rulings. The House has the exclusive right to rule on its internal affairs, schedule its business, and establish a timeline for its deliberations. In this regard, during the sitting of April 11th, a decision was made to adjourn business until today, and that order was respected. It is not up to the Speakership to call into question a decision of this nature taken by the House.
That both in the motions that the House has adopted in the past few weeks and again today, there has been a recognition of the very particular circumstances in which we find ourselves. For example, the House has recognized the need for members to respect physical distancing as provided ways that members can participate in proceedings remotely. These are but two examples of how the cooperation of members from all sides, the House has shown flexibility in adjusting its rules and practices and demonstrated that our proceedings are quite adaptable. In addition, the Standing Committee on Procedures and House Affairs has been charged with evaluating other ways of managing business in the current circumstances, and I am confident that it will be able to suggest an acceptable course of action for everyone. La motion adoptée aujourd'hui.
The motion passed today is another example of this approach, which will enable the House to decide on the manner in which it wishes to pursue its business. After a close reading of the motion, I don't see anything that prevents members from coming to Ottawa to participate in House business. Their movements will rather be limited when they return to their community, as the member for Nanaimo Ladysmith explained. I know that all honourable members wish to follow the advice of our public health agencies, just as House administration has done since the beginning of this crisis. I recognize that for members who need to travel in order to be present at House sittings, these directives can have significant impacts on them and on their families. But the central question is, are they able or not to fulfill their parliamentary duties?
It is not the chair. To dictate to members the manner and degree to which they will participate in the proceedings of the House. As the House has itself determined, the choice rests with them. For this reason, I cannot find there is a prima facie question of privilege in this case. I thank the members for their attention. Before we return to our constituencies to resume our work there, I would like to take a moment to extend my thanks to all those who continue to provide support so that the House of Commons can fulfill its responsibilities to Canadians. Je remercie les députés ici.
I'd like to thank the members that are here. You are working under very unusual circumstances, and I'm grateful.
To thank our staff in Ottawa and your constituencies for their unflagging support as you carry out your duties, both here in the chamber and in the communities you represent. Les équipes imbattables de
The incredible teams of the House of Commons Administration, the Library of Parliament, and the Parliamentary Protective Service also deserve our most profound gratitude. Your support has enabled us to sit today with great security and confidence. Thank you for helping us show Canadians that despite the pandemic, the House of Commons is hard at work.
Finally, my heartfelt thanks go to the women and men who care for us, keep us safe, and keep us fed. We are deeply grateful to all frontline and health workers who, under the most difficult circumstances, are making every effort to ensure that we will get through this together, stronger than ever. En conséquence, conformément à leur...
Accordingly, pursuant to order made earlier today, the House stands adjourned until Monday, May 25th, 2020 at 11 a.m., pursuant to Standing Orders 28.2 and 24.1.
Merci.
Thank you, everybody. Merci beaucoup.